what's happening with that, button or whatever? Is this Hollywood? Is this from that space station? No, what is happening to this? I mean, are you kidding with him with this?
It's obviously a fake video.
It's not a fake video. It's from them. But there was a problem,
It's obviously a fake video.
Yeah, they are manipulating 3D objects. That's the problem. They are manipulating the objects that are not there.
Well, I see an astronaut in space, and
you see now? Yeah. I see something appear from nothing, right?
Yeah, but that's obviously an addition. Someone edited the video.
No, this is not addition. Let's go to a video I have. Let's go to SpaceX. Launching rocket. Let's see that. Just a second.
Yeah, see the astronauts entering the rocket.
I'm gonna post the video
going to space.
Going to space when we have Buzz Aldrin saying we didn't go there. You want to see the interview?
Yeah, I want to see that.
Okay, let's see it again.
He said it 2 or 3 times now. Different interviews.
Yeah, 3 times.
Everything he saw was animation. He said we didn't go there.
This is turning into a gish galloping nonsense session.
I said it, bro. Yep. Same thing. He made claims about gravity, Hole and gases, right? I asked him for a demonstration. He failed to do so. I asked him to prove the Earth in motion. He failed again. So
he's not allowing us to be productive through constant interruptions.
Exactly. So Buzz Aldrin saying you can watch the video, and I just post the gift because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And that's an astronaut.
Wait a second, I'm seeing the video.
Yeah, you can watch it. Yeah, I can post the entire interview on text. How about that? You want that? It's more easy. Take it. The girl was asking, why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time? And the guy say, because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. Oh, you were questioning about that GIF I posted about Ezra. Aethergrass did post the video. From Conan O'Brien show. Oops, let me see myself.
Can I ask a question about refraction real quick?
He's watching the videos. So the guy, Conan O'Brien show is Buzz Aldrin is saying what you saw was animation. I have the third video. Let's see, Oxford University, I think. Let's see, this one. Go watch this one. There's a lady asking what was the scariest moment of the journey, and the guy say, "It's scariest." It didn't happen.
Did you have more interviews?
Yeah, I did post more through Conan O'Brien show. At Conan O'Brien show, the guy is saying what you saw was animation.
Yeah, so Buzz keeps denying that they went to the moon. That's weird.
He's obviously joking.
He's obviously joking. He's just trolling the Globers.
I wouldn't use it as evidence, to be honest, man.
Well, why is he on 3 separate occasions saying he didn't go to the moon?
Because plenty of people come up to him and tell him he never went to the moon. That's why.
So when he goes on Conan O'Brien, the biggest talk show, he goes in front of the Oxford Union. He tells them they didn't go to the moon.
Yeah, because the amount of conspiracy theorists that just bump into him and tell him that he's a liar.
Did he tell you this? Did he tell you this, or is this just what you're assuming right now?
Yeah. So there's a video.
My question about refraction before we get too far away from it.
Yeah, you've asked a lot of times, so let's let Desire have his question about refraction.
On the oil rig image, granting a globe, and I know that's a lot, but if you can grant me the globe, if there's refraction over the edge, wouldn't that be as though you're looking at a downward angle, making the horizon seem to come up higher than it normally would be because of the bend of the light?
No, that doesn't make any sense. We can't just grant you the globe. That's the very thing in question. You're like saying, let's just assume it's a globe, then it's a globe.
Right.
The horizon's in the wrong place. It's supposed to be in front of the rigs if it's caused by curvature.
Right, but I'm saying if even on a flat plane, my question stands. With refraction, it changes the angle of incidence of what's being looked at, right? So instead of looking level, if it refracts down, it's as though you're looking at a downward angle, right? And if you're looking at a downward angle, that's going to raise up the background above the foreground. It's going to pitch the angle
that would make
up
the horizon. That would make the horizon optical, not curvature.
Sure. Either way,
right? So no
flat
so no
Earth,
globe,
or it works on a flat or a globe.
No, it doesn't work on a globe, because in a globe you're supposed to have a curvature in front of the rigs.
That's what I'm trying to ask. If the refraction is pointing you down, it would be as though you're looking up higher than you would be.
No,
and then the refraction bends the way the light comes in.
Who told you that refraction is like you're looking down around a ball? Who told you that?
So yesterday, someone was showing us a laser going through a medium, and it was bending.
What
I'll
medium?
see if I can find that picture. I don't remember what the medium was. I don't think it was ever addressed. It wasn't air.
It wasn't air, then. Okay.
No,
so you don't know
but
it
demonstrates what I'm talking about what refraction is. I'm trying to. Oh, I think it got scrubbed.
I think I think I know what he's talking. He's talking about that water inside the tank. And the guy did put sugar. Yeah. So it changes the medium.
Right, and that just displays refraction. And what I'm saying is the laser points downwards, right? So
is that what a laser does in air, though?
No, but
right.
You guys even agree that refraction happens in the atmosphere, correct?
Well, then that wouldn't be analogous to what's happening on the oil rig example.
Why not?
Because it's not the same medium, and you just said that's not what a laser does in air. So the laser is not bending downwards in the air.
Right.
By the way, guys, I'll have to.
Downwards in air.
Sorry,
it doesn't work.
Sorry, mate. I'll have to step down. Ego Slave. I will message you when my friend responds to me. So we'll keep the conversation going.
All right, sounds good.
All right, thanks, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, see ya. About the oil rigs, I'm gonna post this. It's from the that non-video. At the beginning, you see those where I put that Black Swan, that red heart at the bottom. Those are the 2 oil rigs of the Black Swan. So it seems that there's more at left, farther away, more 2, and 3 at right. So you guys want to talk about refraction? Why is the horizon not curving? And we see that island 29 miles away. That's right. So that's a problem with that refraction.
The waves crashing on the island?
No, I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm seeing the horizon is still horizontal. Where is that refraction that you are talking about? It. That's a big problem, right?
Also, as soon as you say refraction, you're conceding that the horizon is not the geometry of a ball Earth. So you're conceding the globe argument by saying refraction. It's supposed to be physical.
Okay. Maybe my question wasn't worded properly. I'll try to figure out how to ask it more effectively.
Well, I would just say your understanding of it's like you're looking down over a ball is just incorrect. I don't know where you've got that from.
I'm not even talking about a ball. What I'm talking about would work flat, square, triangle, whatever.
So you don't really know what the logic is.
And what's the point?
Yeah, we're looking for globe evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking for evidence of a geometric horizon. So are you aware of any evidence for a geometric horizon?
No, that to me would be like it's like looking for a negative. It's looking for where something stops. So I don't know personally how you would prove geometric horizon.
How's it looking for a negative? The positive claim is that the curvature should be at a certain point.
Right. And what I'm saying is you can't see where something isn't.
Yeah, so there's no geometric horizon. We
So
agree.
like
No, there is a geometric horizon. Absolutely.
Obviously
How
not.
did you
This guy's
find
saying
it?
it's refracted. Yeah, how do
The
you find it?
geometric horizon is just the point at which the sky appears to meet with the Earth. Let's see.
No, that's the horizon. It's not the
No,
yeah,
geometric
that's
horizon.
the geometric horizon is the what would be the top of the curve between what you're trying to see and you, correct?
Look, here's
Yeah,
here's
that's-
Bill Nye explaining it to the kids. I've just posted it in the chat. This is what the globe claim used to be before we debunked it, and now they've got a different claim, which is that it's not a physical geometric horizon. It's a refracted optical, but still kind of physical refracted horizon.
No, okay, so you're conflating apparent horizon with geometric horizon.
You only see one horizon. How do you know which it is?
So apparent horizon is the effects of atmospheric refraction.
All right, so that you only
Right,
ever
that's the
always
apparent
see.
horizon. Now, the
you only-
geometric horizon is the point in which you can see that there's a distinction between the ground and the sky.
No.
That's
No, that's the definition of horizon, where the sky
no.
appears
That
to
what I
meet,
just described. The
where the
geometric
sky
horizon.
appears to meet with the Earth.
When you talk about refraction, you're talking about apparent horizon, which is a completely.
Well, the way you're saying it, you could only ever see an apparent horizon because you can never eliminate the atmo. So you would only ever see an apparent
No.
horizon, but you're claiming there's
What I'm trying to
there's a
say is
geometric horizon.
the geometric horizon is a mathematical concept.
Thank
Whereas
you. Not real.
the apparent
Mathematical
horizon,
concept.
the apparent horizon is what we observe. Does that make sense?
Yes, the horizon is what we observe. The globe geometric horizon is purely a mathematical concept. We agree.
Yeah, it's purely mathematical boundary.
Yeah, it's not real. Yeah, it's not real.
Yeah,
The
but the
geometric
apparent
isn't
horizon
real.
Yeah,
What's not real?
the globe claimed geometric horizon set by the limits of a ball the size they say Earth is, isn't real. You don't detect it, measure it, or observe it. It's only in math.
Right. That's what I understood.
Right.
That's how I understood.
Yeah, welcome.
That's
to
why I
Flat
was
Earth.
saying it's impossible to prove because it's just a mathematical idea,
Yeah, so if you've
not
got a
something you
claim,
can observe.
yeah, so if you've got a claim that's impossible to prove, then it can be dismissed.
No,
Yes.
we can
Pulp
prove
Fiction's
it.
Razor. Oh, how did you
Go
prove it?
for it.
You can prove an impossible claim by your standards. It was impossible to prove.
We can use geometry
was
to
just
prove it.
Theoretical.
Right.
You just said it was theoretical.
Geometry alone is an abstraction. We use geometry to build
Yeah.
computer games.
That doesn't count
Okay,
as real.
well, I mean-
Allah.
We can also use the geometry to then make practical tests.
Okay, I'm gonna post this guy does models, so I'm gonna post what we
Now you're
should see.
contradicting yourself.
What we should see from an
Can I ask
airplane.
a question?
From an airplane, 30,
I think I'm asking
32,000.
those who don't believe in open, they think it's flat or whatever. So you think
Yeah, we're
that all these rockets that go to the space station, it's all a lie? There's no
Yes,
space station.
newsflash. Yes, newsflash. The U.S. government is lying. I'm sure that doesn't surprise you.
I'm not talking about the U.S. government. I'm talking about the whole world because whole world participates in it, correct?
Nah, it's like the U.S. government, the Russian government, the Chinese government. What, a handful?
European
in Europe.
governments as well, right?
A handful
Yeah.
of European governments signed
Japanese.
to one agency. Japanese, yep. So
Okay.
what's that?
Japanese,
5, 6
well, right? Australians.
Australians. Okay, so what? You've
Basically
got a handful
everyone.
of governments that claim to be going into
Yeah,
a
it is
place that
more.
you can
It is
never
more
go.
than a handful. It's more than a handful already, right?
I'm gonna
Brazil
post-
as well, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
less
We
than
have
10.
we have
That's
a
less than a sixth.
What you What you talking
Yeah.
about? In the Europe itself, there is like way more countries. Well,
Yeah. I'm gonna post one from China. How about
what you
that?
talking about? Less than
Yeah,
10 countries in Europe? This is
this
what
is
you
from
can tell me?
China. This is from
Yeah,
China
they're all
in
launching-
space. This is from
It's not
China
like
in
every
space.
country in Europe is.
No, they don't
I
have
don't
to
know.
launch themselves. And I'm talking about the fact that they participate in the NASA. You know, NASA
Yeah,
means
they all tie into
national
that.
organization, correct?
Yeah, it's a branch of the U.S. military. You trust the U.S. military?
Wait a second. NASA is not.
Did you guys ask for practical observation? I just posted 3 methods in which you can conduct and prove the curvature of the Earth. Anything else?
Okay, go through one of them. How do you measure the curvature of the Earth? Tell us.
All right. So one of them is really simple. You can use a camera, right? So at ground level, right, you can take a picture, right, of some boats.
At ground level,
with
you don't see
horizon.
curves.
Then when you
The
go a
horizon's
little bit
flat.
higher up, at higher altitude, you can see more of the object as you go higher up.
Yeah, that happens on a flat surface. So
I just before
Yeah,
you did
nervous
post that,
laughter.
I just post something. You know, from an airplane, you should see that curvature at 10
basically,
kilometers
the
high.
whole
Yeah,
world.
let me finish.
right,
Let me finish.
is
So
wrong. Only people in the voice chats are correct.
from an airplane at 32,800 feet, you should see
Yeah,
that
and what about
curvature.
the?
You should see that curvature.
Mars,
Then,
Hold on, man.
then what
Stop
happens?
interrupting.
Yeah, you are
Stop
not
interrupting.
let me talk.
Oh, sorry,
Mohammed.
sorry.
Yeah,
I
so
didn't hear another
It's hard for
person.
Miguel to talk to you when you talk
Yeah.
over him. So
So you know, from that airplane at that height, you should see that curvature. So we have this photo from 121,000 feet, and the horizon is still there, horizontal.
Yeah, they're gonna reject it. They're just gonna say refraction,
But they should see from an airplane that curvature. And
but they're just gonna say refraction. They're just
Yeah.
gonna appeal to refraction.
refraction, you know, it's not working with that horizon.
Yeah,
No,
but that's what
refraction
they
is
do
the
all the
globe
time.
code.
They keep saying refraction all
That's
the
the
time.
globe code. We don't.
let's
need
not
ref-
poison
we
the
don't
well,
need to
okay?
do
That's
that.
dishonest.
What are you saying? I'm lying? You're not gonna appeal to refraction right now?
Well,
No, it's the
why you
globers
can't
that
predict the
appeal to refraction.
future and you're poisoning the well. That is a dishonest debate tactic. So stop it, please.
Yeah, but that's
Not to
all you
mention
guys
that's
do. You just say,
projection.
"Well, it's
No,
refraction,
that's
it's
what you guys
refraction,
do.
it's
You must be
refraction."
talking about the globers, because that's what the globers do. We show them the horizon being behind the rigs, not in front of them, and they say refraction. That must be what you're thinking about.
Oh no, that's just one specific instance because that's actually true. The
Oh, that
apparent
is refraction.
horizon
So you're
is
claiming refraction.
indeed.
So you're
What?
the one claiming refraction.
Yeah, in that one particular instance.
Yeah. So you coming in
When
here saying
when
we
we
claim
demonstrate
refraction.
when we
Actually,
demonstrate things, you guys keep using refraction every single second of the day, bro.
I want to show you
Deny
to show me.
refraction?
I want to you to show me the refraction. You know, making that horizon horizontal.
Define
have that?
refraction for us, Piggy.
Yeah?
Can you define refraction for us?
Dude, I'm not even part of this conversation.
No, it's
Okay,
Allah
you
is a
can.
pagan god that needs to define refraction.
Why do I need to define
Alright.
it?
Because you're the one.
claiming
You're the
it.
one that's claiming refraction here in these observations. We're showing you practical demonstrations. You know, we're
Yeah,
actually
I
showing
told
them to you.
I
You're
gave
not
you the
showing. You said, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Just talk after I finish talking. I'm almost done. We're showing you, and we can show you countless more practical demonstrations that we've gone out and done, where we can see way beyond the claimed geometric horizon. You're saying that you have practical demonstrations that show the geometric. You're gonna have to explain refraction and then show us these practical demonstrations that you're claiming exist. You do that?
The floor is yours, bro. Tell us all about this refraction. Then show us your proof of the geometric horizon.
Can you what did he say? He said he wants proof?
First, you need to
Oh,
define
dear.
refraction because you're claiming refraction is the reason that we're seeing the horizon over 10 times further than it should be on a globe. And then your second claim, was that you had practical
No, I'm
demonstrations.
saying that's what you guys appeal to.
Hold on a
I'm
second,
saying
just let me
that-
finish my sentence. The second claim was that you had practical demonstrations that can find the geometric horizon.
Yeah,
correct?
I already posted it in the side chat. You can read it yourself.
I don't think
No,
he
no, no.
understands.
You're meant to show
the
us
refraction of his
practical
argument.
demonstrations. You're not giving us. You're giving us explanations in text form. We're showing you practical demonstrations.
Yeah, and these tests you can conduct yourself, my friend.
Did someone do it?
So you don't understand.
Already
you
that
don't
you
understand
can-
what refraction is.
Yeah, actually, they did actually. Who?
Show us.
I don't have image.
What about the
permission.
video?
I
What
don't
about
have
the
any image.
24/7?
I can actually.
So what about the 24/7?
Right. Look, we really want to stick to these two things. So the first thing you need to do is define
I don't have
refraction.
image permission, bro. What do you want me to do, bro?
Send to someone
Define
here.
refraction. Define refraction, and I will give you image permission while you're defining refraction. And you can post
Yeah,
your practical demonstration.
Light radio. It's just light changing direction when they go through water at an angle. What's your point?
Well, so that's incorrect. But even if it was correct, that wouldn't apply to the observation of the oil rig, which is being seen through air, not water. So
Yeah, I did not hear what I said. I said through water, air, glass, etc.
all right. So different. So when it passes from one medium to another.
Huh?
So when it passes from one medium to another, like air to water, water to glass, then it changes direction. That's what you're saying. You don't even know what you're saying.
Ran away.
Yeah, typical.
Mohammedi also ran away.
Because they when they talk about refraction, they it's like a shield. They put at the back of that shield refraction because someone did said refraction, And you question about refraction, what it is, and the guy doesn't know. He is looking
Blanket
to
statement.
a glass with some straw. By the way, I did use that inside the glass with water. I put the straw, at the middle, and it's not, the angle is not deviating, but it's like larger the straw. So that's very interesting. If I put the needle to left, I have some refraction. If I put to the right, it changes the angle, so it's opposite angle. If I put to the middle, the straw, I see the straw still there, but it's at the middle, it's more wider. So very interesting observation. That's it. We are talking about curvature, and now they just say refraction.
Yeah, just a blanket statement that
Yeah.
covers every single discrepancy on word. Even though they don't know
Nuance
the
behind that
actual...
too, right?
Yep.
Like terrestrial refraction versus mirages versus total internal reflection, combinations of them.
Yeah. And there's 5 types of refraction. And,
There's also turbulence, which they don't like to bring up either.
Yeah.
So, and then the second they invoke that, they begin to falsify their claim that the geometric horizon is visible to be measured. Because if X is being refracted, then you need to prove that X exists in the first instance before it's modified through refraction.
Exactly. I did post, someone did the math, that black swan at 10 miles. So the Earth radius should be 67 larger radius at 10 miles, I did post that guy, he leads with models, so he did put all the data, and at that height from that airplane you should start seeing that curvature, but on the reality, on 121,000 feet, that's more than 32,000 feet from an airplane. We don't see curvature. The horizon is still horizontal. Now refraction, they have to, they are failed globers because or the Earth is a cylindrical shape because the horizon is not. They are claiming curvature, but the horizon is still horizontal at that height, 121,000 feet. Anyway. The allies was talking about theodolites. I think he's talking about Jesse Paddleflies. Lies. I call him Lies. Jesse Paddleflies. The guy from top of a mountain, 106 miles away. He's using his theodolite, and he thinks that he's getting a real measure. When that theodolites are not that precise, anyway, at that least distance, So the guy is claiming. So he has a diagram. The other mountain, I can post it. Let me see. It was Jesse Gordon. So let's see it. Jesse Gordon. Now Jesse Paddleflight. This diagram, I'm talking about this. So the guy is 105 miles away, and the guy thinks theodolites are used to that. You measure at that distance the height of a mountain. Of course, even with that, he did measure lower, but the guy doesn't account that perspective. I can see my city farther away between my two fingers of my hand. So my city is not that size, but at that location I am, it appears that size. So anyway.
So what is it that happened within the last couple of days that last night there were a bunch of clouds on here, or yesterday evening, however you want to say that, and it sounds like this morning there's been a bunch of clouds on here. What's changed in the PNR server?
Today I met a Portuguese guy. I'm a Portuguese from Portugal. He did said, "You are the first one Portuguese flat Earth guy." And I said to him, "Oh, 500 years ago we had flat Earth guys and navigators doing celestial navigation according to flat Earth, so they were flat Earth guys." But anyway.
Very nice. Yeah, I just can't decide if these people are just ate up because of Discord, or if this new generation is just full of brain rot. I don't quite get the brain rot that comes around here.
Well, when someone lives his entire life watching TV, space, talking about space, and you see all this CGI animation, it's full of CGI animation, and the guys are claiming that space. And that's cool, they present this object, ball object. Everybody asks this question: why people at the bottom doesn't fall off? And they say gravity, and that's it, It's a magic glue. Yeah, they spend this entire life, and then when suddenly you hear someone talking about flat Earth, of course they will think that's ridiculous, But, when they claim it was a globe, did they present evidence, proof? Never. So that's
Yeah, last night there was some probably, I'm guessing, around 20-year-old young guy that was asking the question, well, why would every scientist and every government agency and others spend millions on millions and millions of dollars on this if it were alive? Because it doesn't matter to anybody whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And I broke in and said, well, if it doesn't matter, then why are you here talking about it? And he's like, oh, well, I just come here to debate. And I'm like, well, what debate is there to have about something that doesn't matter?
Well, the guy is saying everybody, every scientist and so on. Anyway, I met a guy, a physicist, 25 years ago, and the guy was saying, he never said flat Earth, but he did say, there's people question about, this was 25 years ago, there's people question about the shape of the Earth, there's people question about the moon landings being fake, and the guy had a friend at NASA, interestingly, and the guy even said, this was 25 years ago, it appears that they did found a barrier in the sky, a barrier. So, and the Globers like to deny it, there's a container. But anyway, this was 25 years ago. They found like a container, But the guy did stop it to talk, I think at that point he was, I have to stop because I'm talking too much. But, I never, at that time, I never did connect all the dots, And here I am, So the guy he never said flat Earth, but he was doing those three questions,
Yeah, well, I'm back at the office, so I'll talk with you all a little later. Have a good morning, Miguel.
You too. Thank you.
Well, 23 minutes of it, my time anyway, but obviously you're in the afternoon, your place, where you are, but have a good day, and I'll wrap with you later on.
You too. Thanks. The guy was, claiming science, all the scientists, they are flat Earth guys, at the top. So, of course, they never went, they will never go and talk directly, oh, the Earth is flat at the television, There was a lady that she did work at the 1996 at NASA, and suddenly the door was open, and she was listening to these top guys from NASA talking about flat Earth and the moon landings being fake. Why people don't get this? Very interesting. And I did found the entire resume. Anyway. And we have guys that did the work. At least I know one. He did work at Antarctica, and before he started to work there, they did a separate interview. And one of the questions was, "What is the shape of the Earth?" Why they have to ask this to people that go work to that place? Man, isn't that too suspicious? The guy is just going there to do a work. Why they have to ask this question? Maybe to avoid people like us, If you say flat, oh, we have to, we have to avoid this guy because he's gonna spread the information. Actually, that guy now is a flat earth guy. He did a live stream. Very interesting. So the guy went to work. These days, that people are talking about going to Antarctica to see the 24th sun. I have one video, but then I will keep it. It was from a few years ago. I see from Antarctica this German station, and I see the sun passing from right to left, and the sun and the moon just passing from right to left. Very interesting. From Antarctica. And these days we have, that guy that did fake it. He did put the same clouds the same video at the beginning and the end of the video. He did put the same clouds. So now he did a new video without the timestamps, and I saw some glitches looking at that sun in the sky. Sometimes there's some glitches there. So yeah. The same guy faking it, and the guy is being paid to do it. So why people believe it when he did fail at the first time? Yeah, the first one is this one. The same clouds. It's 1 minute and 24 seconds. And you see at 23 seconds and past 1 minute, the same clouds. Anyway, you guys did a great job. DJ, Ego, Slave.
Thanks, Miguel. Thanks for coming in too. It was good having you in here to talk to that other guy, because both being from Portugal, that was helpful.
Yeah, I enjoyed having you around, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Miguel.
Appreciate it, bro.
Before you go, man.
Yeah, go on.
There's another 24-hour sun video I can't debunk. But if some other people want to have a look at it and see if they can find some issues with it, that would be very helpful.
I think it's that second one. It's from the same guy that he did the first, I think. But this time he did remove the timestamps.
No, I don't think so. This one was recorded, I think, in 2017. And I'll just post it in the side chat. At the South Pole Station.
These days, you can do a panorama and you use a software to make it 360 degrees.
Is this the one specifically at Concordia Station?
No, this one's at a different station. Here's the link. I even reverse image searched. Like, I took some screenshots and reversed image searched some of the structures. And it is at the station it's claimed to be at. Right, here it is.
24
second.
Well, where Google Earth places it, right?
Yeah, I have this.
Yeah, exactly.
I have this video.
It's in the chat now.
That is the same guy that did 3 others that were faked. So, but
really,
he's totally believable with this one.
Yeah, this one.
Oh, that's the same guy, Robert Schwartz?
Yeah, I took some print screens. but I have to, let's see, I think it's the same video, right?
So what, the questions I have are what's verifiable about this?
It's not the same
52.
video, Miguel.
No, okay.
It's the one that Matthew Learns was sharing in here the other day, and it's like a 360 camera, right?
Yeah, I mean, that alone makes me wonder because 360 cameras doing sun tracking are very fickle to set up. The fact that he was able to do it perfectly is alone a little suspicious to me, but I can accept that.
Yeah, I was looking at it the other day, and if you zoom in on tracks on the road that the snowmobile leaves, they oddly disappear. As you scroll forward, they just disappear all of a sudden. Almost like he's spliced together different days footage. I'm not sure. I need to go over it better.
Yeah, that would be a telltale sign. Like, where's the evidence that it dumped a bunch of snow down in that 24-hour period that it recorded?
Yeah, there's like really, really obvious tracks. Like you can see the snow thing, it zooms past really quickly. And then literally like a few frames later, the tracks just disappear.
So what bothers me too is, we've debunked like his, maybe, I want to say at least 2 other videos that he's presented. I think one of them might have been with a watch that had the overlay that was offset by a few pixels. And then another one which had the repeating flagpole or something for the missing flagpole shadow. And then so it's like, okay, so he's learning from his mistakes. now he's got it figured out.
So in the other video, I saw some glitches, when I was watching the sun. I don't. You can check if that one that you did post, doesn't have the same title. But anyway, you see Antarctica 24 sunlight VR 8 kappa. Okay, so I saw some glitches, in the sun. So it turns oval and etc. So by watching that glitches, you see it must be some kind of manipulation done. Anyway, I'm gonna post mine. Let's see what I have it. When I save this.
Hey, DJ, it's like they finally got it right this time. They finally spliced it together in a way that's so hard for people to detect. Oh, they should be celebrated.
I did save this one, 2019. I'm gonna post it. So there's a camera, at this New Mars station. They call it New Mars Station 3. It's a German station at Antarctica. Oops. Let's see. It's different. The video is in different format. This one. Let's see this one.
Godsend. Welcome to the chat.
Okay, this one you can play it. There will be, some reflexes on the lens of that camera. But what is interesting is the sun, coming, and the moon coming from right to left. It's a secret, they have this camera, but I went to find, this online camera, and it doesn't show me. I think they there's a gift there, but that it's from that gift. It's from sorry, it has. It doesn't show the sun and moon passing by, so they did it on purpose. Anyway, it's the same station. Anyway, what is interesting? Yeah, from that location you see the sun and the moon passing by, and there's those three guys with those suits, special suits, and the helmet pointing to something in the sky passing by. It's from the year 2012. You see Newmar Station at the top 3. Newmar Station 3 in yellow, and then Antarctica, and you see the year and the time at the top. Anyway. This was from a Flat Earth guy from Brazil. Flat Earth Evidences, yeah, YouTube channel. I'm still translating. Of course, the quality of the camera, sometimes you see those reflexes, but you have to avoid. Yeah, you just pay attention to what is going on in the sky, the sun and the moon passing by. At minute 2 minutes and 20 seconds, you see sunrise. But it's a time lapse, so it doesn't have the full in the entire video, so it's just a time lapse. And I don't know if that is a GoPro, but anyway, it's very interesting. There's times, these cameras, when they are not receiving light, they turn into infrared. Sometimes you see on color, and sometimes you see black and white. There's security cameras. They work like this. They. I did work with security cameras. So there was a place, when there was no light, no car illuminating that area. The camera was just black and white. When there was a guy appearing there suddenly you see on color. So. But there's a few problems there. Some reflexes. It's a poor quality camera. But yeah, very interesting what's going on in the sky. This guy, I just remember, he did some live streams, and when there was a guy believing in space, he always used this expression, "Oh, we have a cosmic ballerina." Very interesting. But then, each YouTube channel, they just strike him and ban it. He did a new one. We have seen, sometimes sadly I have so many links, and when I go there at YouTube, they are not more available. Guess why? I have seen, some people from Brazil. Sadly, at that time, their YouTube videos, sadly, they are not more monetized. They don't receive money for what the content they are doing. And we see Professor Dave and other guys, they are earning money. Nothing happened to those guys. But if someone talks about flat Earth or other things, there was a lady. She was just doing this question. What is going on with Antarctica? So she was looking at both sides. Sadly, she did not receive more money from YouTube. So demonetize. It's sadly, but it's what happened. By the way, one day I was using, I think it was 1 year ago, I was using, Google Maps, and then it turns to the globe, but before that, I saw this glitch. So let me see where I have it. I didn't, it was so fast because I couldn't take a print screen, but I saw a geometric figure, and it was, all the faces of this geometric figure was with flat maps around, So it was before it, pops up into a ball. I was looking to this geometric figure with flat maps on Google. Google Maps.
I
turned
remember
into
seeing that too.
Earth. Google Earth. So I did found some geometric figure. It's like this one. Let me see. You see that? There was some kind of lag, but it was so fast that I couldn't take a print screen. But if someone one day
You
can
take a
find
PET scan?
that, I did this. I did found this geometric figure. It was like this. I don't know. Maybe that it had more one or two faces. Who knows? But it was like this shape. Before I see Google Earth. I saw this and all these faces, these flat faces were with flat maps, and then they pop up into a ball. So that was amazing. They are maybe someone could find in the algorithm why they have to put flat maps around a geometric figure and then pop up into a ball.
Oh my god. Is Cam here? Gambo, you here, bro? You here, buddy? Like you. Is Kimbo even here? Is he just idling on Discord? Anyhow. What's everybody up to?
I'm in here to listen to y'all talk about flat Earth and globe Earth.
Picking vegetables.
We got our little break right now. Oh shit! I'm playing Team Fortress 2.
Kind of hard to understand that one dude, Miguel, but I'm trying.
What?
Kind of hard to understand that one dude, but I'm trying.
Me?
No, the other guy, Miguel Sosa, I think. Let me look. See who. I think that's his name. Yeah, I think that's who it is. I've seen him before in the PNR other.
Miguel? Oh. Yeah.
Miguel Souza.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I wasn't trying to be. I just didn't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, it's okay. I have another guy. You always say Miguel.
Miguel.
Miguel. But it's
Miguel.
It says
like how the Dutch would say it.
Miguel. You have to say
Miguel Desert Eagle. Oh. The Desert Eagle is kind of the sexiest gun out there, but fuck, man, 7 rounds. I can't relate because I can't own firearms in my country.
What's your country?
Netherlands.
Oh, Netherlands.
It's super weird, like our laws. It's like the entire. I don't know, man. Like guns aren't really a thing, but like there are weird laws. So you definitely can never really own a firearm. You can own one if you're like a hunter, highly exceptional. You can't even own an airsoft without doing a background check, and be over 18 and stuff. And you also have to like, but I think this is in general for all like types of weapons. Put it into
where, like North Korea.
Weapon. Yeah, in terms of firearms, it kind of is. But here's the crazy part: you can like by the way, the airsoft guns are the only exception that you can buy something that looks like a firearm, right? Not even like toy firearms can look like a like a Glock, right? They have to meet a certain guideline. So for airsoft, there are more rules than for buying an actual Glock 19 that is, or 18 or whatever it's called, that has been made how's inserviceable, if that's the detectable word for it. So basically, a firearm that's being made unusable. So it's only for show, really. That can be a real firearm, however. So you can't have Glock 19s as toys, right? I mean, toys that look like Glock 19s, but you can't own a real Glock 19 that's being disarmed. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for, disarmed.
It's a replica.
It's a real Glock 19. It's just disarmed. Like it has been disarmed. You know.
Right, like the barrel been filled full of lead or something.
Exactly. Like the I don't know. Just think of any real firearm and make it in such a way that you can no longer use it.
Yeah, and they pretty strict on those too, huh?
No, not at all. You can buy them when you're over 18 in the store. You don't need no background checking or anything, but you do need all that hassle for owning an airsoft gun.
So basically, it's a club that looks like a firearm.
Sorry, what?
So as far as protection, it's just a club that looks like a firearm. It don't do you no good in the real world, in other words.
Well, actually, so what some criminals do is they actually buy those fake firearms, right, or like disarmed firearms, and they rearm it again. And sometimes they work, you know, but a lot of times, you know, I don't think firearm technology is that complicated,
on who
right?
made it.
Yeah,
and
but
how much gun related crime exists?
I don't really know, but like most of the gun related crime happen within the underworld, really, and you know.
Oh, where the police can't enforce it.
In the underworld, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like people just drive to Eastern Europe where you can buy an AK-47 for the price of a pack of cigarettes, and you know.
They can also be brought in pretty easily too.
Yep. You basically have to drive to Poland because someone in Poland, even Poland, is within the European Union. You can go I'm pretty sure you can even go outside the European Union and get one. Germany has, Germany is our neighbor country, and they have a lot more relaxed firearm laws than the Netherlands does. You know.
So only the criminally inclined tend to get these more often, right?
It's fine for criminals to get them. Well, not really, but they do get it. If they want them, they get them, but they don't use it like in, like, how do you say it? We don't have school shootings in that regard. But I didn't type. Oh my god, I didn't talk about another type of gun that you can buy as easily as a disarmed firearm. I don't know what they're called, but we call them luchtbugs. And they're just basically, gas pressurized guns. And the weird thing about them is, they can't look like real firearms. So you can't have a gas pressurized gun which is capable of killing mice, even capable of going through metal. There's no regulation on how much pressure you can put in those barrels. So theoretically, practically, you can even make it in such a way that you can really hurt or kill somebody. Very easy to get. No background check. Nothing. It's like buying a gun in Texas, I assume.
Sounds crazy.
It sounds like it's like an airsoft gun, like a PCP or pre-charged pneumatic gun, and they're dangerous. You're right. People, in fact, they go up to 50 caliber, a big boy.
And you can just buy them.
Waves of migrants wielding machetes.
Oh wait, there is a rule. You have to be over 18, and then you can buy them. So basically,
I would hate to have no legal protection available to me when waves of migrants are wielding machetes through my neighborhood.
I mean, yeah, we have we have a lot of immigration. Oh, sorry, we have a lot of immigration issues over here, but they don't really come from people that are from war-torn countries. Like they're usually from countries like Algeria or places that aren't really they're more in, economically disadvantaged than they are rich, or than they are destroyed through war, And and they caused for a lot, and I'm talking about a lot of disturbances and petty crime and stuff.
Because in some parts of America, the sheriff's office loves to distribute concealed carry permits because they see that as extra help from the public. The attitude over in Europe is ass backwards.
Yeah, but it's kind of beginning to shift a little bit, but not as much as you'd expect. We just recently had a lot of countries had their, I think a lot of Western European countries had their parliamentary elections going on. Their important elections, and shifted a little bit to the right, as well as for the parliamentary European Parliament. It shifted a little bit to the right, but I was just watching a mini documentary on the formation of the coalitions that are going on within the right-wing European environment, and they don't seem to go hand in hand with practical matters, really. There are some that, I don't know, they're a little bit more demanding. Sometimes to touchy extremists.
You have like culturally homogenous, culturally homogenous people that never had to really deal with a very multicultural society and all the grievances that can arise from that.
Yeah, but you figure that the right wing would be pretty unified, right? That like they'll agree with each other on a lot of points, but apparently like it doesn't really work out, and when it doesn't really work out in the coalition forming, because there's been a lot of like pretty noticeable and remarkable changes going on. The Germans have the Alternative for Germany party, which is being left out by a lot of center right / right wing coalitions. But the Alternative for Germany party is kind of I don't know. It's a little different, if I may say so.
Okay.
But back to the firearms thing. Yeah, someone was making a point about the airsoft.
I was just saying, it sounds like you're talking about airsoft, but then you're saying they have to be made like a toy. They can't look like a real firearm. It's kind of, I mean, I get the idea of it, but hell, everybody knows that they just as bad as a firearm. So, I mean, it's good on both sides, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, practically, the public calls on everybody when they're carrying a firearm, when they're carrying a toy firearm. So, I don't know. We don't really have, like...
So, what about...
Yeah, go ahead.
So, but what about, since you don't have the firearms like they do in America, what about knives, the crime for knives or swords? Is there any kind of legal laws?
Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. In the Netherlands, you are basically every type of weapon is prohibited from being possessed by a person in the public spaces. The only exception when it comes to weapons is if you're antiqueness or you're using it for a very specific job. In this case, I can think of none other than a hunter, right? There's no law that allows you to, or at least the law doesn't allow you to use anything as your personal defense weapon. That means you can't even own a taser. You can't even own pepper spray. You can't own what are those things? Those metal things that you wrap around your fingers, so you can.
Yeah. So have you heard the argument? Have you heard the argument that the governments like these are actually very pro-gun?
In the East?
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah,
like
because
the governments
a lot of
are so pro-gun that they only want all the guns for themselves.
Well, yeah, that's basically how we're fought. It's explicitly how we're fought, is that the government has the monopoly on violence, and they explicitly say they want to keep it that way. I don't think they're keeping it a secret. They just don't want to have random civilians have guns, right? I mean, hunters can have them. Oh, by the way, you can't own you are able to own crossbows and what are those other things called? Just regular bows as well. You can own those. Those are fine.
Interesting. How does the citizenry feel about that? It's been that way for years, so apparently it's not enough people feel opposed to it. or they would change it.
Well, I mean, like, people over here still get like, there's some people over here that travel a lot, and they still get their hands on like certain types of weapons. It's not uncommon. It happens. If people really want to commit a crime with a firearm, they usually do succeed in doing that. I mean, there was like this crazy dude, and firearms are like, if anything, if there's anything illegal, it's firearms, right, for citizens. And this dude was was like mentally fucked up and stuff, and it was a 32-year-old, had a 16-year-old girlfriend that was still in college, and he the two of them broke up, but he kept stalking her, and eventually he shot her to death right in front of her school. It's pretty freaking horrific, actually.
Yeah.
And the people that security, security guards, they can.
Nope.
They cannot use.
Nope, they're not even by law entitled to use violence, but in practicality they do. They do kick you out. So bouncers can really yeet you out of the club if they want to. They can deny you access and stuff. And usually, most of the bouncers are big, beefy men that, don't.
And they are not wearing weapons.
Yeah, I mean,
some.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know how to fit some. I'm pretty sure some security guards get stabbed, isn't that? But like I said, they're security around like a lot of clubs.
Yes.
They're tough men, if I may say so.
But people that transport the money and the values, those guys are wearing weapons or not? There.
Sorry.
People that there's these trucks, they drive with money from casinos, etc. They are they're traveling with these trucks. Those guys, if they are using weapons or not. There's
the valuable transportation. No, they don't. They just drive in armored trucks. That's it.
Okay.
But the are like the Dutch equivalent of the Federal Reserve. They do have security from our military police.
Okay. So yeah, that's better.
Yeah. And our cops carry guns as well. They don't have an extensive arsenal, right? Like, yeah, there are some cops in Amsterdam that are, because of the increased Ferris threats, they were trained to, like, there was an entire news article about this too. They were trained to use the MP5, right? But there was already like criticism because there was an argument made that the MP5 is a defensive firearm and not really an offensive one, right? Because I mean, what do terrorists like to use for a gun? The AK-47, right? Which chambers 7.62s usually.
Yes, I know what is the MP5 going on.
But also, like, if that were to happen, we do have a SWAT team that is basically half military and half police, and these guys have everything. So I'm pretty sure every country has like a
Yeah, we have that too here in Portugal.
Every country has it. I mean, it's stupid not to have one. Oh yeah, and we the cops recently started, like not too long ago, they started carrying tasers too. We didn't have tasers for a long time.
Here in Portugal, I don't know if they use taser already.
I just want like women to carry pepper spray because we do have we do have an increase of crime going on regarding women violence and sexual violence against women.
Here in Portugal, we cannot use. They cannot use that. It's forbidden. That you are talking about the sprays, right? The weapon spray.
Yeah, I think so. However, what they do have I think there was this one company that tried to bypass the weapons law by not having pepper spray is pretty well defined, right? Like it has to be like you can't like. if you use water as pepper spray, it's not really pepper spray, right? It's just spraying somebody with water. But instead, they used some kind of some type of paint, and that paint also is like very hard to get rid of. So, you know, when the police are trying to trace people down, they can actually find, you know, stains of the
paint. Yeah, okay.
mock-up pepper spray itself. So, yeah.
Yeah, here with yeah, you call it pepper spray. How you call it? Pepper sprite? How you?
Pepper spray or pepper
yeah.
paint? Yeah, pepper paint. It's called like yeah, or paint spray. Yeah, I don't know what's called.
The pepper spray. They use only the police is allowed to use that. You know, when there's a lot of confusion in the streets, some they use that.
Yeah, I guess like pepper spray was like I said, our police started carrying tasers not too long ago, and in the meantime, like before that, it was like the intermediary tools they had between a firearm and just their bodies was pepper spray and baton. That's about it. But now you see cops walking around, man. They carry an entire tool belt, and it seems it's like filled to the brick with everything.
I have bear spray that I carry around with me when I go walking with the wife.
Yeah. Where do you live? Like around London or?
No. I'm Australian, but I live in Poland.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not allowed to have anything like that in Australia. But in Poland, like in this area that we're in, there's a lot of big dogs. Never know when
yeah. Right.
Might be out. Lots of big German Shepherds everywhere and other giant breeds.
Oh, dude, I like in the Netherlands, like we don't really have any serious wildlife, right? Like the most serious thing we had was recently there was like I think a single wolf came into our country, and it started following a few people, but that's about it. It doesn't really get into. But if I imagine, like, you know, I see like really like nice places in Canada where you can go and you can book a vacation, but I know I'm terrified because I know there's grizzly bears in Canada, right?
Yeah,
so
man.
I'd be like, if I'm
say
gonna go camp. Yeah.
People say Australia is dangerous, but it's not compared to these countries that have wolves and bears. Like, you can go walking anywhere in Australia, generally not going to get attacked by anything large.
Yeah, you get fucking shredded, dude. Bears are fucking scary. There are no bears in Australia?
No bears, no big dangerous animals except for up north in northern Australia, crocodiles. But if you don't,
anything that's venomous is really defensive, right? Or is not preying on humans.
Yeah, no one's died from a spider bite forever in Australia. You do have to watch out for snakes, though. Brown snakes are the main ones that you have to watch out for. They're crazy and they can kill you. Generally not, but
they don't
crocodiles
prey
and
on humans, right?
I've heard reports of them chasing people, but
babies?
Usually it's if you accidentally step on one.
Yeah, okay, but yeah, all right, but that's like
they're not going to chase you down or anything like that.
Why are you fucking stepping on me, mate? Why are you running away? I don't know.
Yeah, like usually, like because if you're walking down a trail or something like that, they'll be sunbaking and they'll be along the trail. Like I've nearly stood on a few of them, but I think most people generally there's not a lot of deaths from snake bites. It's just sharks and crocodiles you've got to watch out for, but the crocodiles are only up in northern Australia, and also the box jellyfish is also up northern Australia.
Oh, that's fucked up, dude. Like I said, we're like over here. We're not used to serious wildlife, right? But I was like trying to walk down the beach, and I totally forgot about jellyfish. And I like the most common type of jellyfish that we see around here. Also happens to be the one that's the most painful of all. I was like, dude, what the fuck? I almost stepped on a few of them. I usually do get like really close to like look at them. Like jellyfish are kind of funny, to be honest. They're so goofy.
Yeah, man, I've been surfing before, and I don't know what the hell happened, but the entire ocean was just filled.
Oh my god,
with jellyfish. It was like the water was like 99% jellyfish,
nightmare, dude.
And every paddle is just like it's like paddling in jelly. And we thought they were harmless, but when we got out of the water, we worked out that
it's like the sea
your whole body's just itching like crazy. Yeah,
oh, dude.
They're like little balls of jelly. These ones, but they're not dangerous. These ones, but they make you itchy.
But it's
the ones you got to watch out for in
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say that the main ones, I think they're called the box jellyfish. We don't have because I'm from the East Coast, like around like just below Brisbane area. We didn't really have many predators except for sharks and blue bottle jellyfish. They're really bad. Like they don't kill you, but it's like the worst pain ever.
You not be afraid of sharks, right? Because they don't really hunt on humans, like unless you like do like swim in a certain way.
Man, like where I grew up surfing, like just a few years ago, there was a guy just like surfing just 10 meters off the beach, and he just got jacked by a giant tiger shark. Yeah, there's quite a lot of shark attacks, but statistically, it's pretty safe. Like I surfed my whole life, and I never had any encounters with a shark. But yeah,
it's pretty
it's
fucked up.
Still, like it's the most terrifying thing, man.
I'd be more afraid of crocodiles, really. Like if I'm honest.
Yeah. Oh hell yeah, man! And they could go in the ocean as well. Like you can be surfing or just swimming up at the beach in Northern Australia, and you can have like a freaking.
Oh my god! I was gonna say Northern Australia,
5-meter crocodile. Yeah,
I heard it on a Joe Rogan podcast, and I don't really listen to that guy, but like this one time I was looking at this clip, and it was like this fucking. He said something about that people get killed in Northern Australia because when they go on the beach, they mistake the crocodiles for tree logs, and they shit on them.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's crazy.
I can't verify that, but oh my god. Dude, I'll be scared like a motherfucker. I can't go to places where there are crocodiles. That's too much. Like I can't go there.
Yeah.
I've been to California before, but I'm not gonna go to fucking Florida or anything.
Yeah, I don't like crocodiles either. Snakes. We have a decent amount of.
What about black widows?
I'm not really.
You guys have kangaroos?
Yeah, we have heaps of them, man. So many black widows, like
I think that's more of a
like you would just lift up anything. You would lift up anything outside. There would be like 2 or 3. We call them redbacks, but that's a black widow.
I have no fucking clue how they're not in Europe, in my place, because like we're on mainland Europe, right? Europe is like the big, like Eurasia is like the biggest landmass in the entire world. It's like what the fuck, dude? Like why don't we have like these crazy type of shit? Why are like they're all centered in like this? The biggest island of the entire world that's called Australia. Like I'm never made any sense.
I don't know. But yeah, they're not really dangerous, the redbacks or the black widows. I mean, you get sick if you get bitten, but it's not going to kill you. I don't think anyone's died from one of those since like 1960 or something like that.
Maybe if you get a fever or something and you're like weak and jet, like your immune system is not as.
Yeah, or if you go to sleep out in the bush or something, and you like fall asleep in like a nest of them, and you get bitten like a whole bunch of times.
That dude.
That I saw some TV shows like reality style survival shows or whatever, where they show terrible encounters, and like this guy just went to sleep, like he was lost out in the bush, and he went to sleep, and he went to sleep in like a black widow nest. Nearly died.
Yeah, fuck that shit. They're not gonna like me, man. When like I'm definitely getting a tour guide, and dude, I'm gonna be his human backpack, basically. Fuck that. I'm glad where I live, man. Yeah, we don't have any mountains. That's the part that sucks. But I mean, we got cats. Shit.
What type of cats?
Oh, my neighbor's cat.
Like kitty cats.
Yeah, just cats. Yeah, I was like, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I was trying to sound like cats are like exotic, but it's like I know it's like the most common type of fucking. I like them, man. Like you know how it is. Like you like you're in Poland, and it's understandable that when you go out, there are like stray dogs and that kind of shit. In the Netherlands, it's not like that at all. Every kind of animal you see in the wild, except for seagulls, like they do not. You can assume that there's an owner, and people know that this animal is harmless, right? So like if you see a cat that's alone, or if you see a dog without a leash, then you know that that's a dog that's well behaved, likely, and doesn't bite people in general. Even if I work as a food courier, and people let their dogs in their yards, and they may bark really loud at you, but they don't really do anything. Even the big ones don't even do anything. but it's kind of like I still like take a, you know, more than usual.
You never know.
cautious
You
approach.
just get that one bad dog.
But there are dogs that are like genuinely aggressive, you know, and they I don't know, but they usually are restrained. They either get a muffler or anything like that. So I think we have it figured, you know, straightened out already. But I assume in Poland people are not as, or I don't know, it's a bigger problem and it's not really tackled down in such a way.
Not really. I mean, the dogs are. It's more dangerous walking around in Australia. Like someone will have a pit bull just be loose, or there'll be big staffy walking around.
Yeah.
But here, like people are more responsible. I think the fines and stuff are worse here. Penalties, you know, if you
Yeah, no,
break
you
the
can lose
rules
your
when it
dog,
comes
man.
to, like, yeah. Fines
It's
here
fucked
are
up
crazy.
because if,
like that's why people behave here, because the fines are so bad for doing the wrong thing. Like I just got a $3,000 fine, man. No shit. Like
for what?
I was in Sri Lanka for 6 months, and our car insurance was running out, and we still had 3 months left in our trip. So we cancelled the car insurance, and then we were just going to renew it when we got back to Poland. A big deal. So we get back to Poland.
Oh, you were
and we
driving
get
without
this
insurance?
Oh, no, not once. Once. Because I was overseas. I was in Sri Lanka, but the car insurance was going to run out. You know, it was going to be expensive to pay it, considering we weren't going to be back for over 3 months. We thought, we'll just let it run out. And then when we get back to Poland, we'll just renew it again before we drive. And then we get back here and find out it's completely illegal to cancel your car insurance. And then we got like a 9,000 zloty fine, which is like 1,500 USD or something like that.
Wait, hold on. You don't use euro in Poland? I thought Poland was within the European monetary. Yeah.
Polish zloty is like
slutty. Goddamn.
Zloty as
I guess it's not worth going to
how
the
they see
EU when your currency is called slutty.
Zloty,
I know,
yeah,
that's childish.
it's-
Anyway, but like, you
It's
can't
good
just.
here. It's cheap here. It's a very nice country, and it's much cheaper than anywhere else like around it in Europe.
Or Scandinavia or something, yeah.
Yeah, like compared to like Switzerland or Finland or anything like that, it's so much cheaper here, but just as nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Unless
don't know,
it's
man.
winter. Yeah, it
There's a lot of
sucks.
like, there's a lot of like worker migrants from Poland over here. You know, nobody complains about them, of course. Like, you know, like our right wing party, like, is fucking chooses its priority. Like, there's this one dude in our country, you know, and he makes a big issue out of migrants. You know, a little bit now. It's a little bit more actual that, you know, he's gained more popularity and shit. His party was the biggest in the elections too. But like, he used to shit on Polish migrant workers, and it never really made any fucking sense to me. And you know, and then like the other migrants came in here from the Middle East and Northern Africa, and he was like more focused on that. Oh, we still have Polish migrants, and you know, you actually do need them, because like a lot of the jobs that require some form of practicality, you know, is like filled up by the Polish a lot. And they do you know, like they're like fucking decent people. They just do their work. They just do their job. They do it right. You know, they don't drive like fucking.
Yeah, they're
idiots.
pretty chill. They're very like responsible kind of people. They kind of keep to themselves. They're not overly social.
Yeah.
Unless you're their family, and you know, they generally follow the rules, and they don't get rowdy and drunk and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Pretty well behaved. Noticed. Like, you walk around in Australia and everyone's like saying hello to you randomly, just strangers, and people are like really rowdy. But here, like, you'll say hello to someone and they'll just give you like this death look and just completely ignore you. And they're not being rude, it's just like the culture. Unless you're their family, they don't really want to talk to you in general.
Yeah. I don't know if I don't know if that's something I would rather have, but you know, I would.
I'm an introvert,
I guess,
so it kind of works well for me.
Yeah, okay,
You
that
don't have
makes
to,
sense.
like, yeah. But it's chill. It's a chill country. I mean, we live outside of the city. We're kind of in the country, like 15 minutes out of the city, and it's a pretty quiet area.
Yeah.
Nice in summer, and then we try to leave for the winter. Like, we go to Southeast Asia. Like last year, we went to India, Sri Lanka for 7 months just to skipped all the cold period.
Yeah,
It gets freezing here.
there's like an increased tourism from European. Like I don't know if I have to believe social media, but like a lot of people are going to these places like Sri Lanka, Vietnam, uh, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines. India too. What else? I don't really see people go to Bhutan. Bhutan's actually a really nice place too. The country in between India and China.
Oh,
It really
true.
talks
Never,
about that.
I think I've never looked into that. Like,
Yeah, but that's something that surprises me. But
yeah, we went to South India. That was awesome. It was very tropical, and the people were super cool and super trustworthy. And the food was awesome, and it was like really, really cheap. Yeah, good holiday.
I always like underestimate like how hot these places can be because like I look at them and I
Oh
see the sun
man.
shining. It's like, yeah, it makes sense. Like
Oh
you're
man.
wearing a shirt. Like,
Yeah. Oh,
it can't- it has to
I'm
be
used to
cold,
the
man.
east coast of Australia where it's like gets 30, 40 degrees all summer. But when you're in Sri Lanka, like I was just, it's a different type of heat.
Yeah,
I was just like dripping in sweat for 6 months.
I
It's
hate
great
that.
to get back to Poland. Yeah,
I
it was
remember,
great
like,
to
the-
get back here where it's a bit cooler.
I remember like the first real experience I had with high temperatures was in California, and I remember when I was stepping outside the house. You know how like every fucking house in the United States has like AC. So I was like conditioned to the to the air provided by the air conditioner, and when I stepped outside, I literally felt the air rising by my arms. And I remember I was like wearing my own clothing, which was not as baggy, but like everybody in the United States really just wears a lot of baggy clothing. Like cargo shorts and
Yeah.
like large white T-shirt. And
yeah.
I was wearing that sooner. I was wearing that anytime soon when I came in here. When I came in there, it was like, damn, dude, I adjusted. I had to adjust. Yeah, shit. Damn, I would like to go back there. I want to go to the Hell's Angels chapter in Oakland. Cause I went to San Francisco, and then we drove somewhere near Sacramento where some of my family live, and they're well established there. They got a pretty nice business going on. It's more of the in-law side of my family rather than my own one. And yeah, it's like, dude, it's like a really it has its own vibe. I don't know.
Awesome.
I'll be there anytime
We
soon.
used
But I
to
just
have a
want to
lot of
check out
motorcycle
the
gangs.
I just want to check
but
it
they
out
made
real
it
quick. No, I don't think they're gonna be very welcoming to any strange. But I'm like, dude, I just want to check it out. We don't really see any videos of like the Oakland chapter of the Hells Angels, and it's like, yeah, I get it. They're a pretty inclusive society, but like I think by now, especially with the rise of social media and people going to everywhere, like fucking Afghanistan, like just talk and just drinking tea with the Taliban and shit. Like you figured someone would do that with the Hells Angels, but it's not really widespread media coverage about them.
Well, aren't they also like all boomers and they don't use like social media and stuff? Am I
What?
aren't those people like boomers that don't use social media and stuff?
Yeah, I think they got their own little kind of attitude about how they see social media. No, I was watching this little miniseries. It's called American MC. It's a bunch of dudes that consider starting a motorcycle club, and they kind of make it look like they are, and they have like a run with the Hells Angels, and basically it's crazy. Like it's also the first time I saw. I saw like a group of motorcycle riders just driving Harley Davidson at like 100 miles per hour and not wearing any helmets. Like apparently in Arizona, there's no law. Like, dude, you have to fucking wear a lot of protection over here, and it's like rightfully so, right? Like if you're on a motorcycle, like it's already dangerous enough with protective clothing, but I guess in Arizona they don't really give a fuck. So you just ride there without a helmet. You do have to wear glasses and shoes that cover your ankles.
You have to wear glasses but not a helmet.
Yeah, glasses make sense. Like, if I have to be honest. Damn,
Yeah, I mean you can't. Yeah, I guess maybe you can't like concentrate because you get the wind in your eyes or something, right?
Oh yeah. No, I drive a moped a lot myself, and like you'll definitely start to tear up and shit with the wind.
Yeah, I drove like an ATV and that bike for a long time.
Or if I'm sticking my head out of the car, then yeah, you'll definitely understand why you need glasses.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I don't know.
But you definitely like if you live in an area where there's like a lot of trees by the road and you can travel at like 60 miles per hour, then you should wear you should wear eyewear because you don't want to have an acorn at 60 miles per hour in your eyeballs. Like, come on, dude, like that's just fucked up. You know, have to wear like I don't know, tempered glasses. That's how you call them. Anyway, I'll be right back.
I think it's polarized glasses.
It's what? It's
Polarized.
I don't even hear what you're saying.
Polarized. Let me see if I found.
Huh?
Polarized. Let me see the link. I post the link.
Oh, I see. Polarized lenses. I understand. To like, yeah, remove reflections. Why is everybody just muted in this VC or what?
Well, I have something to do, so see you guys later. Bye bye.
Have a good time.
Cheers. Bye bye.
What's up, Pels? Everybody's muted in here, so I just thought I'd invite you until someone else came back and wanted to chat on.
What's going on in here?
Well, nothing right now. I liked your what? I like the image you sent. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody in here wants to chat about stuff, so they're all muted. What are you doing?
Working right now.
On your image generator thing, can you like choose styles and stuff?
Yeah, you can. You can stay in like a certain lens or like any type of variable you want to put in there.
So can you choose like an art style?
Yeah, like you could do Renaissance, you could do yaoi.
Lolly, I see, I understand. Wait, does it cost money? Money? Does it cost money?
No, but the AI may save your history and base it upon your social credit, I guess, if your country has that type of thing.
Social credit score. I see. Wait, okay. What is the? Is it like Bing or how do you use it?
There's so many right now.
But I want a good a good free one. How do I find that? I can't find any good free ones at all. They're like,
Yeah, Bing is pretty good. We have to have an account with like an email account with them.
I can do that. I think. What's up, Mr. Nicky?
Is it unlimited? Free?
It gives you like a like amount of tokens per day. So
Yeah, like most of them.
yeah.
Boy. Sweet. Well, at least I can get some mommy pictures out of it. Dude, I can't believe I smacked my head into the wall. That's fucking insane.
That is insane. What the fuck?
Did you see the curve after?
The curve.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, I did.
The dream mommy betrayed me, and I just felt that was not good. That was some like manipulation shit right there. Okay, isn't there anyone in here who wants to like talk about flat Earth and shit?
Did you have something in particular that you wanted to talk about in regards to that?
Well, I have like two things. The first one was just like, it seems like I've never like seen like a model that accounts for sort of sunlight, like the sun and the moon's movement around the Earth. That accounts for like day-night cycles properly.
Right, so yeah, we're not making claims about things we can't validate 100% or things we can't test, if you know what I mean. So we're not claiming to know the sun and the moon are exactly, or their heights, or the medium that they're in, or their distances.
Oh, I'm not asking.
We're talking
about
about right. So we're not talking about like a model when we're talking about flat Earth. We're talking about measurements of the surface and falsifying the radius of the globe, and particularly like large bodies of water not having the rate of curvature that there should be. So, I mean, we all see the same thing in the sky when it comes to the sun and the moon. I mean, that moves east to west across the sky. I don't know what you're expecting in a model.
Well, okay, so what I'm asking for specifically is like, seems as though what we observe is, unless there is a model that exists that can account for it, it seems like that what we observe is pretty much impossible if the Earth was flat. Like half the Earth being in sunlight and half the Earth being in darkness. Right?
Right, but we're not claiming a disk in space with a 93 million mile sun. I mean, that would be impossible. But with a small local sun, a closer sun that circles around Earth.
No, I don't believe that.
Exactly what. Don't believe in what, a 93 million mile sun?
No, I don't believe that a smaller local sun would make it possible to see what we observe in the sky.
Why not?
So, like, generally we accept that like sunlight is something, or like light is something that emanates out from a specific point, right? Like a sphere, you would expect like a spherical sunlight out in all directions. And so a small local sun probably has a sphere of sunlight on to the flat Earth, right, presumably. But that wouldn't cover exactly half the Earth, which is what we observe. So like, if I find like a model, let me see if I can find one right here.
And if you look at speculative models that, roughly show it, it works perfectly. I mean, it covers roughly half, and I mean, it fits with dayandnight.com.
I would like
hey,
to see
Globalist.
that, yeah.
If you, sorry, go ahead. No, I was going to ask you a question, unrelated to what you guys were talking about. But if you guys want to talk about that,
I mean, if you want, like, I guess this guy can look for it while we talk about that, if he actually wants to. But I don't know.
I mean, I'm just saying it can be modeled out where it works on a flat Earth, on an AE map or whatever. Like it can be modeled out where it works, but we're not claiming that that's exactly correct because we can't validate it.
Well, it's not even that. It's like I've never seen it actually model out where it's possible, right? So if I said this, for example, right? If there was a small local sun, this would be what we see, right? Like we would see sunlight
Not
emanates out from the
necessarily.
sea.
I mean, right, but you're kind of assuming like a bunch of things when you're showing that. I mean, that's an AE map. It's a globe projection. We're not claiming that that's an official flat Earth map. You're probably picturing a particular height, a physical ball. I mean, there's so many variables that we can't validate. So we really, that particular model is very lacking, and it's making a bunch of presuppositions that we don't claim.
Well, it's not even that. It's just like even just with the two basic values, like even in a vacuum with no other things, it's just not. It doesn't seem to be possible that light can just perfectly flatly have like emanates lights above the Earth, like in a perfect flat straight thing above the center, and then only covers one half, and then also be above the Earth in some places. Like that doesn't seem to be possible.
Yeah, I know, but like once again, we're not making exact claims about that in particular. And also, I've seen it modeled out where if someone has like a little flat Earth model, kind of like what you just showed with like a dome over the top, and then they move the like a light source around that dome, it pretty much sort of aligns. I've seen that lined up with what you see on I'm in he's wearing on timeanddate.com, and it looks very, very similar to what you see on there, if not identical. So we're not sure exactly what the sun is, where the sun is, whether there's a dome, of some kind, or whether the sun's inside it or outside it. But when people do model it with the dome and the sun on the outside of the dome and they move it around, it does pretty much match up well with what you see.
Well, so if it was on the outside of the dome, then it wouldn't line up with what we observe, right? Because sometimes the sun is directly above you when you look up, right? So it doesn't seem like it's
No. Hold on a second though. Like when you see what you see in the sky, you're seeing in a celestial sphere. Like when you're looking up at the sky, you're not. You have like a dome of vision, a dome of perspective that everyone has, and that's also the way that it's explained in the globe as well.
Are you referring
So
to
you're seeing
the GIF you posted, I think, yesterday of a person standing on a green plane and he's like inside of a dome, and you
I'll
can see the
post it.
movement of the stars in the sky?
Yeah,
Is that what you're describing right now? Yeah, because I actually had a question about that. So
yeah, look, I'm not a professional on that. I'm still learning about that. I wish Box Ops was in here because he's studied it in detail.
I do want to talk about I do want to talk about something that I think is accessible to our understanding, like everyone in here, and that is if you have that model, right, where you have a dome, and you describe the movement of celestial bodies in that way. Doesn't it contradict with the observation that in some places in the southern and northern hemisphere, we do not see the same stars in the same way as we would in each hemisphere?
Right, so it explains it perfectly.
At one point, you shouldn't be able to see some of the stars at all, like even.
Yeah, and you can't. You can't. You like I can show you. This isn't claimed to be 100% perfect, but this explains, in regards to that celestial model, this explains how all of that does work on a flat Earth. I'll just post this link and have a play around with this model that I'm posting.
In combination with the counterclockwise and clockwise and just directional movement of the night sky in some place on the Earth.
It works perfectly. Yeah, it works perfectly. And if you have a click into this model,
but in combination, hold on, in combination with that, right? I didn't define the other thing, right? In combination with the observation that you do not see certain certain amount of certain stars in certain hemispheres, which is
right.
which
Because
is
they're too far away from you. Okay, so they're
No,
outside.
no,
Just
no.
say
They're
you're
blocked. They're blocked by the Earth. They're blocked by the materials.
Yeah, in the globe model, they're blocked by the Earth, but on a flat model, they're blocked by your perspective limits.
Okay. Does that work on the same plane that you were talking about earlier? The GIF. The green surface in a dome.
I said one here that kind of explains, like.
Yeah, it
Like, it
does.
just doesn't seem like the
if you,
movement
I
of the
don't know
light
if-
is kind of cucked here. Like, I don't know.
Wait, you know what? I
on-
just wanna open. I can't live stream, but if I did, I have Space Engine installed. I have it on Steam, and I can directly show you what I'm talking about, because yeah, otherwise like we're just talking over here. Like, but I don't have that level yet where I can screen share.
Right. You're on a laptop, are you? Where you can open a second window up
PC.
while you're talking?
No, I'm on PC.
You able to just? Yeah, that's the same thing. So click into that Shane's personal celestial sphere model that I shared, and just have a play around with that, and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about at least. When it comes to what you're observing, how you can't see certain constellations from certain distances away.
This is the flat model, right? Oh wait,
Yeah,
the
it's
boy,
a
is that what he posted?
Yeah, but
it's able to make a lot of. Hold on a second. It's
Oh, do you want to
it's
go
able
first?
to make a. Yeah, it's able to make a lot of prediction in regards to what we see, but we're not claiming it's perfect. But
Well,
go
actually,
ahead.
But it just seems
I
like
wanna-
even this model is like cucked on sunlight. It doesn't even make like somehow the sun only shines on exactly flat. Like, I don't understand.
Wait, I actually
Yeah.
have to amend something about what I was saying about the globe model and the movement of the celestial bodies in the night sky. I said something about the directional and the counterclockwise and clockwise movement. When you're going to see the directional movement, in other words, from east to west, I believe. That's only the case with. That's only really accurately the case with. Stars that are orthogonal on the equator, on any plane on the equator, if that's the correct way to formulate it. Like, if you're standing right on the equator and you look straight up, then those stars that are within that line, if that makes sense, on the equator line, if that makes sense, those are only moving in a directional distance. Like, if you look down or up, you'll start to see stars going clockwise and counterclockwise.
This is what you'll see from the equator if you're on a globe, or if you're on.
But that is not consistent with the observations, I believe. That
If you type in
with these,
if you type in star trails, from the equator, it matches exactly what this diagram's showing.
Diagram? Is it called a diagram? Oh yeah.
It's an animation. It's kind of a diagram, is it not? Okay.
I don't know. Like, I almost never use the
doesn't
word
matter.
diagram. Anyway, but
Yeah.
but in that case, you should be able to see all the stars, right, in both the northern and southern hemisphere. Also, like, you can't really like. I know you're not. I know you're not a flat earther. You're an anti-globalist. That's what you are, right?
Well, I know that the Earth's not a globe. I guess I'm a flat earther.
It is absurd. Wait, how do you know that Earth is not a globe?
Because nobody can find the geometric horizon or the curve of Earth, and when we go out and we do numerous and different types of observations, practical, repeatable demonstrations, we can't find the geometric horizon or any curve, and nobody from the globe sides are able to produce evidence, empirical
I can
evidence.
send you one right now.
They can detect it. They can detect it. And
Yeah,
they
sure,
can
sure,
detect
sure.
it, and I'm pretty sure you can measure it too, because I thought about it, and you can do the measurement, but you'll likely not have a measurement that is similar to, or that is to the expectation you would have when you make a theoretical measurement, so to speak. So you can definitely like say it may be further than it may be further or closer than a theoretical measurement, but yeah. Also, I looked on physics physics stack exchange. I think it's called physics exchange or something, not stack exchange, or maybe physics stack exchange. And they also use the argument of light behaving in a different way on different layers of the air and altitude. So yeah.
The sun will move around, which is nice. Yeah, I just posted the evidence, right? Just like a video where they like show the ISS.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Let me respond to this
Yeah,
ISS
go ahead.
thing that's just been posted. Okay, so you can go through this footage. I've been through it before, and I have a whole bunch of screenshots. I think they're on this computer or actually they're on this other laptop here. It's just an animation you're looking at in that particular feed, so you might want to actually try to find the actual live feed.
Can you send the evidence of that?
Yeah, you'll see stitches, like heaps of stitch marks. Like I'll just browse through this for 5 seconds now. Okay, first click, I have a hit, so scroll to, not showing the exact time live stream.
Can you just screenshot it?
Yeah, you look, if you just scroll back like 1 centimeter from the start of the stream,
Sweet silence.
you can just see blatant stitch. You can see blatant stitch lines.
No,
Sweet silence.
I'll take a
hold
screenshot.
on.
Yeah, I'll take a screenshot of it right now, and I'll post it in the side chat.
If you don't mind me responding to sweet silence, I'm talking about when you see the phenomena of stuff disappearing behind the horizon. You can do a measurement to where that starts to begin. I think I don't know really how to explain. You can definitely measure something that goes beyond the horizon. But it doesn't
wait, so you're
necessarily
saying
have to. No, hold on.
Wait,
Hold on. You gotta let me finish because this is where I think the misunderstanding came from.
I just
It doesn't
typed
have to.
because he's typing. The other guy's not typing. He's like
Hold on.
speaking.
It doesn't have to be reflective of what the theoretical measurements are, right? Because if you make a theoretical measurement, which is just, you can take a globe or a circle, which, can be similarly argued. Then the point where you're supposed to see stuff disappear behind the horizon of a certain object, a certain angle with a certain height, specific, yada yada yada, doesn't necessarily have to represent to when they are disappearing behind the horizon. In reality,
Right, but
Okay,
I get your argument.
I guess I'm not understanding
Well,
because there's the breaks in the resolution. I'm not understanding why that would mean there's an animation. I don't get that.
Well, it also says offline.
Wait, it says offline. What do you mean?
Yeah, like whatever you posted is just some like killer animation, and it's offline.
Yeah, I don't see a reason.
Is that?
I don't
It
see a
says
reason to believe
offline.
it's an
It's not even claimed to be. It's not even claimed to be actual live footage from the ISS.
Oh, let me see. Why does it say offline? I guess.
Well,
Right, because it's just an animation because it's offline.
I guess I'll
That's why
just
there's
find
a
a video
stitch-
then. Hold up, let me
That's
see.
what-
it.
no,
Yeah,
that's why it looks like
thinking-
it looks
Sorry.
like a cartoon and it has stitch lines everywhere.
I'll just find another one. Hold up, video of
I'm
ISS.
just
I'll
thinking,
just
how
find
would you
this one.
measure the horizon? I was just thinking about because I wasn't really trying to talk about the horizon, but I was definitely talking about the when stuff disappear behind
I
the
actually
horizon.
can't put it.
Right?
Okay, here's a spacewalk. I guess. You want that? Is that
Yeah,
better?
look, man. Look, what you're gonna get is contradictions when it comes to your space stuff, and none of this is stuff that you can validate. So you able. I don't care if you want to have blind faith in NASA, that has been proven to be faking things over and over again.
I just don't see why
Stack
this is
of
a lie.
evidence of
Guys.
it.
I don't understand.
Okay, look, I mean, if you see the curvature from the ISS footage, and then you go to the Chinese space station footage, the main cameras on the Chinese space station show a perfectly flat horizon from every single angle in every single video.
I'm not
So
citing
that
China. I'm
completely
citing NASA.
Right, but the Chinese. So, are you claiming that the Chinese are faking it?
I don't know. I'm not talking about the Chinese
So
right now.
there exists we have NASA
If the
footage
Chi-
and we
if-
have the Chinese
if the-
footage. And sorry, I just want hold on. Let me finish this real quick. I know I interrupted you, but just I really wanted to. I really want to ask this. I know this is not really appropriate, but there exists also Chinese footage which shows this from the similar environment. In other words, the same altitude that the ISS travels, but it's flat all the way.
Why would I care about China? I'm not citing China. I don't understand.
Okay, so the Chinese footage contradicts what you see from the American footage. That's a
Oh, I
problem.
see. So, like,
hold on.
yeah, then
Hold on,
would we just then we just like ask about that first. Is it true? And if it's true, why would I care? Right? So, like, that was would I just ask first? Is that actually true?
Well, I don't care whether you care or not. I'm just telling you that NASA shows a specific rate of curve from their ISS footage. China is the same height, apparently, and they show a completely flat horizon from all angles. All of their main cameras.
Yeah. So to establish that, we would say, okay, one, is it true what you're saying? And two, assuming it's true what you're saying, is it relevant? Right?
Yeah, okay, so it's relevant because the footage is completely contradicting each other, and yes, I can prove it now.
Okay, so sure, I guess you can just send it proof, and then I would just ask, like, okay, I'll just write it down. It's fake China.
Anti-globalist, can I add something on? Like, when we're talking about footage, right?
Sure.
The footage are mentioned. I think, what's his name again? Mr. Boy mentions about NASA footage, and then your argument is there's evidence that it's
Sorry, one
fake
second.
and
I got to shut a window. All
right.
It's raining all of a sudden.
Around us is coming in. Yeah, but like, it just doesn't. I just don't care about China. Like, I don't know why I would care what some like Chinese things, and it doesn't.
Sorry about that.
Globalist, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm interested in asking you this. So when Mr. Boy was mentioning the NASA footage, I think your reaction on it was kind of like, well, I mean, first of all, there's a lot of evidence that it's fake and NASA been faking things, or I think you said that NASA has been known to fake things, and that it's just an animation, this and that. But then when we're talking about footage, other footage that's been provided by a party that also believes that the Earth is round or like operates on that idea, then suddenly that is evidence to showing that the Earth is flat. Like, how can you distinguish between?
No. I'm not saying it's evidence that the Earth is flat. I think they're both completely full of shit, and I think that if you have a look at the Chinese footage, especially, like the NASA footage is bad enough. It looks fake enough to me, but the Chinese footage is absolutely ridiculous, and I honestly think anyone that isn't partially hypnotized by the heliocentric model looks at the clouds and the way the horizon looks and everything from the Chinese footage. There's no way they could possibly think that that's real, that they're not faking that. I mean, it looks ridiculous. Okay. I mean, I'm not claiming it's proof of flat Earth.
You're just talking about the contradicting footage of both NASA and
yeah, absolutely.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
because I kind of thought that you were saying, well, okay, that footage actually is evidence that the Earth is flatter, and but I guess like it's fair enough to reason on inconsistencies. But yeah, it's like it's definitely an interesting talking point because people. It's the best piece of evidence, right? You just go far enough until you see the entirety of the planet itself. And it shows that it's a sphere, but it's not real, right?
And that's something you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to, have faith in things that you can't verify from these agencies. That if you really take a lot of time to look into the fakery behind them,
but how can I
find a lot of it?
Okay, so sure.
I can show you a few things right now, a few clips right now, where I can prove that they're faking things on the ISS.
Could it also be that the Chinese are using different type of cameras and stuff? Because it's also like the technicality behind it, right?
There isn't a type of camera that can make a curved edge appear flat from all angles of the frame, all of the footage. Like if you've got a straight line and you're using a wide angle lens, as that straight line moves around to different parts of the frame, then straight line's going to warp in both directions. it's going to distort. That's what a fisheye lens does. And then you've got a rectilinear lens that's going to do a pretty good job at seeing what you're actually seeing. But there's no type of lens that like China's using here. If it's curved, I'm saying there's no type of lens that's going to make it always be flat. If it's curved.
I don't know. Like, do you like?
If it's flat, sure. If it's flat, then sure, you can have a rectilinear lens, and it's always going to look flat, or more or less, minus a tiny bit of barrel distortion. But
I don't really know how you can prove that really, because if you don't know, like, do you actually know what kind of camera they're using, like from both sides?
No, but I know. Like, I used to sell lenses, and I used to do product photography, and I literally tested like hundreds and hundreds of lenses. You know, and I spent a long time learning about the lenses. And I know that there isn't a type of lens that can make just say this horizon that you can see in the side chat here on the Chinese space station is actually curved, like they show you on the ISS. There isn't a lens that can make this flat when it's in different positions within the frame. So sometimes this horizon's right up the top of the frame. Sometimes it's right down the bottom. Sometimes it's where you see it now.
Couldn't it be because they are different
this
cameras?
This Chinese space station is also fluctuating in altitude between 210 to 280 miles in altitude. So it's not like it's just staying at one perfect altitude, and you know,
yeah, but that could be
it's
explained
just not,
by that could be explained by nonlinear orbit, or like a heliocentric orbit, I believe. Or not heliocentric. It's like I don't know. There's like
I'm just saying that there isn't a lens.
Orbit.
There isn't a type of lens that can make a curved line always appear flat, no matter where it is in the frame.
There's no lens that can make a curved
doesn't
line
exist.
and flat anywhere in frame.
Yeah, like just say you've got a curved line, right?
Yeah, but you can't really.
And
You can't really.
You
'cause
want to
we've
find
seen
a
different-
lens that can. No. But if you've got a curved line, I mean, you're not able to find a lens that's gonna make that curved line straight and keep it straight all the time. The lens moves around. The line
It's
moves around
also,
within that frame.
It's also like they're not using.
And have a look. Just have a look at the footage. Just have a look at the
I'm
footage
looking
and
at
have
the
a look at the
footage,
way the
yeah.
clouds are moving. Look at the way the clouds are moving. It is ridiculous.
I'm looking right now. It's a 1 minute and 40-second video, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty quick video. Yeah. Then after, have a look at the comments section, because it was kind of cool that China didn't censor the comment section like NASA does. The comment section's tearing them apart. Welcome, Crypto OG in the house.
Good day. How you doing? So I didn't want to interrupt your conversation because it was quite interesting. But yeah, what you're saying is absolutely true. I don't know if how you've explained it has been understood by him though.
I understand. I understand that he's saying that you cannot make a curved, like a straight line that is curved on a certain type of lens, make it curved in the same way all across the frame. That's what he said, right?
Well, the opposite of that. You can't have a curved line and then make it straight. You can have a straight line and then make it curved, but once again, as it moves around the frame, it's going to warp around and distort in different directions. It'll go concave, or convex or whatever.
Exactly.
Curve the right way, then the wrong way, and all that sort of thing.
Right.
But you can't have like a curved globe horizon and then have it somehow made completely flat, and then move and have it within different parts of the frame and have it stay flat. That makes sense. I mean, you can look into it, but as far as I know, that's not possible.
Well, you're talking about all this is happening in the footage that you just provided me with, right?
Yeah, and you'll see them also switch to a completely fisheye lens where the Earth is like almost a whole globe. Also, proving that that's a fisheye lens. I'm sure they're not doubting that that's a fisheye lens. I doubt that. Yeah, Chinese has never been very good at faking.
Isn't it funny how we've got this idea in the West that the Chinese are the censorious ones, and yet when it comes to space propaganda, we're the censorious ones, and they aren't.
Yeah. Yeah, I think NASA has like nearly every single comments section, if not every single one, turned off on YouTube. When you have a YouTube channel, like even if you don't have the comments section turned off, you can just delete whatever comments you don't like. But China hasn't deleted any of the comments for some reason.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't know.
I don't know either. Maybe that person just doesn't read English. It's in charge of that.
That doesn't speak that there's a lot of censorship going on in China per se. Oh, good.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, first of all, I can't really verify what you're saying, right? So I'll just take it into account and learn myself a little bit more on how camera lenses work and how they, how different lenses behave on certain shapes and stuff. Maybe you can provide me with a few sources and I can look at them, and see what's happening. But, as far as I see, there are different types of cameras used in this video. And I don't know if they're all the same or if they're all different, but there's definitely some, especially if I look at around 1 minute and 12, between 1 minute and 12 and the other shots that are being taken during the entire clip. You can definitely see that that's a different type of camera because literally the entire resolution is different. It's not as, how do you say this, as sharp as the other cameras are. So I can't really verify if we're talking about the same camera or not. But
there's only two types of cameras that I've seen in footage. One's complete, like over dramatic fisheye. Hold on, I just want to check where you're talking about. So you're talking about
1 minute,
what time?
20 second. 1 minute, 20 second. Around that.
It's a different camera, but it's the same type of camera because the horizon's completely flat once again. There's probably, because see how the horizon is right up at the top of the frame? There's probably a slight amount of barrel distortion if it is a real photo, because you're always going to get a slight amount, even though it looks perfectly straight. And I've already tried this. You can draw a line, a perfectly straight line across it, and there's no deviation of that line. It's completely straight. But if you compress it, it will have a slight amount of deviation, but that's explainable easily just with barrel distortion, which every lens has. But the point is, it completely contradicts what NASA shows.
Yeah, I just posted something in the chat, right? This famous YouTuber supposedly went to outer space, right? And of course, the horizon will show the curvature up there, right? But I also took a screenshot. If you look at it, right, it's already curving on the surface already. So obviously, when you get up there, right, it's going to show the curvature too, right? But the question is this, right? Is that a real curvature or just the lens distortion?
I think Xpeasy would agree that that's just the lens.
Yeah, I don't think Dude Perfect had the intent to, disapprove flat Earth necessarily. They just want to make a point that, we're the first dudes that go up into space, right? Now a lot of people are just considering the fact that they were using fisheye lens and make the curvature look flat. I know that's more interesting to you guys, but I don't think it was the point we're trying to make.
We're only showing it because we have like a lot of globe earthers will come in here and they'll be, haven't you seen Dude Perfect? You can see the curvature. He proved it, and then we have to explain how lenses work. But yeah, I think you're above that level of person that we have to deal with.
Well, like I said, there's three things that I'll say. I know, I don't know, or no. I mean, that's true, not true, or I don't know. That's the three options I got. And I think for for the two of them, I have to provide you with something, right? Like I'm not just gonna sit here and leave you empty-handed or anything.
Well, it's a very honest way of approaching it. I appreciate that, and I'm sure Globalist does as well. Anti-Globalist, sorry. because that's actually quite a rare attitude. Many people come in saying they know X, Y, and Z, and then when you grill them on it, they just throw out logical fallacies, and you're not doing that. So respect
Yeah,
to
but
you.
it's not. Yeah, but it's like I take more interest in them than any average person because like you guys are not really considered taken seriously by like the mainstream folk, and you know like that's kind of understandable if you look at the popularity of mainstream science, and also that people believe in space travels and such. But yeah, you guys
absolutely.
don't. You guys really don't believe that space travel has ever occurred, right? Like it has to be fake.
Yeah,
And it's
like
apparent- Yeah, go
we
ahead.
don't think that it's scientifically possible for space, as we're told in the heliocentric model, to exist. Like to be able to have the vacuum of space adjacent to a gas pressure system that we have on Earth without a vacuum. And also, even just having a vacuum chamber without a vacuum isn't even possible to demonstrate. So there's a lot of inconsistencies when it comes to contradicting natural laws, like gas laws, entropy, and it's just
Right.
not possible to demonstrate that you can have it. People have to appeal to the thing that's in question. They say, well, the proof is the thing that's in question, you know, and that's not good enough for us.
Right. And so I would add to that, it's not necessarily that space travel is impossible, it's that it's impossible in the way that we're told it works. So, and this is complete speculation, and I don't even necessarily believe it, but if, say, space wasn't a vacuum, but was actually some sort of fluid medium, that would be much more explainable as to why space travel could occur and as to why the gas doesn't just leave the Earth. There's many reasons why, say, like a superfluid medium would be a superior, have let's say, superior explanatory power over a vacuum.
Yeah, so it's also an argument of, well, we cannot have a vacuum in space and also at the same time have an atmosphere on Earth, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but I was going further than that, like, because the kind of the indoctrinated will just say gravity, and then when you start to pick that apart, they'll just keep saying gravity, and then it just becomes this loop of asserting the thing in contention, as anti-globalists just said, which is kind of like fallacious and boring and a waste of everyone's time. So I was going further than that because I respect you enough, because you've given us respect. I respected you enough to go further than that. Say,
thank you.
You could have alternative explanations that would have superior explanatory power, in which space travel could be theoretically possible. I don't believe that space travel is possible at all. But there's a third and a fourth and a fifth and a sixth option. It's not just Earth is a globe with a vacuum, and you know, or space doesn't exist. There's other options.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, did you stop or did you get cut out? You said something about other options?
Oh no, that was it. I stopped.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so space travel is not by you guys assumed to be real because it doesn't work with the laws of nature that is provided by mainstream science. Like you guys have tested the provided knowledge by mainstream science and put them at the test and concluded that it is not possible to conduct space travel with the knowledge provided. Right? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, fair enough. I thought anti-globalists was going to answer, but yeah, no, it's fine. I agree with what you just said.
Oh, I was typing.
Okay.
Sorry, can you say that one more time? Easy. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just summarizing that space travel is not possible, and reason is that when you study the knowledge provided by mainstream science and put that to the test of how space travel is supposedly to work, it does not validate.
Yeah, that as well as like the footage that we get shown has a lot of issues, and like for example, if you watch like a SpaceX rocket go up or something like that, there's like 50 cuts and a lot of the footage like doesn't match properly in regards to altitude, and they're using these wide angle lenses, and there's just a lot of inconsistencies with it. It's not like they're showing you just a live feed that's just one camera. It goes up and it doesn't switch 50 times. And then you look at the imagery that you get from NASA of the planets and the stars and all that sort of stuff. It's all like artists' impressions, and you look at all of like the blue marble and all that sort of stuff, and you find out it's just kind of like made in Photoshop, and it's just a bunch of like low altitude pictures stitched together, and then they're adding in clouds, and you find all these like copy pasted clouds and stuff like that, and the list just goes on and on and on and on. Or you look at footage from the ISS, and you see these women that have obvious hairspray in their hair, and then you look at what hair actually looks like in 0G, and it's like flowing around everywhere. It's just, the list just goes on and on and on. Like, we have like 6-hour compilations of ISS bloopers.
Yeah,
once you look into
really?
all that, it's very hard. Yeah. Once you look into all of that, it's very hard to trust what they're saying. Especially when you look into like the fakery behind the moon landing videos, and then you look at the actual footage from the moon landing videos. It's just terrible.
So, but if we just know that these types of footage are provided by these institutions that have the resources to send these rockets up in the air, right? They do all these live streams, and they all, firmly claim that the Earth is a sphere, and they cling on to mainstream science, of course. Like, why? Like, it's for me, it's like a question like, why use that camera going to space and then have people determine that, oh, it's actually a fisheye lens, and that they're using, like, it's just like, to me, it doesn't really explain it.
Well, it's a huge industry. The space industry is a huge industry. It's actually bigger than the music and the movie industry combined. Much revenue is generated
it's
from
an
it.
expensive industry, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also, NASA is getting like $80 million a day or something like that. It's a lot of money. It's actually a hard amount to comprehend. And the excuse from the Globe side is, oh, well, that's only 5% of the budget or something like that. But at the end of the day, it's a lot of money. And what are they really giving us for that money? I mean, they do these little shows on these live streams, and they're basically like doing a little performance where they do kind of like magic tricks for kids. But they're full of holes. They've been caught using harnesses, green screens, hairspray, all sorts of glitches that completely don't match. Like, I can show you.
Hold on. What are they using?
Last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, say that again. What were you going to say?
What were they doing with hairspray? Oh, for the 0G experiments, right? The woman was using hairspray to make her hair look up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they use hairspray. The hairspray, like, that's just the biggest fail.
No, I'm not gonna lie. It is kind of funny. No, you gotta admit that is kind of funny. Like, I don't know. I think
it is funny.
She looked like Medusa. Sorry.
You gotta come on, man. You gotta concede a little bit. That hairspray part was cool. Like, you can't use that. Come on, man.
The hairspray one, it's like, well, why are they using hairspray when it doesn't look anything like that in 0G hair? Like, there's countless amounts of these hairspray videos where they're clearly using hairspray. Right. And then you look at what people's hair looks like in actual 0G flights, and it's completely different. It's a complete contradiction.
Well, maybe,
it's ridiculous.
What about the possibility that people are using like hairspray in conjunction to being a 0G environment?
Yeah, man. They're giving themselves troll hairstyles. Like, why? Why are they even allowed to go into these complex space stations with long hair to begin with, when there's all this expensive equipment?
Yeah. But this has to be a photo, right? It can't be a picture, because if you see someone with just normal hair, right, like not in the shape of a troll, they have to step into that. They have to like get into the quote unquote studio as a troll, right? Like, they can't just have like during that. You know what I mean, right? Like, it has to be a photo you're looking at. So,
It's even worse than,
what do you mean by a photo?
It's even worse than what you're saying though, because like if say I was on because I've got long hair, right? And so if I was on the ISS and I knew that the hair would go everywhere and it would not only look stupid but be completely impractical, I would just tie it up, tie it back, have a man bun, whatever. Because if you don't do that, it's completely impractical and it looks ridiculous. But they don't, and the reason they don't is for the visual effect of pretending they're in 0G, and they all do it.
Yeah, I mean, if that's how you think, you know.
Well, why else?
Have a look at this.
Like none of them have heard of ponytails before. None of them have heard of.
No, but I think it's considered an exceptional experience to be in 0G, and why not be like a little goofy and just like keep your hair loose, so you know you can have it on the picture.
Months. They're there for 6 months.
Yeah, sure, but if it's for footage, right? Like it's just something to look back at you and be like, oh wow, this is the time. You know how my hair was loose and was flying all over the place on my above my head because I was in 0G.
But it isn't.
I don't know. Like it's a.
It's as it's stuck in one place with hairspray, so like it's not flowing like it should.
Yeah, I've heard them. I've heard them use the hairspray hair. I've heard the interviewer ask them. So hold on a second. I've heard the interviewer ask them, "Oh, how do we know you're really in outer space?" And she like gives this smile and points at the hair. Literally used it as like, this is the proof that I'm actually in 0G.
I mean, if you. I don't think like I said, it's like the same thing with what was it called again? With the Dude Perfect people. Like you can also argue that it's not really they're not really trying to make a serious attempt to like you say to convince a anti-globalist like you. At that point, it's just like, oh, look at my hair. It's like it behaves weird.
It's like they're taking the piss out of the general public, to be honest. Have a look at this next video that I posted. Yeah, this is Chris Hatfield, and he's going to brush his teeth. And what they do, midway through brushing his teeth, they fast forward the footage of him brushing his teeth, and you'll see that in a different layer, I'm assuming, is a little thing floating around. Okay, so when they fast forward the footage, they get to fast forward the other frame, and the thing just keeps floating around at the same speed, but he fast forward. Have a look at it.
Oh yeah, I do see that.
Yeah. There's so many of these, man. Literally, we have like a 6.5 hour compilation of like stuff like this, and the harness ones. Like,
why just? I mean, like if you are Chris, like what's his name again? Like if you're Chris, right? Like why? Huh? Or if you're the Canadian Space Agency, because he's from Canada, right? Like why would you post that and like let it be used as evidence? It's just so apparent. Like, but what else can it be, Ben? Like it is floating in midair and it's doing it at a constant speed as well. Which I mean, that really has to do with Newton laws, which you can actually like kind of use in you can also, which is also apply it in space travel. Like.
Oh man. I mean, we can't prove why they do it. We can just show the evidence of them, acting ridiculous.
But this is not. I don't know, man. This is just. Oh. I'm sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. Here. It's one more. Here's a funny one as well. All right. Try to explain what happens here. Oh, Donato. Like mind.
Dude, that's pretty sick, man. What are you hating
on?
Donato
just posted.
Man? Come on.
He just posted what I was posting right at the same.
You gotta. That's
how are they warping that in?
I don't know.
Some NASA wizardry. They use like this like augmented reality, and I think that beach ball is like it's like half filled with helium, half filled with air, so it's
No, but I was on Instagram, right? And I was looking at this one page, and it's like you can actually do some like pretty cool edits, and you can do very simply on your phones. Like they make this one footage where you can like disappear behind a building and be like give the perception that you're like a giant, and then they jump over the building, and then you're all of a sudden the same size. It's like this perception is created. You suddenly change from a giant titan to just a regular human being, but like nothing really happens. It's just some like editing going on in like a very minimalistic way, kind of. And actually looks kind of cool. I can send you it if you want. Hold on, because they use like a certain app on. I don't know if it's iPhone only. What's that fucking phone edit app? Come on, man. Oh shit.
So if you have a, sorry, I was away for just a second. So I missed the last half of what you just said.
But even if they did it on Earth, like, how would you do it on Earth? Like how did they even pull it off? How did they even pull it off? Like,
Okay, so we've worked out that they use a bunch of different methods. So in some of these, they're using zero-G flights. Okay, so if you have a look at what Donato just posted at 34 after the hour, and you compare a zero-G flight ending, and you put these footages side by side, it's identical to what happens. So what you're seeing here is ISS, and it's just like a zero-G flight ending. It's exactly what happens. You put it side by side, and it's exactly the same thing. They also seem to use green screens and harnesses. Well, which we have heaps and heaps of videos of as well. There's literally like one where they forgot to like layer out the harness or whatever, green screen out the harness, and a guy like floats back past in the background with like this giant harness on his back.
Yeah.
You know, none of this proves the Earth's flat, by the way. There's heaps and heaps of globe earthers that, you know, make these videos about showing fakery of the moon landings and NASA and that.
I'm on the space engine right now. It's just, I don't know, man. Oh shit. How high is that?
Yo, who joins a group chat stays muted? What the fuck?
You just like came in the 1 second we weren't talking.
Why, you guys got dicks in your mouth?
You got a problem with
Yeah,
that?
bro, we got dicks in our mouth, bro. Oh. And on that guy, permanent. Goodbye. There's also Expedia. There's also some really good, interesting videos about them like faking rocket launch as well. They like looks like they like kind of using some kind of balloon type device. That
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Well, no, me mod.
I can
Send it
try
to
to
me right away.
I
Come on, man.
got clips here.
I want to see random plushies appear in the mid sky. That shit was awesome, man.
You know, one of the rockets as it's going up, it like glitches out and half the rocket disappears for like 5 seconds and then reappears again.
There was also like this one fucking SpaceX launch where a rat appears or something.
Oh yeah, I don't know if that's a rat. It looks so much like a rat, man.
It was like a rodent
if you,
or something.
Yeah, it looks so much like a rat on the rocket, but I'm not sure if it is because I watched the whole footage.
That was crazy. That I was like thinking, wasn't it like a flap or something that got caught up or somewhere? Like, damn, dude.
Yeah, it just looks and moves exactly like one. I'm not sure if it is or not.
Dude, it had to be. It was like a silhouette, dude. I couldn't explain it any other way. Like I was trying to think of I don't know, like a piece that came off.
Yeah.
Or like I said, like an aluminum foil.
Another funny one is the Tesla in space.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Elon Musk sending the Tesla in space, and how he says, "Oh, you know it's real because it looks so fake." And there's so many inconsistencies in that video as well. I can post a bunch of stuff about that, but I'll try to find that balloon rockets videos. No, and once again, like I'm not saying these are proof, saying this is bits of evidence to stack up.
But like I said, to be used as evidence, like if we're talking about this, right? Like the Earth being not only not round, but also being attempts to be made in order to make it appear that it's flat. I mean that it's round, and then have these amateur mistakes. Like, don't you not think like they're gonna try and control the environment a little more so they could actually portray it as being fake? So it's like
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, but like
we agree. Yeah, why can't they fake it better? I don't know.
Yeah. How would you? Yeah, how would you explain that they would make these amateur mistakes?
I don't think anyone would be if we didn't come along. I don't think anyone, not many people are pointing out these mistakes. I mean, they've censored us good and proper. I mean, most people come in here thinking that we claim a freaking disc floating in space, and we don't think Australia exists. And if you type in any of these videos on YouTube, it just comes up with like a hand-picked playlist of anti-flat Earth propaganda, strawman claim videos, and discs in space, and very hard for people to find this information.
Strong man, but it's straw man, right?
Straw man, yeah. Misrepresenting our true argument.
Yeah, I mean, why would that be? Ask yourself the question: why would that be necessary if our arguments weren't strong? Like, if we had weak arguments that were easily refuted, just present those. Why straw man?
Well, I'm just looking at what straw man is. What straw man is. I thought you guys were talking about strongman, like it's the type of dude that just comes in here. Oh, dude, fucking, you think that the Earth is round, or are you fucking dumb, dude, or something like that? I thought that's what you guys were talking about, but apparently it's straw man. I was like, Woody, what the fuck is that?
So straw man, as anti-globalists just said, is where you deliberately misrepresent an argument to make it weaker, so in order to attack it, right? And the opposite of a straw man is a steel man, where someone makes an argument that isn't necessarily in its strongest form, and then you make the argument stronger in order to then refute it.
Okay, can you give me an example of the letter?
Sorry?
Would you be able to give me an example of the letter where you said that an argument that's necessarily not so strong is being portrayed as very strong? So like, oh wait, I can think of one already. It's like, well, the Earth is round because look at all the space footage. Isn't that so fucking evident? Is that what you mean?
I mean, okay, I can give you an example of like a bad argument. So if someone says, "Oh, well, I know grass is green because goblins are green," then you'd be like, well, that's a bad argument, but the conclusion isn't necessarily bad. So I would then say, well, actually, it's because of chlorophyll.
Right.
That makes sense. Like they've made a bad argument, you've made a better argument for the same conclusion. Right. That's a very bad way of explaining. I'm trying to make it as obvious as possible. It's a bad way of explaining it, but hopefully that gets the.
But what would you consider what I just said about, oh well, it's evident that it's round because there's space travel footage that shows the Earth is round. How would that qualify under a fallacy, or is that just lack of argument?
It's the non sequitur fallacy, which means in Latin it means it does not follow. So you've got a premise, and which is that you've got footage of space, and the conclusion is that therefore space travel exists, but that it doesn't follow, because space footage can exist without space existing. That makes sense?
Yeah, you're saying that, like, in a certain way, like the things we see, things that we evidently see, that's kind of like the space we really have, and not anything more than that is provided like by the space footage of like the lunar landing or like with space satellites that go really far away, like geostationary satellites?
Well, I mean, a good example is that footage of Bigfoot exists, right?
Yeah.
So to use the same logical sequence, you'd have to say, if footage of a thing exists, then that thing must exist in physical reality. If that applies to space, it applies to Bigfoot as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see what you mean, but this also can be used against you, right?
Only if you're using footage as evidence for a flat Earth, which I don't personally.
Right. Like we can always say you can also make the argument, NASA, that's not really NASA footage, right? Like you cannot confirm whether or not these footage came from NASA. Obviously, I'm not gonna try and claim that because the very next you'll do is send me a link to NASA, and it'll be kind of stupid, be caught with your dick in your hands, honestly. But
it doesn't matter where the footage comes from. What matters is the logic of the argument.
yeah, well, I mean, we're kind of talking about the footage a little bit, but
no, but you're talking
we
about the
can
origin.
validate the footage.
Yeah, sorry, it's just that you're talking about the origin of the footage, not the footage itself. So that would be a separate fallacy called the genetic fallacy. We can talk about fallacies all day. I don't know if the room's interested in that.
yeah. No, look, I'm not I don't have the I can't really label every single fallacy as a specific associated term, right? Like I think if I heard the term of fallacy, like I know, like I've been to school and thought about a few common types of fallacies, right? But like, yeah, you guys seem to know a lot more examples of fallacies, which to me at that point I was just labeled it as logic inconsistencies or contradictions and that kind of stuff. I wouldn't really necessarily put a label to it.
Yeah, a good example of a straw man would be like, I don't know, let's just say that you believe in homeschooling for children as opposed to state schooling, and then someone says to you, why do you hate children? You'd be like, well, I never said I hated children, right? That would be a straw man.
Right. And I got a question because I've seen the debates between Professor Dave and I know he's not I know he's not an actual professor, by the way. Professor Dave and this other actual flat earther, right? The guy who believes that the Earth is actually flat. And he said that he was straw manning a lot. Do you guys have an example of when Dave Farina himself started straw manning?
Virtually everything that comes out of Dave Farina's mouth is a straw man.
Remember Mindshock? Mindshock had done a video about this and counted some 230 fallacies during the course of that debate on Dave Farina's behalf.
That's funny as fuck.
And I think he said that Moon has the record in having a bunch of fallacies in a sentence or a statement. I think he said it was 13 or something in a statement. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, but it might not be that debate because bear in mind Dave Farina I think's debated Whitsitt more recently as well, which I haven't watched yet. I do need to find that and watch that.
Well, Dave has argued with a bunch of flat earthers over time, and the most recent one was him arguing with Whitsitt. And then the one that I remember before that was him and David Weiss.
Whitsitt? Do you guys know Whitsitt personally?
Not personally, but we're acquainted.
I haven't met him in person, but I've spoken with him loads of times. Yeah, why? Would know.
Oh, does he actually show up here in this Discord?
I don't think he's been here.
Not in this one.
Yeah, but he's on Discord all the time. And there's a couple of Discord servers I'm in that he pops into semi-regularly. He's a really nice guy. Really, really clever as well.
Right. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, this server's just like a branch out of our main server, where Whitsitt's the moderator.
Yeah,
and he's
there's
been
actually
there for many years.
there's actually a 24/7, the actual Discord itself is also called 24/7 Flat Earth. And you guys are just sitting in here just being the front.
Yeah, we're basically ranking moderators.
So what happened in the main politics server, not this one, they invited us to start a server, and once we started it, a channel, which we could moderate ourselves, and once we started it, it completely dominated the entire server. It's I think more than 3 times more popular than any other room in the entire server. So without censorship, Flat Earth is extremely popular topic.
Well, I'm glad that this is gonna sound a little disrespectful, but I'm glad it's not the Islam channel because these fucking guys, dude. Fuck, man.
We had one in there. We had one in the Islam channel. They're pretty respectful because they're not like super married to the heliocentric model, so to speak, but they're more married to their Quran. Whatever the Quran says, it doesn't matter what evidence you show them about anything. They leave a part of the Quran. They just say, whatever the Quran says, I don't care about any other evidence or anything like that. We'll just kind of go with what it says in there. They're not all like that. We got a ton of Muslim flat earthers as well.
It's funny because the Quran actually talks about how the earth is laid out like a rug. There's many, the Dr. Islam is a guy who's
I'm just kidding.
Well, the Quran works differently to the Bible. I don't know if you're a Christian or not, but the Quran is, Islam, the way it's interpreted is based on a scholar by scholar basis. So, like, a lot of them don't believe that you can read the Quran directly, that you have to have, well, you can read it directly, but that you're reading the interpretation of a scholar. And so whenever you have like these translations from Arabic to English, there'll be 6 different translations, and it'll be scholar A, scholar B, scholar C.
Yeah, so it's kind of stupid to like say that. Some Muslims do use the argument that, oh wow, Arabic is the perfect language to spread the word of God because it cannot be interpreted in any other way. Some of them make that claim, and it's just utterly stupid. Because otherwise, you wouldn't have modest Muslims, you wouldn't have progressive Muslims, and you wouldn't have ISIS at the same time, right? It'll be either one way or the other. So that makes no fucking sense at all.
Yeah, I've lived all over the Middle East, and most of the Muslims I've met were very nice, normal people. But they're living in a world where women can't drive and where you can't eat pork and
fucking stupid, dude.
Muslim flat earthers are pretty chill and cool. Like a lot of them are friends.
Yeah, they are. They're generally pretty cool. But I think what it is that Muslims get a bad rap in the West because they basically export a lot of the shit ones to the West, and then we only get to see those people, and then we assume they're all like that, and they're not. When you go to Dubai, you go to Saudi Arabia, a lot of them are very strict about their religion, but they don't act like the kinds of idiots you might find in Luton in England, for instance. Anyway,
right. But of course the the people that bark the loudest on social media, they'll get all the views, and they are the exception of the population. I think in general doesn't really matter what culture you look at. For the most part, there's always like a great constituency. There are just modest people that don't radically cling on to their belief, and you also have like the radicals and stuff in all sorts of ways. Like you have left radicals, you have right radicals, you have like globe radicals, you have flat radicals, and then you have like the more modest type of people, right? And I think I generally think that in a lot of cases you see the modest people, not the the loud ones. But the one thing that the one downside of that general social phenomena is that actually something that I think I see a lot in Islam is that when the radicals speak out, right, when they say crazy shit like, oh well, are you gonna allow women to drive? You must be against God. And a lot like I think the modest population, which make the majority, they just let that go unchecked. They're like, yeah, shit, I'm not gonna go against what you're saying because then it implies that I go against God, and I think that's just a bad attitude towards it. But I think there's also Muslims that are standing against it. Like, come on, man, don't be so strict on it. Don't be so like radical on it. Those definitely exist.
But that's how you know that. But that's how you know that the globe is the religion of the West, because that's exactly how Globers act here. Globers can say the dumbest shit in public, and no one questions it. They're like, yeah, that sounds legit, because they don't want to be seen as a dumb flat earther. So that tells you that is the religion of the West now, is belief in the globe, or at least one of the religions. I would say radical egalitarianism is also a religion of the West, but that's a different topic.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if
So
that's
is
the
flat
definition.
Earth a religion too?
Well,
Well, Breezy,
no.
I've tagged you in 2 videos so
Why is
far. I
But
just
my,
want to
but
make
my,
sure
but
we
my,
get
no, hold on.
religion, but flat Earth
My
not.
definition of religion is you believe in a God, right? You believe in a God, and you
That's
do
theism.
kind of behave. Sorry.
That's
Yeah,
called
yeah, yeah.
theism.
Yeah, that's how I
Depends how you're
consider.
defining God. It depends how you're defining a god, though. Like if a god has to be, like a white bearded man sitting on a cloud that people worship, sure, that's quite a narrow definition. But if you just choose to define a god in a more general sense as like an idol that people worship unquestionably, then the globe can fit that definition.
Well, I don't know. I think a lot of people criticize the government. There's a lot of criticize going on within the academic community and stuff. So if I'm gonna be real honest, I'm not gonna really believe that. Like,
I think atheism is a religion that like
Put it this way,
encompasses
right?
all
Put it
these
this way.
things.
Try publishing a scientific paper that's anti-globe. Just try that, because you've brought up
Yeah, the
academia.
atheistic community will try to silence you. I agree.
well, you can still publish it, but probably not under the publisher.
You won't be allowed to. That's the point.
That will be censorship.
who?
That's straight up illegal. Yeah, like.
So
if
how
you're-
is that
It's
not?
just all
look,
people
look,
who
look,
believe
if we're
in
talking about
globes are
if we-
fucking like united against
Wait,
you.
hold on. Let me just say something real quick, because
Yeah, go ahead.
just because you're not allowed to post on Instagram and YouTube, which I like generally
That's
from
not-
someone who believes in the globe, I consider that as censorship, and you guys should not be censored whatsoever. Like that's the entire point of mainstream science, which I believe is if someone says something else, then you have to go talk to these persons and convince them otherwise with facts and not with just whatever I like, right? So I'm really against censorship, but I don't think the government, or at least Western governments, are actively trying to prosecute you just because you think that the Earth is flat, right? I don't think that's what's going on, but maybe social media does.
I think you've accidentally strawmanned me. So when I said to you specifically, try and produce a scientific paper and publish it in a journal, you won't be allowed to, because we were talking about academia. I wasn't talking about Instagram. I wasn't talking about Facebook. I wasn't talking about social media. I was talking about the scientific community and academia. They won't allow you to do that.
Right, and that I'm pretty sure you're right, but I don't think there is. I do not think that it is impossible for you to publish anything. Like even if you are even if you believe you have evidence for flat Earth, there's always a way to express that. Maybe not under the guise of a publisher, right? Because it also has to do with how the publisher chooses to publish certain types of papers, right? Like not even every scientist, not even scientists can guarantee their works being published or their academic activity being published on, or I mean the research papers being published on big publishers like Nature or Science. And also like it's all being chosen. And I agree, like there is a known controversy, a very known controversy going on within the academia, is that you now have a great amount of biological scientists that are working tirelessly. They're working themselves in a burnout to get the right publisher to publish their works, right? That's how they get their reputation. And it's fucking bullshit. I study mathematics, and I asked my study advisor, who himself holds a doctorate, and he said that the mathematical community, they oppose that. They greatly oppose that. So you're absolutely right. It's
also
they do not allow
YouTube and Facebook and other platforms that deplatform us.
Yeah, but those are but those are privately held organizations that just have a great influence, and I pity for you that like in your beliefs they are greatly deprioritizing you and adding labels like the Flat Earth Wikipedia page and that kind of stuff, and they are prioritizing other stuff. But Yeah.
Yeah, I just agree. I actually think that at the point that you become a certain size, you then become a public square because you've monopolized speech. So if you're
that's a known fact. That is just a known fact. Like it's not just against flat Earth. It's also political. It's also yeah, sure.
Finish, dude. Let me finish. Right.
Yeah,
if
sure.
if
My
you
bad.
own a small platform like Discord, censorship doesn't matter because you haven't monopolized speech. Like, if someone's not allowed to speak in a Discord call of 50 people, that doesn't affect anything at the greater scale, right? So I don't think that Discord has any need whatsoever for freedom of speech from the moderators of Discord. I don't think it matters. But when you're
I'm sorry,
talking about
hold on. Can you explain what you mean by that? I don't understand.
well, because Discord isn't a public square. People form smaller communities and they talk in those smaller communities about those things. When you're on Facebook, when you're on Twitter or X, whatever, when you're on these much larger platforms where you can generate enormous audiences and you've taken in most of the world's population by this point, they have a public square. So they can't be both editors and speech platforms. You can't be both. So they have to choose one. If you're an editor, now you're a newspaper, so stop pretending that you're not.
That's precisely right, Crypto, and that's the great controversy in the US. These tech companies like YouTube play that game. There'll be a news editor when it suits them and a public square when it suits them, and they dip back and forth.
Yes, of course, but YouTube also plays two ads at the same time. It's about money more than like having the moral responsibility to do per se the right thing. But like I think these types of practices. What did you say?
Censorship doesn't generate money for them. Censorship costs.
Yeah.
It's ideological.
Well, it can cost them money if certain type of content is published.
Just quickly, it's ideological capitalism. They lose money from censoring things like Flat Earth. Because Flat Earthers, when they don't get to see Flat Earth content on YouTube, they go elsewhere. So they lose money from doing that, but they do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know how their business model like precisely works. Like, yeah, I know what their business model is, but like I don't know what their business policy is regarding YouTube.
They've got an effective monopoly due to the network effect that nobody else can reproduce.
But like, let's just be honest. Like, I don't know. It's just that if there's like a large amount of people that just believe that they have a truth understanding, and there's like a small splinter group that claim otherwise, which you guys are by the numbers. Like it's 0.9% in the Netherlands specifically. Like, do you think they're gonna really concern themselves that you guys should take over the front you page of TikTok or like Instagram and stuff?
We've got videos from Congress in front of Congress where YouTube and some big tech heads were called up in front of Congress, and Congress asked them, "What are you doing to censor Flat Earth?"
Right. It's also like the question that you've asked is almost the opposite of the question you should be asking, because you're saying, "Oh, this irrelevant splinter group. Why bother censoring them?" Yeah, I agree. Why bother censoring us? But they do. So the question is, why do they censor this group that's so irrelevant?
Well,
Does that make sense?
I don't. Here's the thing. I don't think you are relevant. But that's you see that otherwise. But by the numbers, you guys are a very small community. Like just because we are in here with the 20 of us in this Discord channel doesn't necessarily mean that you guys represent the entire demographic of the population.
You've not appreciated my question at all. So I'll try again.
What was your question?
Yeah. So I'll ask it again. We're talking about a vanishingly small group of people that you've described as irrelevant. Okay, fine. In terms of numbers, maybe we are. So then, why censor it? If it's so irrelevant and meaningless and silly, there's no point censoring it, is there? Like,
you're right. You're right.
But
you're
they
right.
are
I don't think you are like directly being censored in a way that your video gets removed because, hey, we don't like that shit over here. It's just you're deprioritized in the algorithm, which basically practically means the same thing if you ask me.
They got a lot more than that going on. Have you seen the little notice that they put at the bottom of every video that we put out?
Yeah. I see.
YouTube auto generates that.
So then why is that happening? Like you still haven't really answered the question. Why is that happening if we're irrelevant? Because it's not happening to other fringe groups. There are people that think birds don't exist and that birds are actually robots.
Yeah, sure, but I think those are.
Why do they not censor it? Why is every birds are actually robots video not got a Wikipedia article stapled to the bottom?
That's right. Isn't that silly and irrelevant and meaningless?
Well, look, I think, like I said, it's just
a video about Bigfoot or the Mothman easier than I can find the video that I know exists in the Flat Earth community.
I do have to make a point. It has been shown that the way you behave, like type of stuff you're looking for on the internet, does behave. Does influence the algorithm that it's trying to show you. Like, if you're gonna look for conspiracy theory videos, well, YouTube likes keeping you on track so they can make more ad revenue. So what are they gonna do? They're gonna suggest other videos. It happens.
They don't do that with us, though. You can keyword search. You can type in the exact name of a video by like Witsit that you were talking about earlier, and they'll show you Professor Dave instead for like the first 2 pages.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
There was one time I
And
went
that's on
searching for
purpose. This isn't an accident. This isn't a problem with their algorithm.
I feel like your logic breaking down because I explained to you earlier that censorship costs YouTube money, right? And I think you didn't really grasp.
I'm not denying that. No. Hold on. I'm not denying that. I'm just giving a different perspective on it.
I never said that. Never said you denied it, but you didn't really grasp onto that point, which was really important because then 3 minutes later you're saying the way YouTube makes money is by showing you conspiracy content based on previous conspiracy content. Now, do you understand that therefore censoring Flat Earth would cost them money? And therefore, if we're small and irrelevant and it costs them money to censor us, not only is there a business reason not to censor us, but there's also a logical reason not to censor us, i.e. we're small and irrelevant, yet they do it anyway. Isn't that suspicious?
You could also explain it. Like I said, if I could provide you an explanation, I'm not saying that it has to necessarily be the truth, but, like one explanation could be that, yes, it's deprioritized in the algorithm because a lot more people believe that the Earth is round. So, hold on. Let me just, I'm gonna be quiet and talk for quite a bit here now, but a lot more people believe that the Earth is round, right? So it'll be more interesting for them to see, well, if there's like a headliner like, oh wow, the amount of flat earthers is increasing, right? And then YouTube prioritizes the videos that debunk flat earth. That'll be a lot more interesting and appealing to an audience that believe that the earth is round, which in reality is the majority of people in general.
No, it wouldn't, because as you just admitted 2 minutes ago, it's algorithm based. So the ones that like conspiracies will be linked to other conspiracies. The ones who don't like conspiracies and like globe earth content will be linked to the globe. There's no reason to be taking conspiracy people and showing them anti-conspiracy content, which also costs them money, unless there's another reason.
Hold on, I have to clarify a few things because I think there's a misunderstanding going on.
Yeah,
what I meant was that if somebody starts looking for flat Earth, right? If someone just started looking for flat Earth, the first thing they'll likely see is indeed like probably a video of Professor Dave trying to, with a title label, a flat earther gets destroyed, this and that, It's likely more appealing than searching or prioritizing other flat earth videos. So it has to do with the numbers, it has to do with this and that, it has to do with the popularity channel. Like there's so many loads of I don't know how YouTube algorithm really works, but you can explain it in such a way. It's not an unreasonable explanation because if we're looking at reality and we're listening to my explanation, that sounds perfectly reasonable. I'm not saying it has to necessarily be the truth.
Correct.
But
here's the issue, right? I've got years and years of history.
Wait. Hold on.
Okay.
I wasn't done yet. I'm sorry. I wasn't done yet, but I'll be done in a bit. Okay, it's I'm not gonna take any longer than this. But
this is really frustrating, dude. You're expanding on a point that's incorrect on its face, and you're just saying, "Can I?"
No, wait, but I have to finish my point. Let me finish my point then.
Already,
no, listen, no, because I wasn't finished. I just told you I wasn't finished. So how am I gonna? How am I gonna make sense if you're not gonna let me finish?
You're spiraling. Just get to the point, damn it.
Okay. When you do start looking for flat Earth videos that are trying to prove their points, then the algorithm is going to start suggesting you those videos. But if you're just going to start off, then likely it's going to be flat Earth videos that are being debunked by people who cling on to the round model of the Earth. So
yeah,
that's what I think is going on. But it has it's not.
I knew you were going to say that. That's why I cut you off. I already knew what your argument was going to be. So the problem with that is that they do it for me. Okay, I'm a seasoned, established flat earther. I look for videos from, say, Eric Dubay, and I type in the exact name of the video with Eric Dubay or whatever. Name your flat earther and name the flat earth video, and I still get pages of fucking Dave Farina. Why is that?
Here.
If what you're saying is
I don't
true,
know. I don't really know in that case. I was just giving you an explanation.
It happens to all of us.
I know, bro, but I'm just
like I said, like
when Dave Farina searches for Whitson, Dave Farina gets Dave Farina videos.
I don't know how the algorithm precisely operates, so it's hard for me to say what is going on necessarily. But this was my explanation. But now you provided me with this context. Well, yeah, that kind of raises a few questions, right? That kind of raises a few questions to how the algorithm actually works.
Many questions. But for virtually every other type of content, you will be recommended the content you search for. So it's not just, the algorithm deprioritized you, bro. They have a separate algorithm for Flat Earth. Why would a company like YouTube go to that trouble?
Again, I don't know what their policy is. I don't know what their
we know what it is. We know what it is, dude. Okay.
I don't
Let me tell you why.
I'm saying I don't know.
Just chill. Okay? I know, fair, but the problem is that this has occurred in the public eye. So for the past decade, in the beginning of the decade, flat Earth relevant search content. And what I mean by that is people actually discussing the topic fairly or presenting evidence that the Earth is flat or something along those lines. Not a debunk the Earth is flat video, okay? Has risen in popularity and saturation on the social media platforms. And we actually know this because we have a member who every week has a radio show, and during the entire time of the rise of it, he logged the relevant search results because YouTube used to allow us to look at those metrics. Now, in the first instance, it started out at hundreds of thousands, then went to millions, then tens of millions. Then it surpassed Justin Bieber. Then it surpassed Donald Trump. Okay? So in other words, when you search for flat Earth content that's actually about flat Earth, not debunking flat Earth, the relevant search results that were available to you surpassed two of the most popular figureheads in the social sphere, right?
Sure.
Then shortly thereafter, they began having meetings with the government to where the government asked the social media directly to take steps to censor flat Earth because of the content.
They did.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. We all know it because whenever you search for this content, you're intentionally given content that you're not looking for. No matter who you are, you could be a Glober looking for flat Earth. Listen, you could be a Glober looking for flat Earth content to debunk, and you can't even find it yourself because all you can find is a bunch of Glober circular videos. So it's obvious what they did to anyone with a rational brain is that they saturated the results to make it appear that the flat Earth relevant content is very minuscule and that the anti-flat Earth, quote unquote, legitimate content is just everywhere. And the truth of the matter is that presentation only exists in the surface level, because we all know that all that content really does exist.
Okay, but we got to understand, YouTube is not a free speech platform. It's very evident, and the government is trying to do what they think is do what they think is a battle against misinformation. So I'm not surprised by that it's happening. Yeah, I think it's not really a responsible thing to do so when people are having different viewpoints, even if they're just a small minority or anything like that. And I don't know if it's in favor of their business model too. Like like you rightfully said, why censor it if it's just such a small community, and you can actually make revenue from the ads. I don't fucking know, dude. It's fucking YouTube's business. So yeah.
Okay. You're trying to address the method the body was killed, when we're addressing that the body has been killed. It has been stated
I'm not sure what you mean
publicly.
by that.
Okay, there's a dead body in the room. We're pointing out the dead body. Hey, they're censoring us, and the claim is that we're not important, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying, well, the body was killed in such a manner. When you're describing the way the algorithm works in your mind, the way you think. And
Yeah,
we've done
exactly. Yeah.
posted the same thing we've been referencing 3 times, where the YouTube representative sits before Congressman and says how she is going, or how the organization is going to censor these conspiracy theorists on the internet.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
And
sure.
then ever since then, shit's been difficult to actually try to find. You actually have to be in a network in order to actually get legitimate videos.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's not what I would do, but fuck.
Well, we're not talking about what you would do. We're talking about what has been done.
Yeah, like I said, I don't really have anything to add on to that. I wasn't trying to prove any point. I was just trying to give my explanation to it, and then I was faced with something that doesn't really follow the reasoning of my explanation. And sure, that can happen. I can be wrong too. So
Okay, well then shift gears in your transmission, and how about we try to figure out if the Earth is flat or not?
well, okay. First of all, chill out. Okay, I'm willing to listen to you guys. I'm willing to learn from you guys, but don't try and shove it down my throat like that. Okay, I'll look at it myself. I'll look into the evidence myself. It's likely not that in this conversation my views are going to shift radically. I'm going to be real honest with that. I'm not trying to do the same thing either. So all I'm doing here is trying to listen to you guys, ask questions, see how you guys respond, and that's it. I'm not trying to be personally intriguing like I was a few times before. You got to understand, there are people there are people out there that will tell me otherwise, and they'll be like, dude, get this through your fucking mind, right? And that's kind of what you're doing too. And I didn't really disagree with you for the most part. So just imagine that, right? Like if other people telling me this, and they're telling me, dude, you got to know this, and then someone else says B and says the same thing, like, dude, you got to know this. You know what I mean?
Okay. So where are you going to find our opinions on the internet?
I mean, I found them on YouTube. I found pages too. Discord.
Is that all?
Really YouTube.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but you guys are not totally unfindable, I guess. But that doesn't really, like, I wasn't really trying to. I don't know. I don't think it was really important to say. Relevant. What are you saying? Your voice became robotic.
Yeah. Why would
Yeah,
you go to the internet for my opinion when I'm right here?
What did you say?
Why would you go to the internet for my opinion when I am right here?
I don't know what you mean. I am here. I mean, why would I take your word for it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we're the content developers that they censor, dude.
Yeah, basically what
talking
he's
to them.
saying. But what he's saying is you've said I'm not going to change my opinion. I don't want you to shove the information down my throat. Blah blah. Completely reasonable. I accept all of that. But then you said you go and look at it yourself separately, right? But we've just been telling you that the content that you're likely to find is going to be straw man fallacies, misrepresentations, ad homs, calling us crazy, all that stuff.
Right.
When
that's why
we tell you what we already think, right? So this is the best source of that information is right here.
Oh,
Yeah,
flat
you
Earth.
need to go find our videos when you can talk to us.
Yeah, sure, but that's what I'm doing, right? That's what I'm doing right now. I'm asking you guys questions. I'm looking at I'm looking at you guys. I'm listening to you guys. Not looking, listening to you guys answer. Looking at the videos you provide. Seeing these links. Also taking a look at those. Like Tactical Droid just sent in the chat. But I'm also talking to you guys at the same time. So like, if you want me to watch videos, sure, I'll watch it right now. Actually, I can do that. That's no biggie. What is this? YouTube.
Probably better to have
censor Flat Earth?
conversations.
Well, the video he's about to look at, if it's not the 6-hour compilation of NASA fails, then it's going to be the excerpt from the Congress meeting where they were telling YouTube how are they going to censor us.
All right.
Because I also sent the 6-hour compilation of all of the times NASA was caught on
Hey,
video lying.
Is it relevant to watch for me to watch the entire? Because I'm actually interested. I look at these committee videos, right? Because you know how like Zuckerberg gets grilled by some senator, right?
Yeah.
Is there like an actual like this is just 1 minute and 21 seconds? I'm assuming that they were
That is
talking
the clip
more
that
about
you're
things.
referring to, because everything they say is in reference to what is happening right now in the YouTube. So it's not like I'm making you watch like an entire, 10, 15 minutes or 5 people asking the question. The guy's like, literally, I only got like 2 minutes to ask you this question, and I need you to answer this question for me.
Right. No, I would like to see. I would like to see a longer video of this committee hearing. If I don't know if you can provide me that, because I'm just
I
interested
don't
in.
have that. I'm sure you
Oh
can
wait, no,
find
no. It says yeah. It's in a link to the full judiciary hearing. What the fuck?
Yeah.
The video is private. Anyway, what is this?
Well,
This guy.
Kimbo also posted a video of the same clip, but it's from a different person. You should be able to use his also. I mean, the statement was pretty profound. A lot of people took it and made clips of them speaking.
And not only are they censoring the search results for Flat Earth, but they're actually attacking the Flat Earth channels. Like they're shutting down channels. I think Eric DeBay's on like his 4th channel. He'll build up 500,000 followers, and then they'll just shut his account down.
Does he have like an actual
they've
document of why? Yeah, of why it got shut down?
No, they don't. They won't tell you. They'll just give you like a blanket email saying, "Oh, it's you're spreading misinformation" or something like that. But what they do as well is they're like Witset's channel. Like Witset has a very tame channel. He doesn't swear, and he just gives his view on things. And they took away the memberships, then they took away the super chats, and they took away the monetization abilities. They did the same with pretty much all of the major Flat Earth channels. And I make YouTube videos myself, and it takes a long time to make a good video. And when they're taking away the monetization, you're not going to get quality of videos put out on YouTube, because it does take a long time to make a good video.
They've even it's just down a handful of his other forms of payment outside of the super chats and all of that.
Yeah, and what happened, with a lot of these guys, it's not just their YouTube monetization that's been taken away. They've had their PayPal accounts have been shut down, and then their Patreon will be shut down. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I guess these companies are pretty serious about their misinformation policy. How they carry it out. Not saying you guys are spreading misinformation or kind of like I'm still not buying it, for the record, but yeah, I don't
Not
think.
buying what? The events that happened to people?
Sorry, what?
Or are you saying that you're not going to believe the events that's happened to people?
What do you mean that people are being censored and all that? No, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about denying that the Earth is a globe in general. Like, I'm still not convinced yet.
No, we don't expect you to be, man.
Right. No, I think some people kind of realize. Some people kind of think that I'm following you guys' footsteps because, like, oh, I start off as someone who's like clearly denying, and I start to get a little bit more lenient and listening towards you guys.
No, not at all, man.
Yeah,
like we
okay.
would probably respect you less if after this amount of time you were like, oh, I believe the Earth's flat now. Like you should be super critical and go out and do tons of research and look into all
That
these
I
things
agree.
we're saying.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
So
not-
we're definitely not expecting you to be like, oh, definitely everything you say I believe. You sound like a
Right,
smart
right.
guy. You're not just gonna some
Thank
people
you.
are like that. They'll watch one flat Earth documentary and be like, I'm convinced, and they'll start
Well,
making
yeah,
bad arguments to their parents and stuff.
people, people, about knowledge and science and stuff, and you got all these kinds of conspiracy theories. Like I said, I'm not saying you guys. I'm not labeling you guys are, but actually, kind of is like a conspiracy theory. But the conspiracy theory by itself doesn't necessarily have to be false, right? It's just what some people state, what they think is going on in the world. You have all these kinds of things, and it's like hard to pick your choosing, and some of them are like utterly ridiculous. There's a lot of ridiculous ones and a lot of claims being made like that, and you got that affects how a person views these other groups of people. So, and some people can't be bothered with it really. They just go on about their daily lives, and they don't give a shit about mainstream science, and they don't give a shit about flat Earth either.
A lot of these blanket statements that people use against flat earthers have been pushed by the mainstream media, like science denier or conspiracy theorist. I mean, I think that was a term designed by the CIA. They basically make out if you go against anything against the mainstream, then they sort of train the people to say, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist, he's a tinfoil hatter, he's a science denier, and all that sort of thing. And people kind of say it. They kind of trained to say it by the media in a way.
It's just a general phenomenon that if it's something mainstream, you can't really just derail the mainstream, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't really be mainstream. For the most part. Exceptions can occur, of course. Like the French Revolution, maybe. I don't know.
I gotcha.
Yeah, man. The Great Deception 29. What can you guys tell me about? Oh, it's a 26-minute video. What can you guys tell me about the Great Deception? Is that something that is something very convincing to someone who's not in the position of flat Earth or anti-globalist? Or you guys not know what video I'm talking about? It's a video. The Great Deception, a 2019 documentary by Hibbler Productions. 100,000 subscribers.
Oh, yeah, I know who the guy is. Yeah, he makes some good videos. What's that particular one about again?
Maybe Kembo should fill in because he provided me with the playlist.
I think he's talking about ODD TV and shit, what's his name? There's the whole group of them. They did the movie Level, where they, tried to make amends for the Netflix episode by, what was his name?
Yeah, he made all Hibbler, and they made he made all Next Level and all that sort of stuff, and Old World Order, a bunch of other films, and I think one against NASA, and one against the COVID situation. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure what the Great Deception's about specifically. I'd have to watch it again. It must be an older one of his. One good video that I saw Tactical Droid shared that you should watch, and it's not made by a flat earther, but it's the Mindshock one. He's kind of like a professional when it comes to fallacies and normal logic, and he reviews the entire debate between David Weiss and Professor Dave, and he explains each fallacy really well. So it's a good lesson in logic and fallacies, and seeing the type of strawman arguments that people like Professor Dave put out, because people
I'm
that
not gonna lie,
are deeply into flat Earth.
When we're talking about Professor Dave, I mean, it's like when he was talking about that one flat earther in the podcast. For me, it was funny to hear, right? For you, it's not really. For you, it's just a load of bullshit that's coming from his mouth. But when I first watched it, even when the guy that was a flat earther was just trying to be nice, and he mentioned multiple times for Dave to not be condescending douchebag. I was like, yeah, this is kind of being a little tough on this guy. But I think he was more trying to have fun and trying to strawman you guys a lot. That's not really the proper way to nobody should really do that if you're trying to have a constructive conversation. You're not really going to get
Oh
in someone
yeah,
else's
I
mind.
mean,
But he was
David
just
Weiss
I don't
gets
know.
emails every day. Apparently, he gets emails every single day saying like, "Why did he act like that?" This guy got me looking into flat Earth. I think Dave Farina makes
But even
more flat Earthers than a lot of flat Earthers do, just by the way he acts.
even when Dave Farina is being even if Dave Farina is being douche like that, it doesn't necessarily mean that what he's saying is wrong, right? I'm looking past his attitude towards flat earthers, and also taking his arguments into account. He can say, "Well, are you stupid? The sky is blue, right?" It's not really a proper way to say it, right? You're not gonna make somebody happy with those, with that speech. So but,
The
he's kinda
problem
right.
is, the people that haven't deeply looked into flat Earth, they're not going to be able to tell that he's being deceptive and he's making strawman arguments and all these fallacies. They're going to sound like convincing arguments, and that's the way he wants it to come across. He's a dishonest, little snake. And once you watch the Mindshock video, you'll see him completely exposed, because 99% of Dave Farina's arguments are completely incorrect strawman fallacies. They're things that we don't quite claim, or it's all very sneaky.
Yeah, there's a really interesting thing that actually Dave Farina did in that debate, and I think pretty sure Mindshock picked up on it, but even if he didn't, I certainly did. There was two instances where there was a word that Dave Weiss knew that Dave Farina didn't know, and then another word where it's the other way around. And I can't remember what the words were. Actually, one of them was astro photography, or spectro astrophotography or something.
Spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I was talking.
You probably remember. So anyway, when Dave Weiss knew the word and Dave Farina didn't know the word, Dave Farina accused him of making words up, and you don't have to make words up to try and beat me, right? But then when the shoe was on the other foot, where Dave Farina knew a word that Dave Weiss didn't know, he accused him of being stupid and not knowing the subject matter. The irony being...
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
The irony being that the word that Dave Farina didn't know was a legitimate word used in the appropriate context by Dave Weiss, and so the criticism that he leveled against Dave Weiss was actually more appropriately leveled at himself, and he didn't even realize it.
I think you're talking about the bit where Dave Weiss that's a flat earther guy, right? Dave Weiss.
Yeah, Weiss.
Yeah,
Weiss.
Why Dave who? Weiss. Weiss. Okay, Dave Weiss. From what I remember, and I'm gonna have to look up this. I'm gonna actually look it up right now. This bit, but from what I remember, it was that Dave Weiss was saying that spectroscopy has to happen in a container, and Dave Farina was completely, ripping him off on that. And then he mentioned the word astral spectroscopy, and Dave Farina said, "Well, even if that's a word, it's likely spectroscopy pertaining to astrophysical phenomena." I think that's what he was saying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then Dave Farina just said, "Oh, you can't just make words up," and he hadn't made it up. But then later on in the debate, the shoe was on the other foot, and Dave Weiss hadn't heard of a word, and Dave Farina was acting like it's because Dave Weiss doesn't know the subject matter. It's just this is the kind of deceptiveness. Like when he's on both sides of the argument, he acts like he won regardless.
I mean, yeah, words are made up in general, right? Even the very technical terminology ones. I think it's just a matter of what is used in mainstream science. And if you're gonna try and disprove a flat earther, especially one who's educated, then you might want to cling on to his vocabulary rather than the one that you're using as a flat earther.
This is more about the ethics of the argumentation.
This isn't the point I'm making. Please try and understand the point I'm making.
No. I'm from his perspective. I'm saying, not from my perspective. I'm totally different. I'm like I said. Yeah.
It's from his perspective. He was on both sides of the same phenomena and declared victory both times. I'm trying to show you that his psychology is one of declaring victory even when he loses.
You're
That's what I'm
justified.
saying.
No, you're justified in claiming the irony. It is irony indeed, but I think the reason why he considers himself, I think the reason why he considers himself not to be in the double standard is that he's expected that Dave Wise is to be using common accepted terminology when it comes to
It's more simple than that. It's anything a flirt says is wrong. Therefore, I'm justified in whatever underhanded tactics I can use.
And in that Mindshock video,
I didn't really
Mindshock Googles the word and it's in the dictionary. So it's not even about lexicon, as
Sure.
you've just argued. It's got nothing to
okay. Well, then he didn't know it. Then he didn't know it. It was in the scientific dictionary. I assume.
Sure.
Yeah, well, that's kind of stupid on his side. Yeah. What do you want me to say?
Sure, but that's my point.
Yeah, sure.
When the shoe was on either foot, he declared victory anyway. That's the kind of person you're dealing with.
Yeah.
Can't accept being wrong.
But I mean, some
of with his evolution arguments too.
It's evolution.
Oh yeah, he debates evolution with actual scientists, and he employs the same deceptive, underhanded techniques.
Hey, wait, hold on, Whitson?
Oh,
Oh no! Wait, I'm talking about something else. No, I was talking. Oh my god!
You were talking about David Weiss. I just posted one that I don't think you've watched, and it goes a little differently because this one's moderated. The other one wasn't moderated. The two moderators were clowns that just laughed the whole time. This one's properly moderated.
No, I'm
and
talking about Flat
David
Earth
Weiss
Day.
gets. Yeah. I'm not. I know you're not talking about this one. I just posted this one just in case you haven't seen it because this is much more exposing in relation to Dave Farina. And if you have a look at the comments section, it's like 99% of the comments are pro. Anti sort of, calling out Dave Farina for his behavior, his errors. And Witset's a very smart guy. He made a lot of great arguments.
Yeah, but what is this channel like? Oh, yeah. Oh, the quarter. Oh,
Big
this is from the
channel.
moderator itself, right?
Yes.
There's the one he had with the biologist on evolution, on the origin story for the first living organism. And even there, he had the actual crowd in the debate calling him out on his behavior.
Yeah, didn't he say that to a room full of biology students that they didn't know what they were talking about with regards to biology?
Yeah, it was
And
a debate. It was a debate with the that one with James Terry. I was watching that one earlier. Yeah, these are kind of like a little different, I think, but yeah, it's really
exactly.
they're both edgy. They're both
This is how he acts. This is his personality. He comes in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, he should have just chilled out a little bit because, like, fucking, he was like being mean to that guy as well, right? Like, I mean, I think that's what's Farina's problem is that he's not trying to be, he's not really interested in listening to you guys like Flat Earth, but like when it comes to James Sturr, and he's just like, he's a chemist himself, and then he has a point like, oh, life has to be.
Oh, hold on, though, fair, but
yeah.
James Sturr.
Yeah,
he's considered among his peers as one of the best chemists, and not only that, he's the literal most cited chemist in history.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so he is top tier in his field. Okay, a legitimate practicing actual scientist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, oh, I'm a chemistry student and I'm debating another chemistry student. Not like that at all.
This guy has a sharp blade. I know. Like this guy is not a. Yeah, but like I didn't really understand the debate because they were talking about a lot of chemical reactions and like about how life is configured biochemically and stuff. I don't really have expensive knowledge, so this is not like a debate for me to try and interpret and choose a side, right? But it's interesting.
Right.
It's interesting that there is a top tier scientist, a widely known scientist in a associated field that has a strong claim for the intelligent design of life on Earth. And yeah, it's like I'm not gonna sit here. I have the evidence for it, but I'm not really clinged on the idea that it has to be necessarily intelligently designed. Mainly because there have experiments being done where, under certain circumstances similar to the ones that were happening in the oceans of Earth near those volcano soups, those circumstances were replicated, and it has shown that basic organic chemistry that is that is fundamental to life on Earth has happened, has been shown in experiments to happen. So, but they're talking. I think from what I remember, James Tour was describing a chemical reaction that is definitely necessary for life, a simple one, right? That has not been shown that it could be created any other way other than intelligently, right? And Dave Farina was trying to counter it and saying, well, there are similar experiments being done showing that yes, it can be created in nature. And we're just discussing, well, it's in the absence, only in the absence of or actually there was I don't know what they really said about that.
But so that's not the argument. The argument is that all the compounds that are necessary must be present simultaneously. And then they must be present simultaneously in multiple instances in order to get a variant that results in a final organism. So James Tour's point is that it's never been demonstrated that an environment where all the components exist simultaneously together in the same location and coalesce into anything is even possible. In fact, many known mathematicians have done this math before about the chance of all of these things occurring within the time window necessary, because even if you can create these compounds, they must stay quote unquote alive long enough to coalesce with the other compounds, which also have their own time windows. So other math guys have done this, and they've come up with that you would need like a trillion years. I made that word up, of course. You need more years than the available time available in the alleged universe. Like this is like not possible in any way, shape, or form. It's literally not possible. And the standards by which we do possibilities in any other field, this is by orders of magnitude greater. So the idea that somebody just believes this just happened and that that's the rational, when we know that the only way to get something like this to occur in any other instance that's ever occurred is with intelligence, direct intelligence overseeing the affairs. It's the only way to eliminate those factors. And since we know that that's the only way, that is the most rational conclusion.
I like the way you're arguing about this. It's like, yeah, I want to respond to that.
There's two elements, isn't it? It's not just, it's about the creation and then the assembly as well, right? So you're just talking about the creation, which would be the chemistry side of things, but the assembly as well would be very difficult. Like if I put all of the elements required to make a jumbo jet in a scrapyard, I wouldn't come back in 100,000 years and find a perfectly assembled jumbo jet, because that wouldn't happen. But that's with all of the pieces already made and put in the same environment. So it's not just, there's two issues. There's two separate issues, and both of them are impossible.
But
listen, go ahead.
I think the point was that we got into talking about how, Dave behaves himself, but I think the origin of it was you have the platform promoting people that are similar to Dave, creating strawman arguments about people's opinions that you don't even know. And you can't verify whether or not they're making a sound argument about the people you don't know, or whether their argument is valid.
Well,
you can't tell if Dave's argument's valid or not because you don't know the people that he's telling you these people's opinions are.
Well, yeah, it's always the point of ambiguity is always a relevant one, right? Like I can never be for certain of anything really, uh, or against. So yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, this problem is so well known that it actually gave birth to an entire new metaphysic as a rebuttal to this point, which is this. If you need essentially a near infinite permutation of possibility and essentially like a trillion years to be able to have these compounds appear by chance, then the answer is simple. You just appeal to a location where you have all these invariabilities, and what do? They just create multiple universes. So that what they say is, oh, well, we can get rid of this problem by just having an infinite number of universe, and we just happen to live in the one where it happened perfectly, and then we don't need trillions of years anymore. Now, dude, that is a straight up religious proposition. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I don't know. I've never heard that before, so I can't be sure if that's the explanation provided by credible scientists in a serious.
That dude.
Yeah.
That dude.
If that were to be true, if that were to be true, right?
It's
Like,
true, dude.
I can't look. I wouldn't like argue against.
Dude, I
it
can
'cause it
pull
does
up.
sound-
I can pull up
it
for
does- it
you.
does
I can
sound
pull up
silly.
for you. Yeah, I can pull up for you Lawrence Krauss, Michio Kaku, and
Oh,
the
yeah.
list goes on and on and on, dude.
Yeah, sure. No, you go ahead. But yeah, like when you were saying that, yeah, that does sound a little weird, don't you think?
Well, it doesn't sound weird at all to me because I know that they have a philosophical lens.
Ridiculous. It
for their
sounds
metaphysic.
ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, so the philosophical lens for their metaphysic is in two. Here's the answer, and I want you to recognize this. To intentionally exclude supernatural agency as a possible cause. They must exclude it based on their a priori adherence to their religious viewpoints.
And that means
they can't allow a supernatural agent to be the cause of this stuff. They can't allow an intelligent agent that exists beyond the dimensions of what we have here to be the cause, because that means that they're giving the idea of a creator or a god credence, and they are committed to not do such a thing. And therefore, no matter how compelling the evidence, they will deny it and come up with some other mumbo jumbo excuse for why it has to happen, like infinite universes.
do you think they wouldn't argue the same from the other camp?
No, friend. One more time. You might have missed it.
Oh.
We, in our realm, understand that the presence of intelligent information by its own class has only ever been produced by a mind. And we know that something that's impossible mechanically isn't going to exist without intelligent intervention. Those are two conclusions that are completely rational. They're not irrational in any way, shape, or form. They don't require leaps of logic. They don't require extraneous faith. Those are the facts. Like, we know those are the causes for this type of thing. They're petitioning to extraneous causes, not us.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't think it's just reasoned like in two-step rhetoric. Like it has to be it has to have a lot of supporting from a lot of different things in order to come to that conclusion. Like I understand that things like that and stuff like the Big Bang and stuff, they all sound tedious and they all sound like very pretentious, but I don't think it's just being made up like that. Like, all I'm basically saying is that I'm pretty sure that if I started doing research myself, which I don't usually do on neither side, then it's not my expectation to find that, oh wow, there's like a dead end that I can't really.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough. Let me tell you from the history of the modern quote unquote scientific paradigm. There's figureheads that are involved, right? The turning points. You go back and you look at their rhetoric and you look at their works in their own words, in their own writings, even in lectures. They have expressed that they intentionally deny supernatural causation.
Okay.
This is on record. This isn't even a mystery or hidden.
Okay, but that by itself does not that by itself does not necessarily mean that they will do it no matter the cost. It can also mean that, oh wow, with the evidence that I have, it can be no way that it has to be with all the possible explanations, with all the possible reasonable explanations that can exist for the phenomena that are occurring in the world or in reality. It has to be it cannot really be God because the evidence doesn't support it. It can also mean that. So I don't know, man. Like I would have to like see a structural, no, not structural, but I like to use that word a lot, by the way. I would have to frequently see scientists saying, well, I just want to oppose God. That's it. No matter the cost, I will fake my papers.
No. That's not it, dude. They're not gonna say that outright, dude. What they're going to do is through their actions create an apparatus of interpretation of the data that solely seeks out mechanical or natural or material explanations for the causes. Okay. In fact, I have a quote, man. Let me pull up this quote. Give me a second here.
All right, I guess I'm gonna read that.
That quote's from Lewontin, who was an evolutionary biologist, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I'm reading it.
Now, there's other evolutionary biologists and psychologists who are in tune with other physics and other type dudes who study cosmogony, but also they study the fundamental building blocks of reality, whether it be biology, energy states, whatever. And they all, a lot of them coalesce into the idea that eternal consciousness is the fundamental unit of reality. And they arrive there at their conclusion through the quote-unquote scientific apparatus, which is supposed to exclude such causes. Yet when they get to the end, they find out that they can't escape it.
Do you have the instance where Michio Kaku said that if I was wrong, I'd have to find a new line of work? I've been trying to find it for like the last 10 minutes, but I can't spot it.
What were you looking for?
The clip where Michikaku says something along the lines of, if I'm wrong, if God shows up and declares, then I'm wrong and I have to find a new line of work. All of my writings were for nothing.
That's a weird quote, dude. Because why would all your writings be for nothing if you were just studying the world and it had nothing to do about God? It's almost like he's admitting that a lot of his work has to do with excusing that God away, right?
I guess the first sentence of that quote, our willingness to accept scientific claims that are against the common sense is the key to an understanding of the real struggle between science and the supernatural. Does that imply for you that it will be accepted nonetheless its absurdity, like the scientific claims I'm talking about, even if it's against common sense? Is that something? Is that how you see it, or?
Yeah, like for example, it's known that only direct intervention from a sentient agent results in tangible information. You provide proof of tangible information, and the most rational thing from common sense is say, oh, that's clearly come from a mind. But then they elaborate this entire orchestrated metaphysic in which it didn't come from a mind. It came from an infinite amount of universes rolling the infinite dice to just make it look like it was intelligence.
Okay, that's
so you can see there that there's one that is common sense and there's one that is an extravagant religious claim.
Yeah, sure, but like I can't right now deny or confirm that just like that. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, can we agree that common sense is not gonna be sufficient to always explain things that are, not so common sense, maybe?
Yeah, fair. That's why the guy went on to talk further. He said, like, from the common man, they look at some of these stupid science claims and they're like, wow, that's stupid at first glance. Right?
Who did that? Who said that?
The guy in the quote.
Oh.
Okay, so think about it. If science is saying something and common sense is that that's not true, right? The people reacting to it are like, oh wow, that's dumb, or oh wow, that's silly.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, the idea of an infinite amount of universes expressing the one universe we have as an excuse for the fact that the universe we have is fine-tuned and full of intelligence. That sounds stupid to me.
Yeah, it can sound stupid. I'm pretty sure it sounds stupid to a lot more people than we think there are. But oh shit, posting the fucking. But like there could be an explanation behind it that explains the conclusion that is being drawn, and that's just like I can't explain it one way or the other than just saying things doesn't seem as common sense as they are. But if you're gonna jump to these kinds of conclusions, yeah, it is expected from you to argue. To support your claims by evidence, by reasoning, So yeah, I'm not gonna blame you and say, well, yeah, to me that sounds stupid, but like, yeah, I don't know. For other people, it doesn't sound what you're saying very clever either,
Yeah, but the point of that whole quote is that the culmination of it is that, quote unquote, the science community create a feedback loop of seeking material causes for the phenomenal growth, excluding supernatural causes.
Yeah, I don't know what he means by material causes. Like, we're talking about particles, we're talking about actual matter.
Well, if there's no initial agency, right, in the formation of the universe that resulted in evolutionary cosmogony, cosmology, and ultimately biology, which then gave rise to sentient agents later, then the present of sentience and intelligence was caused by a material process in the past. Right?
You're basically saying
so.
Go ahead.
So everything that we have is explained through material causes. Like it must have been, a domino of a rock falling and it fell into a mud puddle. Right. So the reason why, So the reason why good girls like bad boys is because a rock fell in the mud in the past, basically.
Yeah, that sounds stupid, right? But like, I think I know what your point is. But actually, what is your point, actually, if I may ask?
The point is that they're taking out agency as a cause for anything that's experienced in the universe.
Oh, I don't think they are unconditionally trying to exclude the possibility. It's just that maybe there's no evidence to support the claim.
Did you read the quote? It said, we create an apparatus of investigation and a set of concepts that forces material explanations. And then go to the bottom of the quote. The reason why is because they cannot allow a divine foot in the door. So they're excluding agency because they don't want to lend credence to an idea that there's an entity that's responsible for the reality we live in.
Right.
I mean,
right.
You know what? Hey, guess what? You know what?
No.
Do you know why, dude? It's super simple.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Why would it matter? Yeah, but why would it matter? Like, think about it. For example, Richard Dawkins himself said he'd be willing to accept that humanity was intelligently designed as long as it was designed by an alien who itself went through evolutionary process and then came to Earth and made us. So he's not against a creator, right? In that sense. What he's against is an ultimate creator that's responsible for all the universe we have. And the reason is because if you're the author of reality, then you have authority. And what they're really afraid of is conceding that there may be an authority over them that's metaphysical and transcendent and can't be denied. So in other words, you could argue all day whether this is right or this is wrong, but if there's an ultimate author, then only his opinion matters, right?
But science, like, I think the science that we're talking about, like the mainstream science, looks at phenomena and explains them by logic, and specifically mathematics and stuff, and indeed, it doesn't just go around and say, well, how did the fish come to life? It's because of God, right? That just sounds ridiculous by itself either, right? Like, I just don't think we've gotten to the point yet where mainstream science has the evidence to say that there is a divine foot, and that can be explained to,
Actually, they've had it for a long time. They've had it for a long time.
Well, you believe that, but a lot of others don't.
They have had it. They have had it.
Like
they've had direct evidence. I mean, that's fine, but they've had direct evidence that the present of a sentient mind is extrinsic to the material world. Okay, they've had that ever since they started experimenting with light, since the quantum eraser experiment, all of that.
I'm pretty sure I'm taking a stance on this one. I don't think that's the case. I think it's just all anecdotal and just reports of what people believe they are seeing, and they can't really be reproduced in some way. I'm not saying that a fact has to be necessarily reproduced in order to be considered fact. Like, what I'm saying, for instance, is that can you prove to me that? Can I prove to you that I just threw a ball around my room like a minute ago or something like that? Not that I did that.
Fair enough, but
that's something. Yeah, right. So
fair enough, but the double slit experiment is supposedly one of the most reproduced experiments in the history of mankind.
Right, and we're okay.
So if you're going to take the side of science, right?
No, I'm just saying.
And claim that you're into science, then if the double slit experiment says that the knowledge of the Witch path information is what causes the wave function collapse, I mean, are you going to accept it or not?
I mean, the wave function collapse is just a mathematical description to describe the phenomena that they're
Doesn't
seeing.
matter. It doesn't matter.
And
The point
the
is
double
that
slit experiment doesn't. The double slit experiment is just a phenomenon you see, right? It's just an experiment to
no,
show
it's
that
not.
light. No, it is. It is an experiment. It is an experiment.
I know,
because I
but
figured one
it's
out.
not just about. It's not just to see, dude. It's to determine whether the knowledge of the witch path is the arbiter of whether or
It's
not
not
the wave
witch
function
path.
collapse. Yeah,
What it,
witch
wave
path. It's
point
called
collapsing?
knowledge, dude.
No, it's just no. The argument. No, hold on. No, we're talking about we're talking about interference. When we have a wave that is at one point up in what's the technical word for it? It's like the
Hey.
height of the wave. Like what is it called?
Okay, so what
Amplitude,
is
yeah.
fair. What does knowledge of the witch path mean?
Well, I thought you were talking about witchcraft.
No. Knowledge of the witch path.
I don't know specifically what that means, but I thought you were talking about witchcraft. So I don't know. I may have
Okay,
misunderstood.
so it's well known. It's well known that when they're talking about the wave function collapse and the experiment of whether you get the distribution pattern or the collapse pattern, right? That when they do the experiment, the arbiter of whether or not you get one result or the other on the photo plate is whether or not the knowledge of the witch path is known.
What's the witch path again? Like I asked.
Okay, so they send the light down, alternating paths.
Right.
And depending on whether you know which path it went or not, alters the result on the photo plate.
Photo plate. The photo plate. It's not necessarily like you can just carry the double slit experiment in a cardboard box. You can just do that. There's experiments.
Oh my goodness, dude! No, wrong. No, dude. Witnessing a double slit in a pure double slit form, which by the way they did with a box in sunlight. That was the original one. That's
Right.
not the experiment, dude. That's just a phenomenon.
Yeah, you're talking about it, right?
Yeah. So when you see a phenomena, right, and you try to set up an experiment to determine the cause of the phenomena, what they found out was that sometimes you would get the interference pattern, and sometimes you would get a discrete pattern. And they would try to figure out why. Sometimes they got discrete, sometimes they got what was that? The interference. And so they set up experiments to determine it, right? And they found that the only way to get it to change is to know the path the light took. If they didn't know the path the light took, then it would give you a certain pattern. And if they did know the path the light took, they would give you a different pattern. And that's what is meant by knowledge of the witch path. In other words, which path it took.
Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I can say that they also have conducted this experiment with electrons, where they're shooting electrons through a slit, and it has shown an interference pattern, but at times it has also not shown an interference pattern. So the conclusion from that experiment determined that, or actually the conclusion from that experiment not determined, but the conclusion from that experiment showed that the electron, whether or not observed, shows a random probability to end up on one of the places that's actually how do you say this correctly? If there's an interference, if there's like an interference point where the amplitude is either where the amplitude is either greatly amplified or the other way around, or canceled out. I mean. Then if you were to observe the electron, you would actually see it going to a specific spot, and it wouldn't be like a random distribution. But when it was not observed, and when they were firing the electron sequentially, then you saw a distribution pattern.
Right. Which means what?
Right. Which
in one instance they knew, and in the other instance they didn't know, right?
Right. So when they started observing, they could actually, when they started observing the electron, they knew where it was going to end because they were observing it, right? They were seeing it along its along its path, right? But when they were not observing it, when they were not looking at it, they saw an interference pattern. So it suggests a duality in both wave and particle-like behavior.
Okay, dude, you're missing the whole point. You're missing the whole point. The whole point is that when they observe it, okay, whenever that knowledge is known, the reception plate, which is where the pattern is shot onto, changes.
Right.
In fact,
it has been shown with different frequencies.
In fact, they even did delayed choices, where they made the choice after the experiment had already concluded and then went back to check the plates and found that it was concurrent with whether or not they knew it. In fact, they even made one somewhere in the Midwest of the United States where they actually made the experiment greater than the distance of the speed of light. So they couldn't even be interfered with by knowing the knowledge ahead of time. Right? So they made the receiver of the information greater than the speed of light, right? So there's no way to get it ahead of time. So they have
kind of interesting.
Three experiments where they're trying to say, look, the only time we get this collapse is when we know the path that it is taking. When we don't know the path, we get this result. And when we do know the path, we get this result. And the only change is whether we know or don't know. Now, interestingly enough,
okay, I'm not gonna. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna lie. I'm totally confused. Okay, I'm not sure what we're talking about. Really,
it's spooky, dude.
It's just.
Dude. Okay, so when you have a photo play, the light is shining on it, right, through a double slit. It's either going to be a discrete pattern or an interference pattern, right?
Light? No, with light, it's not the case.
It is the case.
Well, I'd like to see the experiment where it is the case. Maybe you're right.
It's called the double slit experiment and the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment.
Double slit experiment. Double. What did you say? Double choice Pathfinder, or what was it?
No, the quantum. There's actually three: double slit experiment, quantum eraser experiment, and delayed choice quantum eraser experiment.
Okay.
Now this is so well known that alleged astrophysicists even think that this occurs out in space, that light from a distant star actually takes multiple paths. There's all kinds of philosophical implications here.
It's one of the things I found is I don't know if this is a flat earther or a glober, but it's the title of the video is "The Delayed Choice Quantum Eraser Debunked." I'm just saying that's what it shows. Okay, and it's got 500,000 views.
I mean that's fair, but see the problem is that these three
I'll look at it, fuck it, I'll look at it.
Have been duplicated. Yeah, fair, but you might want to look at actual versions of the experiment before you look at the debunks.
Yeah, no, dude.
Because allegedly,
I'm just saying it was there. I'm just saying it was there.
Fair. Yeah, I get you, but allegedly, and I haven't quantified the results, so I don't know. This is the most reproduced experiment in the history of mankind.
The delayed.
So, like every university, yeah. One of them, maybe all of them, but at least one, maybe the second one. And it's because it's got really fundamental implications for a lot of physics, and so a lot of universities, a lot of colleges, they have their kids do this or they do it themselves.
When I was taking a physics class, and when we came to the topic of quantum mechanics, my physics teacher himself, he said that if you got questions, just be aware that in this topic, a lot of the things that we are showing you here, we don't really know why they're happening or how they're precisely happening, just that we are observing these phenomena. So it's kind of
interesting.
Yeah. And also, it's just a very it's considered to be a very counterintuitive subject either. Whether you're pro or flat earther, it's just
Well, part of the counterintuition is the idea that the material, physical, and temporal states of reality are the arbiters of what occurs, rather than something extra to those dimensions. Now, for any specific theist or somebody who has a supernatural worldview, then the dimensions we exist in are subordinate to the supernatural dimensions. And so whatever's occurring in the supernatural, expressing itself through lower dimensions is completely rational. It's only irrational when you limit your worldview to a set of accepted dimensions based on your philosophy.
Yeah, but like, isn't
Yeah, for example, like you've heard of, quantum entanglement, where particles removed by any distance can affect each other, right? Even faster than the speed of light. Now, if you limit your worldview to
you can deduce certain information from one particle to the other.
Yeah. So
at any distance,
some people would say that's impossible because you can't travel faster than the speed of light through space. Now that may be true, but keep in mind that you're assuming that whatever's happening between these particles is occurring in space and not occurring in a higher dimension greater than space.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Now, interestingly enough,
hold on. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I got a picture. Yeah, I can't hear you.
I think it's starting to rain.
Yeah, now your audio is fine. But go ahead. Could you just repeat where you left? Where I interrupted you?
Yeah. So you've heard this claim, or not a claim, a question. It's supposed to be a philosophical question. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, did it make a sound?
I mean,
right? You've heard that before.
Yeah. No, not that I remember, but yeah, like to see where this is going.
It's just a famous question that people ask for rhetorical force or to gauge in certain philosophy debates. But part of the implications of some people that latched on to the quantum eraser experiment and its implications were that not only did it not make a sound, but that the tree isn't even there. It's just in a probability state until it's necessary. In other words,
probability state until it's necessary.
Yeah. So in other words, it's a state of information that exists in a higher dimension until it's necessary to be rendered for a sentient observer. Now, interestingly enough, one of the famous colleges in the United States, Berkeley, right? It's actually founded by Mr. Berkeley, who's actually the founder of Berkeleyan idealism, who actually took this to its logical conclusion and basically said, well, if reality renders for the sentient observer, then how can the probability state exist without any sentient observers? Because it's waiting for a sentient observer to come along. So it must be grounded in a greater sentience than ours. And he referred to this as the overmind. And he's not the only one. There's many, many people who went down this track. But that's because they opened their mind up to the idea that they're not going to limit their conclusions to material causes.
Sorry, I mean, again, I'm confused by what you're saying about what Mr. Berkeley said, the founder of Berkeley University. Just saying that I didn't catch real what you're trying to say.
Okay, so if certain parts of reality only essentially quote unquote materialize or concrete themselves into a final form when they're needed to be observed by a sentient observer,
right?
Then Berkeley basically framed the concept that reality is essentially, for lack of a better term, a matrix of possibility that only comes into fruition when a sentient observer needs it to. Much like a video game, if you're not in level 2, level 2 isn't being rendered, and the circumstances of level 2 won't become realized until you're actually in level 2.
So
however,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
So you're basically saying that for a sentient observer, the reality is rendered when it's necessary to be rendered, because it has to, when it's supposed to be observed, it has to be rendered or has to manifest into existence for the observer to observe something out of a probability of possibilities. Wait, hold on. I think I formulated that wrong. What I mean is that for all the probabilities that are out there, right? There's one that's being picked for that pause to be observed by the observer.
Yep.
But
people ran into a problem with this philosophy at that level, which is this. Well, much like level 2 of the video game. Well, if it's not rendered yet, then where does the probability states or the reasons why it would or wouldn't be rendered exist? And Berkeley solved that problem with saying that essentially the game designer is the one who sets the parameters for level 2 when you arrive at level 2. And level 2 then uses those parameters to render for you when it needs to when you're present. And he called that game designer the overmind.
Yeah, but doesn't that, like, if you're talking about, okay, let's say every particle is just chosen from from a collection of probabilities of what it could be, doesn't that conflict with determinism a little bit, which does portray, like, if a car is in front of a moving train, then we do not have how do you say it? Then we do not have no clue about what's going to happen, right?
Well, that's why it's dynamic. It's not determined.
But we do have a clue of what's going to happen, whether that to the fullest precision, that's by mainstream science is claimed that it's not to be, because no particle can be observed to its fullest precision when it comes
Exactly.
to
Exactly. So we only have our experience with the final renders, right? None of us experience the unrendered state. We only experience the final renders, and that's where we make our conclusions between how the game is going to affect us.
How would you prove this?
Well, like I said, it's been going on for decades, where more advanced philosophers than I have already went through all of this.
Right.
And part of what they rely on is the evidence of the quantum interactions and how they're non-local, all these other types of implications to where there's greater dimensions, and that the knowledge of the sentient observer seems to be intrinsic into how it all plays out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, interestingly enough, I'm going to post you a thing in the chat right now.
Oh shit! Someone's talking. Have I missed something?
No.
I was helping AI in the chat while he was talking to you.
Yeah.
So let me see. I'm going to post you this book from this guy.
So is this something you keep yourself busy a lot? What's the one topic you like to keep yourself minded? Like, is it specifically quantum mechanics, or like the philosophy behind actually behind the sentient observation of reality? Like, what is it?
Well, some people describe the physical and natural world as having miracles within it, or all these fancy, great things happening in it. I'm not impressed with any of them. So even if you postulate the idea of an eternal sentient creator being able to create the world in which we live and the way in which that occurs, yeah, I mean, from a mechanical point of view, it's impressive. But to me, it's not impressive at all. That's easy for such an entity. It's easy for an entity like that to create a world. It's not even a breaking a sweat. Okay, what is actually amazing to me, and I think is the only thing actually worthy of amazement at all, is the fact that a sentient agent can create another sentient agent. That is the only miracle in my view.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't see any reason why it would be the case that you can create another mind, like an actual self-aware mind. Like, it makes zero sense. Like, where does the power come from?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because it's like when we try and reason, we just we look at our reality and see how it behaves, and we have the ability to process information and come up with the philosophy of logic where we can box pretty much a lot of type of information. I'm going to clarify this later, but like we can put these information in two boxes, which is true and untrue, right? So yeah, we can say that if a train gets hit by a car, it's true that the car. Let's just assume that the train wrecks the car, then that would be true, right? And then you have another box that says, well, it's untrue for the car not to be wrecked by it. And I think those are just the axioms they're using to you're just reasoning based on that axiom. And sometimes you can also, like, I don't know, it's kind of abstract to think of outside of our reality, right? Outside of our existence, what is true and not true. Like, can we talk about another universe necessarily? And that's like the I think that's like philosophical mathematics, maybe, where it goes to, or like discrete mathematics. Like even my math teacher in university says that we do not have really any ultimate understanding of when we are putting a piece of information in the truth box versus the untruth box. Because you could likely create a very complicated, like, I don't know. You can say that one thing can have a quality which is true and untrue at the same time. I mean, can't really prove
right,
that
right. But we can. That's fair. But we can make certain truth claims that are true, and that are true, and not only are true but cannot be otherwise.
Yeah, but that's you reason with logic why it cannot be the other thing, right? That's just how it works. But you're basing it off of axioms. Like, I mean, how we describe a reality is that if we're talking about equality, it's either true or untrue, or like if it's a little bit vaguely described, it can be it can be to a certain extent, right? So, but the way we describe our reality is that one thing cannot be true and untrue at the same time, but its true value can change. It's just really weird, like, if you're trying to, like, ultimately understand, like, I don't know if I'm gonna ever achieve that milestone in my life where I'm gonna have an ultimate understanding of what logic really means, other than what reality suggests. Like, I don't think I'll be ever fully capable of separating my logical interpretation outside of reality, and just describe it in abstract, right? But I do suspect that our reality operates on those axioms, and it's using logic, and logic tells you what and logic tells you what.
Yeah, fair point. So what's that's great. So what's the chemical structure of logic?
Sorry?
The chemical structure of logic.
Don't know what that means.
Yeah. What's the chemical structure of logic?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. What is the equation necessary for logic?
I don't know.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. How many calories are in a logic string?
I don't know. I don't know if that's.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. How much momentum can logic impart on a physical object?
How much? Repeat it again. What did you say?
Yes. So momentum is the vector and amplitude of force of a moving object, right? So how much momentum can logic impart on another object?
Wouldn't have no clue.
Right, because all of these questions I asked were incoherent because logic doesn't exist in the physical world. It only exists in the mental realm.
Right. No, I've no idea what these.
It has no energy. It has no space. It has no matter. It has none of those things. Right? It's entirely supernatural.
In my perception, yeah. I guess so. Yeah, I would agree to that. That's fucking weird, man. Like I can choose to take this one course in philosophical logic in my bachelor's degree. I'm thinking about it. I have a friend who did do a course in philosophy at my university, and he said that logic, logic was very difficult. But fuck it, man. Like I don't know. I'm just thinking about it.
So these things only exist in the mental world. So in order for them to have grounded truth ad infinitum, then the mental realm must be eternal.
Well, I don't know about that.
Is there any physical state that can violate? Yeah. Is there any? Is there any physical state that can violate logic? The answer is no. Right? We know that.
Yeah, we observe that for the most part. Yeah.
Yeah. So that
Also,
means that logic exists
like,
in a higher tier. Logic exists in a higher tier, which can't be affected by the physical, and it only exists in the mental. Right?
But yeah, but like it's interesting because you say that in order for such things like the incoherent proposals that you suggested, that you mentioned multiple times, these can only be understood that these can only be understood logically. You would require to have at least an eternal conscious, I would say.
Yeah. Yes. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Yeah. I want
Let me
to
tell you,
know why.
it's simple because the mind cannot be informed about them from the external world. Nothing in the physical world has anything to do with these things. You must already possess the ability to do logic, to apply it to the world that you're interpreting externally. You can't gain it from the external world. In fact, even when somebody attempts to teach you logic, they must appeal to your intuition, which already exists.
But it is
so. Then, how did the first mind come up with these things? The have. It must have always existed concurrently with the presence of the mind. Right. I posted a book for you called The Case Against Reality. And
oh yeah,
it's the subtext.
Yo, you're lagging a lot, man. You're lagging a lot.
How Evolution Hid
Overlord.
Truth from Us. Now, this
Overlord,
man
you're
is an
lagging.
evolutionary biologist, right? And he's in league with other such cosmogenous physicists. Is that the more they study the physical natural world with matter, energy, and temporal states? Hold on, I'll be back.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I think hold on. Let's see. Yeah, maybe we should try like if we're gonna use like different if we're gonna use like specific terminology, which I don't necessarily always know, we should probably not like for the sake of the accessibility of the discussion. Now we should be like a little bit more, careful with that.
What?
I think the quote you were responding to.
Oh, you mean T-Wad? It's only, us fellow flat earthers tossing around things. So we're
Yeah.
all learning and we're all willing to learn and be taught and all these things.
Yeah, so the book I posted is from an evolutionary psychologist. Basically, it's saying like how humans arrived at the quote unquote knowledge they have now about the truth of reality, and how there's no way for evolutionary processes to determine the truth whatsoever. And he actually goes on from that idea and all the other ideas we just talked about, coalescing with, Big Bang, modern science, the study of right now what we have, where we're trying to study smaller energy, smaller matter, smaller time, things like CERN and all these other things where we're trying to get to the real fabric of reality. And him among his peers and colleagues is basically coming to the conclusion that when you study these things down to their most minute, that you get to this hard wall where the only thing on the other side is just consciousness, or sentient agents as they refer to it. And so the coalescence among all those dudes is that an eternal sentient agent is necessary for reality to exist. Now, keep in mind, these guys are globe Earth, NASA stroking. Go ahead.
You guys, you have to be careful with what you do.
I'd agree. There you go. You got to be careful when you butt in on a conversation. Just start blurting out instead of listening first. Yep.
All right.
You might have to face consequences. So I'd agree.
So okay, well that's interesting. You were saying that they were also Globers, and they also came to the conclusion.
The point is that they adhere to the standard science paradigm, mostly throughout history, and then they arrive where they're at now based on that paradigm.
Yeah.
And part of that is the validity of scientific experiments and all these other things. But basically, their conclusion is, when trying to find things like the Higgs boson, the God particle, the smallest unit of time, the smallest unit of matter, how can things happen in an instant, at a micro scale, all of these things. Like they basically get to the conclusion, the same type of conclusion that Berkeley had and other people in the past, which is that in order for anything to happen, there must be an eternal mind. In order for anything that we have to even be intelligible, coherent, or anything, there must be an eternal mind.
See,
and these guys are arriving at that conclusion through what they claim is simply pure science.
Right. But it doesn't have to be an eternal mind. I don't know how they define it. Like usually when it comes to what I see, at least, like reading from Stephen Hawking and stuff, and a little bit of
No. Stephen Hawking's a retard. Einstein's a retard. Those are old dudes. I'm talking about the current stuff. Dude.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not
not morons who aren't in the current. I'm saying in the sense of they existed in the past, not the present, and they're not aware of all the present technology and experiments. Whereas these guys who I'm talking about are. So, like I said, those guys, they followed Hawking, they followed Einstein, they continued on the shoulders of giants, yada, 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 to arrive at where they're at now. I'm talking about now.
No, I was trying to make my point that, sure, some people choose to use the term of eternal mind or a conscious creator or something like that. But it's all, hold on. Just let the other side hear.
We're talking about the now, not the past, homie. I don't care what Einstein thought.
No, I'm not talking about Einstein specific. I'm just saying. Okay. What I'm trying to get at is that it can mean a lot of different things.
Yeah, the problem is that we know.
Jesus God or
I know.
Islam or Judaism, right? That's
dude. See, here's the problem. You went from eternal mind to some kind of wibbly gobbledygook, and then you just ended it up as it doesn't mean Jesus. Who said it meant Jesus? I'm saying that they're saying an eternal sentient agent. They parse it out with consciousness generally, and then sentient agency specifically.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So in other words, So, in other words, a specific sentience is responsible for reality. Now, to be fair, they don't then say this specific sentience must be a singular entity of a particular name. In fact, a lot of these guys actually go the route of monism or subjective idealism. In other words, there's multiple sentient agents that exist extraneous to the physical natural world. And sometimes they can even compete against each other. But the point is that they recognize that this world we live in, like, I'm hitting a piece of plastic right now, a solid piece of plastic. That the reason why this solid piece of plastic has solidness is fundamentally a derivative of a sentient agent existing. So, in other words, it's not the case that the physical, natural, material things existed and then sentient agents came into existence at a later time. It's that sentient agents exist in the first order, and then at some other point in sequence comes the physical and natural world, because the physical and natural world rely on sentient agency to exist in the first instance.
Okay, interesting, man. Yeah. No, I was kind of thinking that maybe this was going to go down the route of perhaps explaining that Christianity is is related to this, but maybe that was just the wrong.
I mean, it is. It's not that it isn't. It's just that for them, it's not. So they make the claim. Loosely, this is their claim. Okay, check it out.
Why
we
not?
know all of the science. We know all the science of history, and it's led us to this point in this technology, and where we're at now. The conclusion is that an eternal sentient agent is responsible for reality. That's their conclusion. Now, from that, other conclusions can follow, but that's as far as they've pushed it so far. And as far as they've made general claims about what the nature of that agent is, they kind of have a monistic interpretation, which basically means everything is one. So, like there is no real separation between the physical and the supernatural. There is no real separation between the individual. It's all essentially one entity.
That honestly would make a lot more sense. To be honest, like supernatural is natural. It's just something that we consider to be impossible in some kind of extent.
Yeah, exactly. Much like the old thought experiment of Flatman. Remember, where Flatman tries to explain a three-dimensional sphere passing through his world to other flat people, and then they basically think he's some kind of crazy heretic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting, but you do because I think you said it. You do think about that Christianity provides the explanation for all of this.
Christianity.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, think about it this way: if you take it as given, and you could parse out the particulars if you want to, that the text of Christianity, which describes the attributes of the Creator and the creation, is actually pretty congruent with these other guys' claims. An eternal sentient agent exists. That's what they agree with. That eternal sentient agent is the necessary cause for all subsequent reality. That's what they agree with. And the agreements go on and on and on. So if you take it that this is just now coming to quote unquote scientifically validated claims, as they claim it does, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but they're claiming it does, then that means that a book written thousands and thousands of years ago described accurately what they arrived at today. And so to then dismiss the claims within it, right, as being revealed to those people through some means, whether they had the advanced science that we have now, or they actually had communication with these agents, right? It's not unrelated, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
So in other words, it's congruent. So this quote unquote discovery is entirely congruent with what people who are adherents to the biblical faith have known throughout antiquity. And other faiths, by the way, not just exclusive to the biblical faith. There are other faiths that had similar claims about the nature of reality, which are also congruent with these so-called new findings. Something really weird is one of the physicists who was talking about the multi universe theory and the implications of the expression of physics in an infinite permutation in order to arrive at the physics of our world require an infinite amount of worlds that have differential physics expressed, which means that in order for this realm to exist within the paradigm that he believes in, he must also believe in a realm that exists in which the Earth is flat. So in one of the infinite universes, the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
So therefore, if the Earth is a globe, according to him, the Earth must also be flat, at least in one expression.
Probably infinite expressions too, right? Or infinite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it would also be the case that there's an infinite number of universes in which the people in the universe can't accurately ascertain the truth claims about the universe because, like Mr. Hoffman wrote, that the evolutionary processes which they believe in within the infinite matrix also can't give you truth. So we have an infinite number of universes where the people within it cannot accurately make truth claims about the nature of the object they're living on. And then, since we know it could be flat or a globe based on the infinity, how would you know whether you're on a globe or a flat Earth? Hey, guess what? You want me to blow your mind right now?
What?
The idea of infinite worlds. Do you think that's a scientific creation, or that it existed predating the scientific claim in a religious philosophy?
Do I think it's came out of mainstream science or it came out of religion?
Yeah.
It could be coming out of religion too, you know?
Yeah, the religious idea of the many worlds. Yeah.
Sure.
By a long shot.
Yeah, I think.
In fact,
Oh.
guess what? Interestingly enough, the one of the ideas of the many is that God creates the infinite worlds to test out every soul against an infinite amount of possibilities, and then coalesces all the possibilities into the reality that results in the maximum amount of good souls.
That's interesting. I mean, yeah, I guess like infinity by itself, if you have an infinite amount of universes, you can also leave room for a God that's capable of creating an infinite amount of universe itself, right? Yeah, muted himself. All right, but I'm gonna go offline right now. It was another interesting discussion talking with you guys.
Take it easy.
I'll catch you guys later. See ya.
I'll submit to the audience that in both the materialistic scientific paradigm and in paradigms that I mentioned where they're trying to create the many worlds to excuse away the permutations of human behavior, whether moral or immoral, is that both of them are changing their metaphysic based on what they think is moral or immoral, or the moral or implications of their morals. So, for example, the materialist doesn't want to be held to account to the author of reality for his moral choices. And the Molinist, who has the infinite worlds of God trying to decide which are the good souls, is trying to interpret a matrix of what gives God the right to judge evil. Right? So both of them are upset that God has the authority to do what he wants with people he says are evil. So he declares what is evil and what is not, and he judges what is evil, what is not. And he makes the rules, and there's nobody that can stop him. That's basically what both sides are upset with.
I just read this morning, how can the clay say to the potter, why did you make me this way?
Yeah. Backed up by another quote, which is, the other quote is, I kill, I make alive, I judge, and there is no one that can stay my hand. In other words, he can do whatever he wants.
Yep. The multiverse, you say, is that Talmudic? Is that the Zohar? Is that Babylonian mysticism? Where does that come from? The many worlds, or do you know? He must be busy.
Okay, so the multiverse idea is what I was talking about in light of the biblical worldview apologetics, was that they're using it as a reason to explain why God is doing things in this realm. So by the same token, the quote-unquote alleged physicists are saying that we need an infinite universe to explain why things are happening in this realm. So they're both appealing to an infinity of possibilities being expressed in order to get the result we both live in this realm. See what I mean?
Yeah, I thought I just heard you say that this is a religious idea, kind of like this is not a new idea that someone's baked up. This has always existed, probably from another, I don't know, pagan religion or philosophy. I just wasn't sure if it existed somewhere else.
Well, it's part of the age-old argument. It's like if an ultimate arbiter exists, right, then where does he get the authority and the right to judge me for being moral or immoral? Essentially. One way to solve that is to just accept the fact that if he does exist, even if only as a hypothetical, then he gets to do whatever he wants, period. I mean, there's no ands or buts about it. But in an attempt to rationalize this with their own experience in the world, one camp says we have an infinite worlds, and therefore, all infinities are expressed, and even though to you it seems like you have a limited set of options of whether you're good or not, that you actually expressed in every infinity that you're an evil person and you don't deserve to live. Right? So you had an infinite number of chances, not a finite number of chances. And then the other way of going is that they just dismiss God altogether by appealing to an infinite universe to remove the need for specific agent creation. So both sides are appealing to the same excuse to satisfy their reasoning, and that is that there's an infinite number of expressions of the universe, as well as all humans within it, and all choices and all everything. You know.
Yeah, I got you. I agree. I never thought of it that way, but I agree.
And the common thread is, what is the ultimate authority? And that's the common thread in all of these pursuits, right? Keep in mind that many of the pursuits, when they take a materialistic or secularist turn, they abandon ultimate authority for anything to do with morality, and they turn it into a subjective matrix of interpretation among a societal entity. So basically, whatever the society agrees with en masse becomes right or wrong. They don't have any grounding for true right or wrong. So they take away an apparent intuitive aspect of reality, that right and wrong actually do exist, like how we all act, and then they dilute it into this infinity of dithering, basically.
Well, if a handful of individuals decides to influence the society to become increasingly immoral by whatever means possible, then that will just degrade the moral integrity of the society over time.
Now, interestingly enough, check it out. This is why the resultant of this philosophy that I was just speaking about with this other guy earlier matters. If they create the concept that, or sorry, if they concede the concept that an eternal sentient agent is responsible for reality, that eternal sentient agent is the authority of reality, right? That would be a given. Now, if you then claim that the totality of this agent is actually comprised of the entirety of consciousness in itself as one, then that means that you're a part of it, and that means that a murderer is a part of it, and that means that any permutation of evil you can think of is also a part of it as one entity. So you are one with the same entity as a murderer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what that means is, since you are that entity, which is the author of reality, then it's your aggregate opinion coalesced into one that decides what is good and what isn't good, which means that 20 years ago, this act was immoral, but 50 years from now, it's going to be moral. Not just by subjective opinion, but by authority of the creator of reality itself, which is you. Interesting. Because if you're all one aggregate organism, then whenever everyone decides, quote unquote, together, that reality is going to change, then reality changes. Versus classical specific theism, which states that the creation and the creator are distinct, that the creator is eternal and the creation is temporal and subordinate. And so there is no case where the creation can take a vote and change what is right or wrong. The creator is always the arbiter. So those are entirely two different metaphysics, right? And most people who are into this new type of thinking will accept the one where the creator is not an external agent that you're always beholden to, but they'd rather accept an amorphous kind of ever-changing reality to where subjective opinion rules the day. And the reason is if that's true, then what they're doing isn't actually truly immoral. And so they excuse the fact that they previously rejected a God because a God has authority over them, and then they accept a God which still doesn't have authority over them. So they'd be willing to accept any God as long as it doesn't have extrinsic, specific authority over them.
Yeah, and I could almost kind of detect that from the guy that was in here a little while ago, because without even mentioning it, he brought up Christianity, which seemed to be something that he was not too keen on. This idea that there may be a king, sovereign over all creation, whether he likes it or not, and that is not preferred.
Yeah, and you notice how the way that I parse it out, you don't even have to bring up Christianity or any specific religion at all. You just have to bring up the fact that an author has authority. I mean, that's really all it is.
Right.
You know, if you're living within like a Wikipedia version of a story, let's say, and so you have 100 authors, and they're always allowed to update the story or change the story, and then that causes retroactive continuity problems, and they have to resolve it, and all of this and that. Then it's an amorphous thing, like it's constantly in flux based on the opinion of these 100 authors, right?
Yeah.
So none of them actually have explicit authority over the others, right? It's kind of like this constant blob of moving parts.
Yeah, and yet the aggregate, if they don't have any sense of the ultimate authority of the author himself, will kind of hand that authority off to others who don't necessarily have that authority by right.
Which let's confess that a lot of guys we experience that are against flat Earth are against it for that reason. They're against it because it connotes an idea of specific intention, and specific intention connotes intention, which connotes an intender, right?
Yep.
And if that's the case, then you have a completely different hierarchy. And that's not everybody, don't get me wrong. Like, that's a specific subset of Globers, because there's plenty of specific theist Globers who absolutely believe in an ultimate authority creator that created the Earth and expressed it as a globe. But there are people who think that the globe and the heliocentric cosmogony and evolution and all that exclude the necessity of a creator. And then they live in their little materialistic fantasy.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, answers the question, if anybody's listening and wonders, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? Well, the answer is the metaphysical implications, right?
Yep.
If you don't want to believe in a specific creator, and this whole materialistic paradigm allows you to have a bastion of safety for the implication, then that would be a reason. Whether this is the reason or not, that would be a sufficient reason to lie to others, and more importantly, to lie to yourself.
Yep, 100%. You know, Dave.
That's who they're lying to, right? They're lying to themselves, right? First.
Yep. So Dave Weiss, you know, in a lot of his spiels is saying, "Oh, well, you know, well, they're doing this to hide God," and I'm thinking, no, not really. They're giving somebody maybe plausible deniability or some kind of excuse to lie to themselves, that there is no ultimate authority. I think that's the best that they can hope for.
Yeah. So does Dave Weiss believe in Christianity?
Doesn't sound like it.
Does Dave Weiss believe in Islam?
I don't think so.
Okay, so we got two religions which represent nearly the majority of humans on Earth, right? That have a specific theist viewpoint. So if he says they're hiding God, they're not doing a very good job. So the only thing he could possibly mean, if they are indeed hiding the creator, this is the only thing he could mean, is that the creator that's being hidden is not the creator we all know. Right? Because if he's hidden, then we don't know him. So who is the creator he's talking about? He certainly isn't talking about Yahweh from the Bible. He certainly isn't talking about Allah from the Quran or any other specific theist religions, right? He's talking about a hidden God. Because let me tell you, Yahweh isn't hidden. Everybody knows about him. Right? The majority of the face of the earth, right, of the modern world, not pardoning third worlds and other unreached nations, right, know that the Christian belief exists and that they believe in a specific monotheistic God. Like the majority of people know that. The majority of people know that about Islam. So what hidden God is left? I'd like to know what Dave thinks that who's being hidden, please. Because you notice how Dave says the creator, God, the creator, right? They're hiding the creator. Well, who's the creator, Dave? Who's this hidden character that's going to be revealed?
That's interesting.
I have a little. Sorry, brother. Continue on.
No, that was an interesting thought. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I had thought that Dave Weiss is just trying over his Jewish upbringing. That I think that's why he is. I think he's trying to kind of, gloss over his Jewish upbringing. I think, because I've heard some videos a couple years ago where he was on with Alex Stein and Jaron and others, and they're making slight little jabs about shekels and talking about Dave and such. So I've got a feeling that Dave knows exactly who the creator is, but he's trying to just gloss over the fact that he's Jewish.
But don't get me wrong, I understand the rhetorical force behind the argument, because a lot of their positions do seem to be intentionally foregoing the idea of a specific agent creator. And so in that sense you could say, oh, they're trying to hide God, but we all do know that everybody pretty much is aware of the concept of God and aware of the main religions in the world, at least on some level.
I would have to say that even in most of the unreached nations, they've heard of Yahweh, they've heard of Allah, and that those who follow Allah say that Allah and Yahweh are the same, and so I would say that it's a rare person in the world who's not heard of Allah or Yahweh.
Yes, but according to missionaries, right, actual missionaries who go out and spread Christianity, there's a thing called the 1040 window, which has to do with something like 80% of the population live within this certain demographic, and then all these other people are considered unreached. And like the amount of nations that are considered unreached is quite a lot of people. And part of that, when they mean unreached, is that they don't have a Bible in their native tongue. They don't have preaching of the gospel, which is separate from just the general theist position. So, for example, they might recognize that Christianity believes in one God, but they never heard, they never were taught from the scripture that the scripture says Jesus died for your sins or something like that, right? Like they never heard that message, really. So there is quite a bit of unreached people.
Oh, no doubt. It's no doubt. I'm just saying it's rare in the world overall, but I certainly am glad that there are missionaries who are out there getting them, spreading that message. And I have not heard of the 1040 window. when I was stopped at the stoplight, I put that in real quick and opened it in a new window, so I'll read that a little later.
Well, part of it too is like the critique that the majority of mission efforts are spent on societies that are already, oversaturated. Like, people have like 4 Bibles per person, and it's like, okay, you could go back to these people, or you could go to this other area where they don't have Bibles and they've never heard the message, right? So it's kind of like this self-critique.
Yeah, no doubt. And I read an account of a Mormon missionary who she was sent down to South America, and they set up like video games and all sorts of stuff, according to the article. And then they would say, okay, well, now it's time to go get baptized. And then, they would all do it, and they would have these like treats and things like this. And then she said that in talking with some of the locals, they would say, oh, well, the Mormons come through every month or two, and then the Seventh-day Adventists are here, and then the Catholics are here, and then there's other Protestants that are here that do just... So, it's just like a bunch of itinerant preachers coming through that...
But I got a theory. This is my theory. So we know that the idea that the Earth is specifically created is not a hidden idea. And so if anybody's hiding the Creator, they can't be hiding the idea that a Creator exists. And since we already have specific agents out there in the social sphere that are named, then those agents aren't hidden either. So if you claimed that there's a hidden God, then it must be a God that is not readily known to everyone, you see. Otherwise, the idea that it's hidden is stupid. So you must have a hidden God to bring forward to the light, right? So all these guys are saying Creator, Creator, Creator. The Creator is hidden. And if you actually look at who they're claiming is hidden, you'll notice that the characteristics of the hidden Creator are not the same characteristics of the Creator that we know through common sources. So, for example, the Yahweh of Christianity has specific characteristics, and also there's specific claims about him. There's specific claims about Jesus, etc., etc., etc. So these new guys, like Dave and the other guys, they've said that the Creator is hidden. Even Jaron has said the Creator is hidden. But if you look at the material that they're involved with, for example, that documentary Level, if you watch that documentary, it's all New Age. The idea of everybody is part of the Creator and we're all just one, that's rife throughout their documentary. And you notice how I parsed out the 2 different paradigms to where we're all one with the Creator versus the Creator is distinct and the creation is subordinate, right? Those are 2 different worldviews. So the hidden God that these guys seem to be pushing is the God of the monistic tradition. You see what I'm saying there? They're not pushing any classical view of God. They're pushing a monistic view.
Yeah, and if you recall that you were sharing that with me back in May in a private talk. It's,
so I'm going to advance
it's
this theory. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's fascinating because I would go so far to say that your theory is correct. It's not just speculation, that you are correct.
Yeah, so for example, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is convincing the world that the greatest trick he ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist. Or, transversely, that his motivation is atheism. So a lot of people think that atheisms are significant in any way, shape, or form. They're actually irrelevant in the grand scheme of the cosmic playground, because Satan doesn't want people to not believe in God at all. He wants them to believe he's God. Okay, the Bible doesn't say that Satan's goal was to erase God as a concept from mankind, but rather to usurp the role of God in mankind, from mankind, right? That's what the Bible says is going to happen. So if you're using that text to talk about the agents within the text, then you have to look at their motives, which are explained in the text. So if we have a bunch of people, which by the way includes evolutionists, astrophysicists, globe believing, NASA, loving dudes, as well as flat earthers, who can all synergize into one religious belief that the hidden creator is essentially a monistic, idealistic version, right? So the flat earthers who are down that line agree with Kaufman, by the way, or sorry, Hoffman, which I mentioned earlier. The God that they're creating is a God that is part of creation, and creation is part of him, in like this one entity type thing. In other words, New Age, right?
No doubt.
And, right, I'm not saying everyone's guilty of this, but there is a striking similarity, which I'm about to let you see, and then you can make your own conclusion. Is that since the devil wants to take the place of God, right? And you got all these people trying to find the hidden God, and that would be a good time for the devil to step in, right? So let's see some of the similarities between some of what these guys are talking about and some of what the Bible says. So there's been speculations that everything is made of ether, right? And ether has been referred to as the luminiferous ether, which means the light bringer. So if everything's made of the light bringer, who is the light bringer in the Bible? Satan.
Lucifer.
Yes.
Which
Secondly,
Lucifer,
the ether.
that's what I said, Lucifer.
Yeah, Lucifer
Continue on.
specifically. Yes, correct. Because that literally means the light bearer, right? Then we've got the ether being described as, in the ancient times, as the power of the upper air, right? You have the lower air, which is where we live, and then you have the upper air, which is the ether, and there's a power there. Okay? So who's described in the Bible as the prince of that power?
The devil.
Well, so there's some startling similarities and crossovers which could easily synergize into people being fooled into thinking that they're now serving the true hidden creator when actually they're just serving Satan. And I'm not saying people who think that the ether is real are necessarily involved with this. I'm just saying that it's possible when you search for hidden knowledge, right, that you don't find the actual truth, but you find a subversive truth.
I had a dream once that a man came to me and in a nice suit and tie and told me that he was Satan. And I said, well, where are your horns? And I said, oh no, he said, that's all just Hollywood. He's like, no, he said, the truth is, people don't understand. I'm the most honest guy in town. He said, I always tell the truth, except for what I'm trying to deceive somebody on. He said, and, we had this conversation in my dream, of course, and he said, oh yeah, he said, I draw people to me with the truth. And then I said, well, I don't want any of your truth. And then I woke up. With my point being, I don't know where my brain would have conjured that from, but ultimately, I think the key is that if you go searching for truth, you might not like the destination that takes you if you don't have the guidance of the Holy Spirit.
I would like to propose something also. The same people that are proposing this ether or whatever different aspects of flat Earth are also skewing the idea of Jesus Christ being our Lord and Savior, they parse out a bunch of different ideas about who he is, and this is the one simple thing that I can, no matter where you are, where you think you live, that would be the one thing that we could all agree on. But it seems to be skewed in this, this area.
And yeah, 100%.
The Bible says the Holy Spirit will only elevate Christ. But a lot of the guys that get into these weird occult hidden type versions of so-called biblical worldviews, one of the very first things they do when they set out down this track is they immediately start attacking who Jesus is and what he's done for some weird reason. And partly that's because those are the fundamental tenets of any classical form of Christianity, is who Jesus is and what he's done. So in order to have an alternate view, you must attack those two pillars.
Yeah, most of the we'll call them. I'm not going to call them by name, but the main ether promoters that we come across have made many comments that are what I would call antichrist. So, sort of telling.
Exactly, because they take you back to the old covenant, which there's so many things that I don't want to like get into the minutia of it, but there's certain things that you're told from Jesus or about Jesus that would be simple. It's simple, and they want to make it really complicated and not focused on Jesus, who he is and what he did.
Yeah, so one of the overarching synergisms between a lot of these viewpoints is that if you remove the necessity of who Jesus is and what he did, then you basically end up with a matrix of dealing with God that just revolves around a, for lack of a better term, arbitrary set of behaviors and expectations that the human must perform. In other words, it's the exact same old view that if I'm a good person and I do the right thing, God will accept me, which is pretty much a synthetic worldview that exists right now, right? Like the average person thinks, oh, I'm a good person, and if I be a good person, I'll get to heaven. Even Trump, when interviewed recently, when he was asked about that, he basically said, yeah, if I'm a good person, I'll go up there, and if I'm a bad person, I won't go there, I'll go somewhere else. Right? So the whole world can get together, whether you're a flat earther, whether you're a globe earther, whether you're a biblicist or a Hinduist or whatever, you can all synergize into one world religion of, if I'm good and I behave good, then God will accept me. Right? Which is directly contradictory to the claims Jesus made.
Yeah, sounds like justification by works.
Yeah. And I've always said there's only two religions in the world. There's that religion, and then there's Jesus. And those are the only two religions that exist, fundamentally. All other religious systems can be quantified into the phrase, if I do better, I'll get some kind of reward, whether it be eternal, temporal, an echelon of rank when I reincarnate, whatever it is. It's always, I've got to be good, according to whatever standard of goodness I accept, whatever that may be, whether it's a list of rules, whether it's just an ethos of how I should treat others, whatever it is.
Which is very comforting, by the way, to know that, hey, if I just do this little formula here, heaven has to take me.
Well, and sometimes these religious systems incorporate a tangible action that can actually be achieved in an arbitrary sense, which means I can do this, I know I've done it, and I can check it off. You know, like let's say walk 100 yards on broken glass. It's like if I walk 100 yards on broken glass, I walked 100 yards on broken glass.
Well, I'm going to have to get in. I have a couple meetings this evening, so I'm going to have to get in with Mom and the boys here a few minutes. But I sincerely appreciate the enlightening conversation. Platzy, your comment right there was spot on. You were certainly spot on. So hope you all have a good evening, and I'll talk to you again soon.
You too, Jay.
See you, Mr. Barrington.
I didn't realize we had the bot in here. Hopefully they're not in there in the YouTube being like, why is this? I thought it was flat Earth. What's all this religious talk? I'll tell you why, friend, because this is politics and religion server, homie. So we got to make the topic relevant to politics and religion. Make sense? There you go.
What are you building today, AI?
Nothing. A dinner. I'm building dinner. Oh man, I may have to retire. Might have to do some debates. What do you think? I'm trying to get people
What do you
to
mean?
the arena.
Well, our biggest problem with getting people in the arena is just finding a Glober willing, right? Do we have some?
No, we got I think we have 5 Globers that are willing.
Oh.
I think the biggest problem is that too many people aren't capable of committing to a time. I think one of the reasons why I think it's the biggest problem. So it actually appears from an outsider looking in that some of us have an infinite amount of time in our hands. But there's a difference between having periodic available time, which you have nothing else to do, and so you're in here, versus having scheduled time. You know?
Right.
Like if you say we're going to have a debate, at 5 p.m. on Friday, then it's like, well, I have to clear my schedule for that time. instead of just having spontaneous available time in the day. I mean, heck, we couldn't even get ladies' night to coordinate with the women because, for the same reason, like they always had differentials in their schedules, right? So even though it seemed consistent, it actually was spontaneous for the majority of them. Like very few of them actually scheduled that Friday specifically for Flat Earth.
Right.
And it always tends to be right when I need to be like, or I'm busy. I've got my son running around. I've got to take care of him. I've got to do dinner. I've got to do, so it's not always easy to do. I try to do it along with all those things, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Like a lot of times I'll be working on the mic.
Yeah, we can tell. Thank you.
Sometimes I'll be on the mic when I should be working.
Yeah, we can always hear like some rustling going on your side, especially when you decide you're going to leave your mic open so that you can keep having a conversation. There's a lot of like stuff going on your end.
Yeah. The VC is murder on production.
I was going to unmute because you said something about having dinner or making dinner. I was like, well, I can't even worry about dinner until like I can make something for Booger, but like my husband's been working 10-hour shifts lately, so, and 6 days a week at that. So he's on 6 10s instead of 5 8s. So he doesn't get home until later. So dinner is later these days. But as soon as I was opening my mic to tell you that, he was calling me to tell me that he was already on his way home. So he'll be home in a couple of hours.
You know what's interesting, Flatsy, is I've heard some people claim on the side of the flat Earth community that's essentially into the more woo wooey and esoteric side that they represent the majority of new flat earthers, right? So people they're saying, okay, I accept that Earth is flat. So now I'm going to look into all these new truths. Then they come across all these like quote unquote hidden truths and hidden gods and all that, and then they basically latch onto it. So while the average person might think, well, the flat earthers are like the new truthers, but I think it's safe to say that the majority of flat earthers are no more truthier than they were 10 years ago. Like especially the new ones.
I agree with you. My goodness, it's like a trap that I was almost caught in, but was able to kind of see through it a little because I take a bit of time. My discernment is always me sitting on something and really like looking into it and also contemplating it or whatever. That always takes time for me, which I'm grateful for. I don't want to just always have an answer on the spot. That doesn't seem correct, So people that just are so, I don't know, they are so crazy. Like that True Earther guy in the home server is saying so many crazy things. Like I'm wondering if he like is hearing himself.
And he's a troll.
Maybe.
Well, sorry. There's one that isn't, and then there's one that is. There's one guy that calls himself a true earther who's kind of like a sincere guy, but you might have suspect about certain of his views. Then there's another one that goes by the true earther, but he's just a total troll. Like he's trying to instigate. He's trying to ask what appears to be sincere questions to try to instigate, basically.
Yeah, I just tore apart all of his argument, and because he wouldn't speak on the live stream, but I did it in the voice text, and then I put it away. I don't continue to engage after that. You just watch people, or you watch someone parse out arguments, and then you can come to a conclusion. There's no sense in just complete, like, I don't know, just making a perpetual thing to do every time you see them.
Yeah. Flatchy, I kind of have a more, or I have more refined my metric, right? And so basically, like, I immediately try to ascertain the person's position or the implications of their position on the person and work of Christ, and then I can very, very quickly suss out like the overall thing from that worldview, right? It's obviously that in my worldview, that's the hierarchy of truth, right?
Yeah, me too. Actually, that's why you guys don't really hear me speak a lot on here. Sometimes I'll get like a little a fire under me, and I'll get on here and I'll talk to people. But for the most part, I'm just here to be support. Like, if I'll be in chat, if I can help you, like with whatever you're doing in VC, I'll do that. Yeah, because I'm starting to realize the same thing. But I don't have, I guess, the qualities in the VC that you have to be able to speak to people that in that vein.
It's a catch-22 though, because I'm very interested in those topics, and a lot of times we're supposed to be talking about flat Earth, and then we go down those veins, and so we forego that topic. Which, like in the main server, we always tried to separate those as much as we could.
Yeah, I just don't have a
But a
problem.
lot of
I don't care.
yeah.
Like, I'm not one of the flat earthers that are like, oh, I don't want to talk about this. I mainly don't want to talk about other people philosophically puking on the VC about some really stupid. I don't know. Some people just don't have. They don't need to be talking about philosophy at all. No. The reason why I don't have a problem with it is because if you can come to a conversation with a sound argument, which you always seem to have a sound argument, there's a problem there. So it's really when people don't have sound arguments or propositions and they try to, I don't know, flood my ear or the earwaves with their garbage.
Absolutely. So, Flatchy, there's a problem that people like us and in these types of communities run into. Okay, and that is a lot of times, and this is actually expressed in the movie The Matrix quite eloquently, when Neo meets the architect for the first time. Neo was told something about who he is, what his mission is, right? And when he arrived at the architect basically laughed at him and said, dude, I've been playing you like a fiddle the entire time. I created the one. I created the prophecy. I created the matrix of you guys being free from the matrix. Right? I created it all. as a system of control so that you guys could express the struggle for freedom and hope on behalf of the entire organism. And then I could squash it on behalf of the entire organism without damaging the main organism, right? You see where I'm going? So in other words, when you're wrapped into these corridors of accessibility where you think you're struggling for freedom, you might actually be corralled into a micro community and actually making a minor difference among a small subset of individuals, which actually doesn't affect the entire organism. Now, to be fair, saving a single person is worth it, right? But at the same time, what if you're being stifled, right, intentionally, and you're falling for it? So, for example, like sometimes the amount of time you spend in somewhere like here, like you'll see, sometimes people will be involved with dealing with certain types of flat earthers and certain types of globers in a continuous episodic recurrence, and to where they never actually make any headway among the people that are listening. Now they assume that they're making headway for, the people that are listening that are within the group versus outside the group. So for example, like a restreamed audience, right? They might get something interesting from it. But you'll notice how, like, in some of our streams, like we only have like 12 listeners. So we have like 30 people in the call, 12 listeners on the stream, and then of course ancillary views that come after that. But the people we're actually talking to, there's never any headway made, right? It's just the same people bashing their heads against brick walls, against, to each other ad infinitum. And for all the people involved, it allows them to scratch an itch of, oh wow, we're exercising freedom, we're talking about niche topics, we're making an impact, and then they can go to sleep at night thinking they've actually accomplished something. And I'm not saying they didn't, but I'm saying the scale at which they accomplish things could be being intentionally limited so that they think they're actually making an impact, but they're actually being controlled with the type of impact they're making because they're utilizing avenues that have been preordained, right? Just like the architect did with Neo. Like the architect created the entire avenue for which the rebellion would express itself. And his plan almost worked, perfectly. There were a couple anomalies within the plan, right? But like he said, like the architect told Neo, there are 7 times that I've done this before, where I allowed the rebellion to exercise itself on a small percent on behalf of the entire group. Then I squashed it. Then I rebuild society. Then I allow it again. Then I squash it. Then I rebuild society. And so you never actually changed the people in charge. You just changed the iteration of the squash that you're in. And so what I'm saying with that is that everybody has to assess their input into the quote-unquote movement that they're a part of, to where if they're actually being corralled down a course which is actually not as fruitful as their efforts could be if they went a different way.
Oh, the Earth is flat. I don't care anybody says it's flat. The Earth is flat. There's scientific reason that the Earth is flat.
Yep, you're right. What's your point?
Who says the Earth isn't flat? Tell me. Who says the Earth isn't flat?
Bob Jones.
I'm joking, guys. The Earth is round.
Okay, so round like a coin or round like a pizza?
It's a sphere. The Earth is a sphere.
How do you know the Earth is a sphere?
Bro, literally look it up on YouTube, bro. It's literally basic science. Like people way back when, like so far back, knew the Earth was a sphere, bro. And
They did. How did they know it?
All
Yep.
this
How did they?
all this
Yep.
knowledge say the Earth is
No.
flat, bro. There's no way.
Okay, so how did they know the Earth was a sphere?
Cause of basic science, they had test.
Okay,
Scope,
what's the
they had
basic
telescopes.
science?
And early modern
Yeah,
science,
fair.
they knew that they
Okay, so
that the Earth
yep,
was a sphere.
cool. So they had a telescope way in the past. So with a way in the past telescope, can you see the Earth to determine whether it's
And
a
they
sphere?
knew that. How do they know?
Yeah, how?
Literally simple. Cause look, take a. I want you to do it. Take a telescope. Look at the Earth. What? Okay, so if that planet's round, and that planet's round, and that planet's round, why are we not round? Okay.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I want to follow you. Hey, I want to follow you. So I'm gonna see if I'm correct with my interpretation of what you said. So how to tell the Earth is what it is by looking at things that are not the Earth. Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't logically follow. So how could looking at something that isn't something tell you what something is?
How do you think we have time zones? Like if the Earth is flat?
Well, I would ask you this question: how is it that you can't keep a train of thought when I asked you a question? Why are you shifting to a different topic?
Okay, tell me. Like what? So tell me. What you're trying to follow me? So tell me. What is it?
Well, I was asking, how is looking at things that aren't the Earth going to tell you what the Earth is?
Because if everything around us is a sphere, how aren't we a sphere? And then you must think to yourself, we're a sphere.
No, you don't have to. That's called a logical fallacy.
How is that a fallacy?
Because a sequence of similarities doesn't mean that an object which is not directly observed is the same thing as those similarities. So, for example, if you go into an all-girls school and let's just say for sake of argument that you're the only dog there, does that mean that you're now a girl or are you still a dog?
Obviously not, because there's a difference. Like you could look at yourself in the mirror and say, "I'm a dog." So what are you talking about?
Yep, great. I'm glad you said that. So when has the Earth been seen through a mirror?
When has literally space pictures?
Okay.
Like we have atmosphere and we have time zones. So how is Earth not a sphere?
Well, I mean, what do you mean by atmosphere? If you mean
I have
just
more
air,
argument
well,
to
yeah, we
believe
have
that
air.
the Earth is a donut than the Earth is flat.
Really, what's your argument? The Earth is a donut. That makes more sense.
Because how was the donut made? Like how did they know to make a donut circular with a hole in the middle? It
Well, I'll
must
tell you why.
be
Because
inspired from the Earth.
no, actually, what actually happened was that they used to cook them, and they noticed that the inside wasn't getting cooked because the way the temperature would work would cook the outside too fast, and if they tried to cook the inside, they'd burn the outside. So somebody created an idea. He said, "Well, what if it just doesn't have an inside, and it's all out, majority of it's outside, and then it will cook evenly?" That's actually the reason. It has nothing to do with the Earth whatsoever.
And so the Earth is a donut. I have more reason to believe the Earth is a donut than the Earth is a flat.
Okay, that's fine. But see, if you don't take the topic seriously, then you can't accurately say that you determined
I'm
any
taking the
truth
topic
here
very
today.
seriously.
Really?
Yeah. How are you a flat earther? Like, tell me, please. I want to know. I'm an inquirer.
It's very simple. So, the Earth is covered in 70% of the known territory by water. Correct?
70%.
The ocean. Yeah, the oceans. The oceans, right? Yeah. So, water is described throughout antiquity. Well, that means history, as being the arbitrational standard for flat and level. In other words, we use water to determine flat and level in pretty much everything we do. And so if water is flat and level, and it makes up 70% of the known territory, right, then the Earth is correspondent with that based on its orientation, which means it's flat across the surface.
How do you expect a water to be a sphere? What are you talking about? What kind of logic is this? No,
Yeah,
not really.
you're right. Right. Why would water be a sphere? That's a good point. Why would it be?
It can't be a sphere. It wouldn't make up a sphere. Like, can you even think of that in your head? Like water making. If you.
Well, you answered your own question.
Huh?
You answered your own question. How could the Earth be flat? And then you said, how could water make a sphere? I would agree with you. Water can't
how
make a
could it make a
giant sphere.
sphere?
It can't. That's the answer.
Exactly, it can't. The water can't make a sphere. It's impossible. But if you,
Right, I agree with you.
if you look at a sphere Earth, you would know that it's flat and it goes down and like circular. Why
I don't know. I
is
think you're
Australia
confused.
in a different time zone than us? Why is your time zones? Why is Australia
Well,
has
that's
a different
easy.
POV
That's
of the
easy.
moon?
That's easy. Australia is in a different location, right? And it has a different amount of available light and a different vantage point from its perspective to the moon, right?
What do you mean? We should be seeing the same thing because the Australians
No.
see the moon upside down and we see the moon upside right or whatever. It's a different POV.
Okay, let me ask you this question: is it daylight simultaneously or nighttime simultaneously in Australia and in United States?
Wait, say it again.
Is it the same time of day in Australia as it is in the United States?
No.
Okay, so then how can you both look at the moon at the same time to be able to tell anything about it?
Because you could see the marks on the moon. Like if you look in America, the top of the moon and the bottom of the moon in Australia look the same. So it must be upside down for Australia. And if
Okay,
Earth is
so
flat,
you
how
need
do you
in
get
order to say that.
in the South Pole?
Hold on, dude.
Wouldn't no?
Hey.
Like I'm angry.
Hey, listen. You got to calm down and focus on one point at a time. Well, it doesn't sound like you actually want it. It just sounds like you want to list off a bunch of questions, then reassert yourself, and then just leave here without actually getting any of your questions answered.
Okay, so tell me the answer.
Well, are we going to talk about the moon question, or are we moving on from that?
Yeah, talk about the moon question because it's literally impossible.
Yeah, so it's not. So it's very simple. So when you're on one side of something, the close side of it renders in your vision first as opposed to the far side of it. So if you're on a far side of an object, you're going to see the object from a different vantage point, right? Not only that, but Australia and the United States don't experience the moon at the same time of the day in the same way. Not only that, but the moon actually cartwheels through the sky throughout the day. So it's going to be in a different apparent rotational point,
but
depending
it's
on what time of day you look at it.
From America to Australia. How could that possibly be on the flat Earth? How?
Yeah, let me ask you this question: if a car is coming towards you, right, and if your friend is behind the car, and you're in front of the car, and you see the headlights first, does that mean that your friend is seeing the headlights, or is he seeing the taillights? Which one? He sees the taillights. You see the head. Correct. So from his vantage point, he's seeing the rear end of the car first and the front end of the car last. And from your vantage point, you're seeing the opposite. And all as you've done is just transpose yourself in space to where the front or back of the car is on the other side of you. That has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe or not.
How is it not a globe? Like you think the Earth has like no inner core? Is that like non-existent?
Well, funny enough, you should ask that. A company in Russia, under an international competition to dig the deepest hole ever, succeeded in digging a hole 8 miles deep.
Yeah, cause it's too hot to go any deeper.
Wrong.
What do you mean wrong?
I'll tell you the answer. Yep. So what do you mean wrong? I'll tell you. It's not that it became too hot. It's that the tool reached thermal failure. Let me explain the difference. So a piece of steel that's just sitting on my table is cold, right? If I touch it, it's like the ambient room temperature, and it usually feels colder than the ambient room temperature. But if I take a drill bit and I attempt to drill through it, I
what's
can
the
use
object
different
you're drilling through? What's the object?
steel plate, a plate of steel. Like a standard steel plate you could buy from a mill that you can use to then make things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just sitting there. Now I take my drill, and I have choices of drill bits. I can use a wood drill bit. I can use a carbide drill bit. I can use a titanium drill bit. Depending on which one I pick, it will or will not be hard enough to cut through the steel. So now I pick the right one, let's say, and I touch the steel with it. If I take my drill and I speed it up, the friction created will actually overheat the metal of the drill and cause the drill to become dull. When the actual steel plate itself wasn't hot to begin with, it didn't get hot until I started to apply the friction. So what they describe happened at the Kola super deep borehole is that they reached a material layer that was viscous in a manner that caused the drill bit to overheat. It wasn't that the viscous material was hot, it's that it caused the drill bit to reach thermal failure and therefore become ineffective at cutting. Now, interestingly enough, friend, when they cut through the ground and the layers that they were expecting based on the globe Earth geological model, they didn't find those layers. They found something different. In other words, it didn't match the claims. But rest assured,
because it's too hot.
They did not drill to the center of the Earth to discover what's at the center. So nobody knows what's at the center.
Yeah, it's hot. It's just heat. The further down you go, it's just heat. So I just debunked flat Earth. There you go, everybody.
What he was trying to say is that the surface that they were, or through the borehole where they were trying to penetrate, was too hard to penetrate.
It's not too hard to penetrate. In the Soviet Union, they
They
had
were
special
able to do.
tubes.
I mean, that's why they only got to just beneath 8 miles.
Do you know how hot it is in Earth's surface when 8 miles? Like, do you know how far 8 miles is? That's pretty deep.
But it wasn't because of heat. It was because of this. It was hard. It was too hard to penetrate.
No, it wasn't. They had the right amount of tools.
No, from their own claims, they hit a viscous material that wasn't solid. It was like a semi-solid. And the nature of the material caused their drill to reach thermal failure. That's from their own claims, dude.
Can you give me the source where their thing was too dull?
Yeah, it's called the Kola super deep borehole. One quote here says describes the rocks at the depth as having a jelly or plastic like behavior. That's interesting. Yeah, there is flexible rocks in case you didn't know. Very, very interesting.
Of course it's too hard. But then what you realize it was hard and it was too hot.
Yeah, the temperatures the temperatures of being twice as hot weren't the reason why the drill failed. The drill failed because of the viscosity
I never said it
of the
was
material.
because it was.
Yeah, well, either way, friend, they recorded temperatures twice as hot as the prediction, right? For the ambient core, for the ambient Lottie core temperatures or whatever, based on the standard model. So they disproved the standard model, dude. No matter which way you cut it. So either way, they didn't drill down to the core to discover what the core is. So I don't make claims about a core no one's ever been to. Why would I?
Because you want to be a flat earther.
No. If the Earth is flat, and the surface is horizontal and it has a substructure of rock, dirt, etc., there's nothing wrong with the entire structure floating on a bed of lava. There's nothing illogical about that. So I can still have a super hot lava subsurface and still have a flat Earth. So it's not unique to a ball Earth. So what's your point?
Why do you fail to believe all the evidence you have in the 21st century, but you still believe the Earth is flat?
Because water's flat, dude. It's that simple.
Because water is flat. Yeah, but on a sphere it's round because you're only looking at it from a minute perspective.
Okay, so what you're trying to argue is that I can't see it, therefore it's there. Does that make sense?
I never said you can't see it. I said it's so minute. You're saying
Okay, so then,
because it's too.
Yeah, so you're appealing to scale. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I am because it's a bigger picture than because it's flat. Like what kind of evidence is that, brother?
All right, so the evidence of it being flat, right, is that it looks flat, and then you would say, well, the evidence of being a globe is that it looks flat. Does that make sense?
Because it looks flat because we're on a minute level because we can't see it, therefore it's flat. What kind of evidence is that?
What kind of evidence is this? It looks flat, therefore it's a globe. Is that evidence?
No.
Okay, perfect. So then how do you arbitrate?
Okay,
fair.
okay.
We're both on the same point now.
If I say that this rat is ugly because it's on a minute detail, does that mean it's actually ugly? No, brother.
So if I tell you I'm a millionaire, and the proof that I'm a millionaire is that I'm actually so rich that I don't want to let anybody know, so I just dress poor and live in a small house. And therefore, that's evidence that I'm a millionaire. Would you believe me?
Yeah, I would believe you. Some rich people do that.
Right. So let's say you believe me, but now how would you validate that it's true?
How would I validate it? I can't, brother. I can't.
Yeah, you can. You can look at my bank account, right?
Yeah, I can look at your what if you drain your bank account? Like.
Fair enough, but let's just say all things being equal. Let's just say all things being equal that I keep my money in the bank and you can just see it. So the real truth is it is not whether I claim that the absence of something proves anything, but whether or not I can prove the presence of something, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you can't tell me that the Earth being so big is a good reason to believe it's a globe because it looks flat. That doesn't make
because
sense.
you're looking at it from a minute detail, not from outer space.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. So, from our vantage point, how would we determine whether your claim about it is true or my claim about it is true?
Because look at space. Look at space. Look at space. If you look at Earth from space, Earth from space. It's a sphere.
So yeah, I would agree. Maybe that could be true. But when have you ever looked at the Earth from space?
Have you ever been to space before?
Of course not. Neither of you.
How do you know I haven't been to? How you gonna say that I haven't been to space?
Okay, dude. If you're gonna be disingenuous, there's no reason to continue.
No, because you can't say that I haven't been to space when you don't know I have been to space or not.
Okay, let's ask you a question. See if you'll answer honestly. Have you been to space?
I prefer not to say.
Yeah, so you haven't been to space.
Are you two guys just mad because I just disproved the flat Earth? Okay.
No, you didn't disprove anything, dude.
I think I did.
How?
How? Because think about it like this: if I do 10 push-ups, and you see that my arm is a sphere, that means the Earth is a sphere.
Wow. So just for the record, friend, you can go away here thinking you've proven anything with your little sarcastic remark on the way out, but you know that you didn't meet any of the burden of proof, and that you didn't rationally engage with the answers to your questions, and that you devolved into silliness in order so you can walk away from
not
here.
to hear me out.
No, I did hear you, and I critiqued your positions.
Okay, so
Look, friend. You have to be honest with yourself. Okay?
I am.
That's what you need to do at the end of the day.
So my question for a flat earther: why is bumblebees not? Why are they not flat? Why are they a sphere? Why are they a circle?
Bumblebee?
Yes.
Because being flat wouldn't work well for their aerodynamics. There you go. Problem solved.
Non sequitur.
Yeah, non sequitur. Not relevant.
That is very
Well, you're
relevant.
going into silly. No. Look. We all know, and you know that you're going into silly questions because you're not capable of engaging on the proper point of the topic. So you just be honest with yourself.
I am being honest with myself, brother.
No, you're not.
Okay, so
bringing bees to the
work. Yeah. So, for example, if I offered you, if the Earth isn't flat, why is my plate flat? Would you take me seriously? The answer is no, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would actually.
No, you wouldn't, and we all know that.
Wait a minute.
We all know that you're devolving into nonsense. Hey, listen. If you want to have a serious discussion, I'll have it with you. But if you want to be silly, then I'm just going to point out the fact that you're being
the only
silly.
silly Billy I hear here is you. You're the only silly Billy.
Okay, what claims did I make that I backed up with silliness? Go ahead and point it out, please.
You say because the water I see on a minute detail is flat, so therefore the Earth must be flat. That's a silly Billy.
No, friend. That's what you said. I never said that. I said water is flat, and it covers 70% of the known territory. I didn't say because I only see it on a small scale it's flat. I never said that. That was your characterization.
If you look at it from a larger view, you wouldn't know. Earth is round.
Is 70% minute?
70, but when you sail the seas, you're never gonna see it's a sphere because you're not looking at it from like a bigger, from outer space or from like a bigger POV. You're only seeing it. Oh
Right.
well, water's flat. So.
Friend, are you aware that the idea of the Earth being a sphere was posed well before anybody ever went to this place that you call space? So that minute amount of curvature, right? Just let me finish. So that minute amount of curvature that you're talking about was supposedly measured. So where was it measured?
Where? I don't know.
Yeah.
Go
Well,
like literally go on YouTube and search up.
Yeah, we did. And so we checked the method that they used to measure the curvature, and it's not there. So why isn't it there? There's no curvature.
Because they're not looking for it.
I just told you that we did. Everybody did. Just looking for it. They look for it. They don't find it.
So if I'm Dominican, would the Earth be a sphere?
So back to silliness, huh?
Back to silliness. Yeah, you guys are only silly Billies. Just honest with yourselves.
Or maybe I didn't hear you right. Did you say something about being Dominican? Or what did you say?
I said if I went to outer space and I show you a picture of the Earth, would you believe me now?
Well, we're back to the argument. So When did you go to space? You're not going to answer, right?
What? I can't tell you because it's top secret.
Right. So back to silliness, right? And you and I both know that. And AI said you got to be honest with yourself. I know that you're not being honest with me.
I'm being so honest with you right now.
Really? So honest. Okay. So if it looks like a ball from space, that means we should be able to measure the curvature rate on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So where do we measure this curvature?
Where? There's no
Yeah.
starting point.
There's no what? Starting point?
There's no. You could have you could start from anywhere. Like, what do you mean? Where do we start?
Well, I mean, everywhere that I've searched, I have found none.
No curvature on Earth? Like, what do you mean?
No. That curvature that you're talking about that you see from space, the Earth looking like a giant ball, that would be 8 inches per mile squared from where you stand in all directions, which is definitely detectable. In fact, the geometric horizon, the Earth curve out on the ocean, if you're at 1 foot, should happen at 1.22 miles, and that's not very far. So,
okay, so if the Earth
the
is
curvature.
flat, why can I not see Paris? Why can't?
Okay, so friend, do you think you could just hold to one spot for a little bit, or is it time to get the Adderall out? Like, just chill.
Honestly, both.
Okay, great. So let's get the Adderall out, and let me ask you a question. Why isn't it that the horizon doesn't occur at 1 foot observer height at 1.22 miles? Why is that?
Wait, say it again?
Why does the horizon not occur at tangent point, that Earth ball hump that blocks things like you think it's blocking Paris, right? You can't see Paris because the Earth curve's in the way. That's what you think. Well, that's supposed to start happening at about 1.22 miles if you're at 1 foot observer height. If you're 5 foot tall, it's about 3 miles ish. So, but that's not very far, and nobody sees that.
Exactly, because it's a curve. Thank you for.
No, I just told you the reason they don't see that Earth curve is because it's not there. The Earth curvature doesn't exist.
You just literally proved my point. You said you can't see anybody because the Earth curve is.
No, I said you can't see the curvature because it's not there. We can see much farther. The horizon is much farther, usually, than that geometric limitation that should be there. Why is it not there?
Why is it not there? Bro, access science.
Yeah, where's the curvature at?
Access science.
Well, the scientists say that you can't measure the curvature.
Why not? What science?
Well, I don't know. They said it's from whatever height. They say you can't see curvature. You can't see curvature from a mountain. You can't see curvature from a plane. You can't even see the curvature from the ISS. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. Why is he saying that if the Earth is a ball?
Why is she saying that? Because they're okay. That's only one scientist out of the trillions.
Well, he is one of the largest mainstream scientists, and by the way, there's not even 1 trillion people on the Earth, so you might want to get your figures straight.
Trillion, right?
Oh my gosh, no.
I think you're lying to me. Whatever though.
Oh well, you can Google it, bro.
No, I don't need to Google it. I could do mental math.
Okay, we're not going to hang up on this point. So, anyways, the mainstream science communicator is telling you that the curvature is not detectable.
Yeah,
so back to the original point.
Community.
No, this guy's a ball believer. He's on Discovery Channel. He's got his own HBO special. Okay, we're talking about a guy that is a globe proponent, right? And so he says no curve. Why?
He said no curve.
No curve.
Because you have to go to a certain mile.
Yeah, so where is that? Since he says not from the ISS, not from an airplane, you can't see it. Why is he saying that?
From an airplane, because you can't see a little bit. It curves.
He said no. So are you smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Maybe I am.
Okay, so back to silliness, right?
How do you know I'm not smarter than him? How do you know I'm not smarter than him?
Because I've been talking to you for 5 minutes, and I already know.
And you already know, okay. Yeah, so yeah, this guy making up something because I've been talking to you for 5 minutes and I already know. So
Yo, can I ask you a question, or may I ask a question of the
yeah, ask a question, bro.
yeah, interviewee? So, question for you: what is the actual evidence that you're sitting on that actually tells you that it's a globe? Are you just relying upon pictures and the stories that they've told you?
Stories, it's real life.
No.
Can you give me a real life picture of the Earth being flat from space?
Listen. I asked you for your evidence first. I beat you to the punch. I'd like you to present whatever it is evidence that you have so that we can review it and talk
Okay,
about
yeah,
it.
pictures. You have pictures. You have the moon landing, which is identical.
Interesting. So it's the authorities of NASA that you're willing to accept in order to figure out whether or not you land, or sorry,
I
you
believe in some parts NASA.
Okay. I withdraw. Thank you for your evidence.
So what's your evidence that the Earth is flat? Like, have you seen the Earth from space? Like, is there any pictures of the Earth being flat in space?
Bro, let me just tell you, my evidence, I don't need to see the Earth from space in order to verify. Reason being, everything that's built upon this place is built to a principle called level. Ask any construction worker if he has used a level, knows about the principle of level. They'll tell you yes. And that pretty much settles that, unfortunately, for the globe.
Level? Yeah, I think we're forgetting is that the level depends on what you're looking at from the POV.
Nah, brother. See, all these buildings, right? Whether I live in Canada, which is actually where I live, or I live in Australia.
What part of Canada?
It's Ontario, Canada. Or
Okay,
I
makes
live
sense.
Or I live over in Australia. All buildings are built to a principle of level. And that is not a lie. I don't have to rely on NASA. I don't have to rely on pictures from space. I don't have to rely on...
Yeah, because it's the POV you're looking at it from.
Let me finish my point, young man. In saying that, I don't have to rely on any pictures from any authority in order to understand and know that buildings built in this realm are built to a principle of level. I conclude and withdraw. Thanks for listening. Bye.
Are you leaving?
No, I'm here
So
listening. I got stuff to do, and it's gonna be...
I literally just debated him and he lost. He literally lost. He said bye. So every time I debate a flat earther, they usually leave, bro. It doesn't make any sense.
Hold on a second here. Hold on. You're in here trying to get wins? Is that what you're trying to do in here right now?
No, I'm trying to prove that flat earth isn't real, and everybody leaves. Everybody keep leaving me.
All right, so
Why leave?
you know the difference between circumstantial and direct evidence, correct?
Correct.
All right, so what is circumstantial evidence?
It depends on the circumstance. It's literally in the name.
Very well said. So, question for you: would you consider a picture from space direct or circumstantial evidence?
It depends if it's edited, so circumstantial, I guess.
Interesting. So, just the concept of taking a picture, right? That circumstance existing in order for you to take the picture to collect said evidence would be a circumstance, correct?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now,
wait a minute. So here's my question for you.
Hold on.
If I slap my brother, no, if my brother slapped me, right? Why when he slaps me, it's flat? Why is it flat? Why is it not round?
Brother,
when he slaps me.
you're jumping from lily pad to lily pad before you drown. Okay. One thing again, direct evidence is buildings built upon this realm are all built to a principle of level. That is a piece of direct evidence because it's testable, repeatable. Thank you.
So did you hear my point or no?
Brother, we're just discussing direct versus circumstantial, right? I just want to get that point across. I told you I got stuff to do. I'm here listening, but your point, it's falling on deaf ears because, again, circumstantial versus direct. I said what I need to say. I'm out.
Yep. Every time Killian debates a globe earther, he wins and they lose.
See, the thing about it is, it's not about wins and losses. At the end of the day, it's the truth and how you stand upon the truth, what you observe. And I just want to know what kind of foundation he's building his observation upon.
I think he's bored. And I think he doesn't care. I looked around. Is there an age restriction in this particular server, or does anybody know? Just haven't come across a lot of children. This one sounds awfully young.
Yeah, that's not a topic for discussion on a stream.
You don't even know. I got who got kicked out of here? It's crazy, bro. Why am I here, bro? Where was I before, bro?
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.